Ми будемо дарувати останню
Our
Валерію англійською.
network is regional and international.
Welcome to our Black Sea Expert Nuke Talks. I want to say appreciation to the organizers who allow us to participate in this very interesting and many years follow conference. And I need to say that networking is working because our member Valentino Demetsa actually introduced us to this wonderful conference, and we have this opportunity to present our special panel of our network on this conference. And dear participants, thank you very much that you're joining in early morning to listening this interesting information about this information, since it's a very important issue, and I think we will benefit from the discussion from our topic. I want to introduce my co-moderator, Dr. Valeria Gergieva. She is a visiting fellow of the Arms Control and Emerging Technologies Project at the Institute for Peace Research and Security Policy at the University of Hamburg. Also, Valeria is a research fellow at the Odessa Center for Non-Proliferation and Center for International Studies of the Faculty of International Relations, Political Science and Sociology of Odessa Mechnikov National University. In 2019, Valeria was a visiting fellow at the James Martin Center for Non-Proliferation Studies, Monterey, California. In her research, she is focusing on the growing role of nuclear weapons, non-proliferation, and nuclear programs of Iran and North Korea. Valeria?
Thank you, Natalia, for the introduction. First of all, I also want to thank organizers for inviting us and for letting us share our network's work. I want to start with a few words about this initiative about nuclear talks. The Black Sea Experts Nuke Talk is an initiative of the Black Sea Women in Nuclear Network, which combines educational and professional exchange in the most nuclear relevant topics. It is the unique feature of this initiative is an informal style of meetings with an aim to promote not only timely topics in the nuclear field, but also experts from the Black Sea region and the whole network. Any professional can join us and our network and participate in nuclear talks, regardless of its level of knowledge, expertise, or country of origin or living. And the main idea is together every 2 months. For now, it is online to increase awareness of a variety of issues, news, and research, to share ideas, expertise in arms control, non-proliferation, nuclear safety, security, etc., and to find, of course, friends of interest in the nuclear community. Usually after the experts' presentation during nuke talks, there is also an open discussion during which all participants can freely ask questions and share their own knowledge and thoughts according to specific topics. So please, after today's nuclear talks, we will invite you and you can join any nuclear talks round and be participants of our network as well. For now, I want to pass the word to Natalia once again. And to tell a few words about her. Natalia is, of course, the coordinator of our network of the Black Sea Women in Nuclear. And she is a nuclear security expert with 19 years of experience in the field of physical protection, including at the IAEA, the State Nuclear Regulatory Inspectorate of Ukraine, the Ministry of Energy of Ukraine, and the Ministry of Internal Affairs of Ukraine. Natalia holds a master's degree in nuclear security and public administration. She is the founder of the Nuclear Security Master Degree Program at the Kyiv Polytechnic Institute. She is an IAEA expert on security culture. Her research area is SMR, security culture, countering insider threats, cybersecurity, and illicit trafficking of RM. So Natalia will tell you more details about our network. So please, Natalia.
Usually we are not starting from the introduction of our network, since it's already our 6th nuke talks, and But I think for our broader community, it will be interesting to know who we are and what we are doing, just to understand, should you join us or not. So anyway, I hope after this presentation, you will feel, okay, this is interesting, I want to join. So, and this community is very professional. Oh, okay, so our mission is to connect, support, and empower women in nuclear fields. So we believe that with our efforts, we will increase the presence of women in leadership. So, as you understand, we are all represent countries from the Black Sea region. So in our motto, we are saying that we are combining energies. Since we are from nuclear, we are uniting women, since we are women organization, and we are making waves. So since we are all standing on the Black Sea region, so why is it something what is combining us? It's a regional professional network combining people from the Bulgaria, Georgia, Romania, Turkey, Ukraine, Moldova, and other countries. I need to say we have no Russian representatives, but we have people from the Austria, Serbia, United Kingdom, United States, and other countries. Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan, what I remember. So our main areas where we are focusing on our cooperation is nuclear safety, security and safeguard, nuclear non-proliferation, advanced nuclear technology, cyber and security, and gender equity in nuclear field. I think I would, with this identifying of areas, I would propose to Arina maybe to think about include those kind of panels to the next conference to have a broader representative nuclear sector, which I think will be interesting to see the cooperation and how all this work together. So you know already that I told you about our initiative Black Sea Expert New Talks. We are doing this 1 per 2 months, 1 per month, depending on the topic. It is very important to raise this issue right now. So we are focusing and collecting experts to discuss all those initiatives. So we were starting with we will cooperate with Women International Security, with King's College London. We will organize some meetings. Recently we organized with our partner Eco-Generation, Ecological Critical Infrastructure discussion where we talk about the importance of ecology, and that ecology has no border. I mean, since the war starts in Ukraine, everybody are affected from the consequences. So this is community of the people. So people are supporting each other. So for us in crisis time starts, we established WhatsApp group where we share information about current situation in Ukraine, real information what happened, and how people are feeling. So also we make statements about war in Ukraine, how nuclear sector is affected, and how it's not really safe and secured, and how big is violation of international law Russia did. And also we support actually even transferring people when refugees. So you can see here our social activities that we do last year. We support our members with power generators, who is located in Ukraine. It's about 30 people who received very powerful power generators with 50,000 milliamperes. And also we support charity exhibition of kids drawing about what they feel about it. And so recently we have exhibition in European Commission dedicated to the 1 year full scale war 20 into February. So we have very, very professional members. And I think this community as well as we are very happy to join, because Chernobyl nuclear power plant, explosion zone it's something that you hardly can find some experience and expertise, and we are likely to join and combine. We want to sharing our opportunities about in mentorship. You see here proposed topics for the program and areas that you maybe will be interesting to receive some additional knowledge. We have right now about 20 mentors. We are working on individual approach, and this mentorship is actually it's very different timing. It's from 1 month to 1 year, depending what we are talking about. So you can know more about ideological security, Iranian nuclear program, global security and nuclear non-proliferation, Russian nuclear policy and strategic stability. If you want to know more, let us know. We will connect you with our mentors, and you will receive this information. So you're welcome to join and become our member. So as our website, there is a button join us, you push it and fill the form, and you are becoming our member. You can follow us on the website, LinkedIn, Facebook, and Twitter, and contact us by email. This presentation will be open for sharing. So if you miss something, you can later on easily join us. And now I want to start with fun part. That I hope during this COVID period you have an opportunity to use the different tools that we have, and we want to ask you what do you know about this information. So now is coming instructions. There is two options. So you can see on your screen that there is a QR code. With this QR code, you can just open on your telephone, or you can push push the button to join to the. Sorry, just I'm trying to send information to the chat, trying to check my phone that I need to open a QR code to follow everything is good, and a little bit not enough hands for this. So easy way, you can use your phone. So just scan QR code. It will be directly send you to the Mentimeter questionnaire. Yeah. And or you pushing the Menticom link, and you need to insert there this voting code 8810 2979. I will wait maybe 1 more minute, because Mentimeter is a fun thing in this way that you can see how people are voting. So please let me know, should I open again, but I think it's enough. No, let me, it's a bit longer time. Let me share one more time that you are for sure connected. Mentimeter allows you to see a reaction of the audience immediately. So it's online questionnaire, and everybody can see here what is opinion on some special topics, and this entertainment will be much more personal engagement to the questionnaire. So I think more or less people are connected. So if not, using please our link from the chat. Yeah. Oh, I see people start to typing something. Excellent. So, share. Doesn't. Oh. So, we have 53 people in our meeting room in the participant list. Now I see that only 13 people has joined to the Mentimeter. So I'm not will turn to other question, but it will be good if other people will join us. Okay, we have 14 people, so try to answer. $15 people. I have a feeling. Irina, do you want to say something? Just can you unmute yourself? Dear technicians, can you
now I can, yes, now I can. Organizers allowed me to do that. I beg your pardon, but unfortunately I cannot join because for all this time it's try to, yes, to join, but unfortunately nothing helped to do this. I restart, I refresh the page, but I still, like
Mantico? You mean Mantico? There's when you will open, there will be the first page with countries.
Yeah, exactly.
And other page will come later on when I will change the slides.
I see.
So,
Okay.
So people don't think that you're not connected. So if you type answer, thank you actually for this comment, because sometimes it's not obvious if you're not really have an experience to working with Mentimeter. Next slide will be available when I will change it. So, 94. So if you can see right now representation from the Moldova, Ukraine, Turkey, Bulgaria. At least I missed my speaker from the Georgia, who can also type here from this to show you the broader representation in the Zoom meeting. Okay. I was expecting, honestly, very good answers to the questions to show some information about people's opinion. And I remember we have 50 people in this meeting, and it will be excellent if more people will join us. So you even can type in your phone www.menti.com and use the code 8810-2979. So there will be a first slide with answering from which country you are. And later on, I will change the slide and it will be the other question. So, okay, so time is flying. I can't do it. Yes. So the next question is, do you have access to reliable sources of information in nuclear field? So we have 19 people who join, and if you join later, you will say, oh, if you missed email. I'm sorry, I jumped to the third slide. So now you have this one, previous one about your gender. Mhm. We are talking about disinformation and combating actions with disinformation. The most important part is the source of information. And the important part here is, do you have an access to the source? Because internet is very big, and to find the proper reliable source sometimes is very hard. Okay, we have 14 answers. We started from 19 and now we have 14. Okay, next slide. So next time, please join the Mentimeter. You see how it's interesting it is. So misinformation, vice versa, disinformation, which is more dangerous. Okay, so we have first somebody asked answer both. Disinformation. Misinformation, third place, and somebody answered about I don't know, which is also good answer because you literally can know that you are not really familiar with those topics, and I hope during this new talks you will have an answer to understand what is difference and what is more dangerous. Stay tuned. Okay. Well, let's wait for 3 people to make at least statistically the same level of answers. So you need to choose in your computer on your phone some way you have your answer, choose push submit, and wait for the other slide. Okay. We have 11 survivors. Oh, 12 survivors. It's a good number. 13. So on this question, we have leading answers both. And I like there's actually this different grade and show how is we think about this area. So in your opinion, is nuclear disinformation an exclusively Ukrainian problem? War in Ukraine shows that war can do in different ways. We know this war that it is a hybrid war. And we are, I think through Second World War, there wasn't identified like information war, but with Ukrainian situation, we can see that here is something that we are not expecting, that when internet starts, when sharing information starts, many disinformation has come. It's and many research shows that it's not only in Ukraine, and we can see this answer. So one person think it's yes, it's only exclusively for Ukrainians, and 15 people think no, it's a worldwide problem for everybody. So how do you assess the possibility of Russia using nuclear weapon against Ukraine? There was many speculation. You will heard the presentation of our experts in non-proliferation field. So, and you will have some opinion on this. So we have leading answers right now about law. 50-50. It's hard to predict, literally. Okay, 50-50 now is a growing answer because we are literally don't know. Since Russia is all the time trying to convince everybody they will use it. We have some answers, it's a high possibility and impossible. But in this questionnaire, we have leading or equal, low, and 50-50. Okay. What nuclear disinformation have you faced with? Here you have an opportunity to type words on your computer or on your phone. What do you think? For myself, I will type that Russia says they're coming to do nuclear safety in Ukraine. Okay. Enter to show the answers. Okay. Dirty bombs, threats of nuclear weapons use. Russia says they're coming to do nuclear safety and security. You can type in Ukrainian, we will translate later on. Nuclear blackmail, Ukraine's aspiration to gain nuclear weapons to build a dirty bomb, UAF are shelling nuclear facilities, RDDS, literally, what is RDDS? Who type RDDS? What is this? Ukraine is using its nuclear weapon plants to house military equipment or that I really like, I think, the most stupid thing. Intimidation of the population with an inert nuclear war in case of military succession of Ukraine. Okay. 1 more minute for answers. This type of the answer give you longer, so I think I need to hide because it's taking a bit longer time. What are the consequences of nuclear disinformation? So you can type here one word. And I think it's the most
Ukrainian word used here is a fear.
Your opinion, and you see if people think the same, there will be one main word in the middle, so you can see how statistically what is most joining. Since we have 2 languages, I would say we have panic more times as a fear. Wrong actions, it's very interesting actually answer. Probably yes, it's reaction to the fear in panic. Non-radiological effects, yeah, which is panic, wrong decision, fear of the civil society. I see people also like this slide because now we have more answers and more people join to the answer. Wrong decisions, wrong answers, actions, I'm sorry. Here, mistrust, also true. Okay. Is it necessary to disprove Russian fakes in the nuclear?
Чи потрібно спростовувати фейки Росії в ядерній сфері, так чи ні? Воно само по собі зникне. Можливо, як у Китаї, можете, знаєте, як Китаї кажуть, що можете сидіти біля річки і чекати, поки труп ворога не пропливе мимо.
Oh, interesting.
Так, цікаво.
By itself, somebody believe.
Воно само по собі зникне, да, може так, може ні. Але казали про паніку та страх. Як ви оцінюєте рівень ядерної дезінформації в українських ЗМІ? Високий, низький, не знаю.
We have low.
Низький рівень ядерної дезінформації. Люди вірять, що вірять, що воно високий, а можливо, не знаю. Так, у нас тут міжнародна спільнота є, і не всі мають доступ до українських ЗМІ. Чи потрібен єдиний Чорноморський фронт протидії дезінформації? Так, ні, так, занадто складно, не знаю. Що ви думаєте?
As we talked from the beginning that disinformation is not only a problem of the Ukraine, many people think. So I think this question is related that we need to work together. Majority thinks yes, and we have equal answer about no, too complicated, I don't know. So thank you for participation in our Menti questionnaire. And I'm now, what? Valeria, should I present?
Yes. First of all, this Mentimeter was very useful to see and to think about the level of disinformation and what you really know about it. And after this Mentimeter, we will start our nuclear talk, which will answer those questions which you were not sure or you didn't think about. And exactly the next presentation will answer some questions. And please, Natalia, I guess you start.
Yeah, I am starting the introduction. Yeah, I just checked our scenario. So we are starting from Ali Alkes. Now we will have an answer about misinformation, vice versa, disinformation. Ali is a World Institute for Nuclear Security ambassador to Turkey and PhD candidate at the Hacettepe University. Please forgive me if I'm reading wrongly. In Turkey. In addition, he is a research affiliate and the gender champion at the Best Center for Non-Proliferation. His research interests are nuclear security, non-proliferation, and nuclear terrorism, as well as Turkish nuclear foreign policies. Formerly, he was a nuclear scholar in the UK Nuclear Security Culture Program implemented by the King's College London. He is an active contributor to the nuclear security community, promoting collaboration via knowledge sharing, participating in various nuclear security-related workshops, events, and meetings, as well as publishing in national, regional, and international forums. So, Ali, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you, Natalia. And thank you, organizers, for inviting us to give our thoughts about misinformation and disinformation in nuclear area. And good morning, everybody, again. Today, I will be talking about the differences between misinformation and disinformation, and then I will touch upon Turkish-Russian nuclear cooperation, which is a high topic lately. The digital age has made it easier than ever before for information to be shared and disseminated across the world. However, with the rise of social media, it has also become easier for both misinformation and disinformation to spread rapidly. While the terms are often used interchangeably, there is an important distinction between misinformation and disinformation. Misinformation refers to false or inaccurate information that is spread without any intent to deceive. This can occur when someone mistakenly shares information that they believe to be true, but which is later proven to be false. Misinformation can take many forms, including rumors, hoaxes, and fake news stories. One common example of misinformation is the spread of medical myths and conspiracy theories, which can lead to people to avoid or distrust proven medical treatments and interventions. We have witnessed this during the COVID-19 pandemic. Misinformation can also be used to spread harmful stereotypes or promote false beliefs about groups of people based on race, gender, religion, or other characteristics. Disinformation, on the other hand, is deliberately misleading information that is spread with the intent to deceive. This can occur when someone spreads false or misleading information in order to advance a particular agenda or to sow confusion or chaos. Disinformation can take many forms, including propaganda, fake news stories, and intentionally manipulated media. Disinformation is often used as a political tool, with governments and political organizations using it to discredit opponents, influence public opinion, or obscure the truth. Disinformation can also be used to promote extremist ideologies, stir up hatred and violence, and undermine trust in institutions such as media or the government. One key difference between misinformation and disinformation is the intent behind the spread of false information. While misinformation is often spread inadvertently or unknowingly, disinformation is spread deliberately and with a specific purpose in mind. This is why we should see disinformation is more dangerous than misinformation, because for disinformation, we have a political agenda behind it. The consequences of both misinformation and disinformation can be significant. Misinformation can lead to confusion, harm to public health, and the spread of harmful stereotypes. Disinformation, on the other hand, can lead to political upheaval, violence, and the erosion of trust in institutions and democratic processes. To combat the spread of misinformation and disinformation, it is important for individuals to be critical consumers of information, seeking out credible sources and fact-checking information before sharing it. It is also important for governments and media organizations to take steps to combat spread of false information, including promoting media literacy and investing in fact-checking and verification resources. So in this regard, as citizens, we are responsible for the spread of information, so please check and try to verify the information before you share. In theory, while misinformation and disinformation are often used interchangeably, there is important distinction between the two. As I explained earlier on, misinformation refers to false or inaccurate information that is spread without intent to deceive, while disinformation is deliberately misleading information spread with the intent to deceive. Both can have serious consequences, and it is important for individuals, institutions, and governments to take steps to combat their spread. After making distinction between misinformation and disinformation, now I would like to touch upon Turkish-Russian nuclear cooperation. There have been some information and disinformation regarding this cooperation, such as it started after Russian invasion of Crimea, or Turkey prefers Russian nuclear technology over other suppliers. To clarify this, I will briefly explain Turkish nuclear history and the current deal with Russia. In this context, Ankara's quest for nuclear energy dates back to the late 50s. The motivation for this nearly 6-decade-long journey has been associated with the development of Turkey in terms of economic growth and energy security. More importantly, development of nuclear power has been seen as a symbol of Turkey's modernization. Turkey has certainly modernized over the last 6 decades, but during that time, has failed to develop a working nuclear power reactor for a variety of reasons. During the 60s, Turkey's financial capabilities, given a gross domestic product that was under $20 billion, were considered insufficient to support a nuclear power program. Initial interest and plans were halted following military coups in 1971 and 1980, with the subsequent political and economic instability. Turkey's third attempt came in the 80s, when the Turkish economy had grown of a GDP of over $60 billion, above the $50 billion generally accepted as the threshold of nuclear power development. At that time, Turkey changed its strategy to build, operate, and transfer financial model, in which a vendor would pay the construction cost, recoup its expenses by operating the plant for a specific time, and then transfer the plant to Turkish ownership in exchange for a percentage of a future profits. These plans were halted after Turkey insisted on a 100% foreign financing, and 1986 Chernobyl disaster increased domestic opposition to nuclear power. Concerns about Turkey's role in Pakistan nuclear power program, in which Turkey was suspected of helping to transfer nuclear material, also contributed to the failure of this attempt. For its fourth attempt in 1994, Turkey issued an international tender for a turnkey project. However, the tender was postponed several times due to the technical and economic reasons, while it was also sometimes linked to the corruption claims. As a result, a purchase guarantee couldn't be issued, and the fourth attempt was abandoned in 2000. At the end of 2002, Turkey initiated its fifth attempt, again issuing an international tender. This time, the move was partly motivated by concerns over Turkey's dependence on Russian gas. But the project received only one bid from Rosatom, Russia's state-controlled nuclear energy company, which was considered too expensive. So the last effort with the build, own, and transfer approach failed this time again. In 2008, after 5 failures, Turkey again shifted strategy, now toward an intergovernmental agreement that will allow vendors to sidestep competition rules and enable vendors to own the plant. As a result, in 2010, Turkey and Russia signed an agreement for nuclear cooperation. So, the Turkish-Russian nuclear cooperation has its roots in 2010. As a part of the agreement, Rosatom will be authorized to build, own, and operate the Akkuyu nuclear power plant with 60 years of service life, plus a possible 20-year extension, until its decommissioning, which Rosatom will also be responsible for. Rosatom will also supply the fuel and manage the waste generated, while helping Turkey build the necessary human capital. In exchange for all these services, Turkey will supply Akkuyu site free of charge and commit to buying electricity generated for 15 years as a fixed rate. While the build, own, and operate approach has helped Turkey overcome some challenges by halting a decades-long series of failed attempts and offering some guarantee that its nuclear energy program serves peaceful purposes, it has also created new ones. In defining its strategy, Turkey used energy security as a justification for its nuclear power program, which it claimed it would decrease its dependence on natural gas imports from Russia and Iran. But the model used to develop the Akkuyu nuclear power plant makes Turkey heavily dependent on Russian technology, with Moscow having a record of using its energy assets for coercion or political leverage. The future of nuclear cooperation between Turkey and Russia may be the real challenge. From energy security perspective, the nuclear deal does not solve Turkey's dependence on Russian natural gas, but rather adds a second dependence on nuclear technology. Turkey will now no longer depend on Gazprom, but also on Rosatom, 2 Russian state-controlled companies, for nearly every step of its nuclear power program. From construction and operation of the plant to the management of entire fuel cycle and to the human capital. So Russian-Turkish deal looks very challenging from Turkish perspective. However, these haven't been discussed lately due to the political side of the deal. I will be happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you, Natalia.
Thank you, Ali, for your presentation. As Valeria says before, all questions will be after presentations, yes? I was muted, sorry. So thank you, Ali, for your presentation. And as we said before, all questions will be after presentations. I will pass word to Valeria to present as a speaker. Valeria, you are muted or unmuted? Valeria, can you hear us?
Валерія написала в чаті, що вона не може чути нас. Що вона не чує нас.
Valeria wrote that she cannot hear us.
Oh, sorry. Now I hear you. I don't know. Maybe something happened. Yeah. Okay. I guess it's my turn. Yes, to announce another participant. Yes. So thank you, Ali, for the wonderful presentation. And the next speaker is Dr. Irina Maximenko. She is an associate professor at the Department of International Relations, Faculty of International Relations, Political Science and Sociology at Odessa EE Mechnikov National University. Also, she is a senior research fellow at Odessa Center for Non-Proliferation, where she is responsible for Ukrainian and European security issues and the educational dimension of ODCNP activity. Also, Dr. Maximenko holds the position of the affiliate professor at the University of Malta. Since 2001, she has been a research fellow at the Center for International Studies. In 2015, she worked as a senior research associate at Ukraine's National Institute for Strategic Studies. And also, she was a visiting fellow at the James Martin Center for Non-Proliferation Studies in 2019. Dr. Maximenko will talk about Russia's nuclear narratives, case of Ukraine. So please, floor is yours, Irina.
Thank you very much, Valeria. And first of all, yes, I would like also to express my deepest gratitude to the organizers for this opportunity. And as we can see during Natalia's led Mentimeter questionnaire, that the piece of information is very, very important. Not only internally, but also externally, because for Ukraine, it's very important to adequately counter any kind of attempts to undermine Ukraine's image, Ukraine's behavior, and Ukraine's many years efforts to be and to be recognized as a reliable partner. And in my presentation, I would like to address one of such kind of issue about Russia's disinformation case in this case, with regard to Ukraine and its actions, the Russians' attempts to show Ukraine as not reliable actor. Let me start with the very brief explanation, the structure of my presentation. So I would like to start with a brief description what is narrative and why does states use narratives in their policy. And of course, to proceed to describing exactly which kind of narratives Russia uses against Ukraine. And speaking about narratives, I would like to say that in general, narratives is seen as a compelling storyline for interpreting the why, what, and how questions advance through media to achieve desirable resolutions and goals, or to extend the narrative's greater influence. At the same time, we can see that a state in general and Russia in particular uses narratives in the international environment, seeking to reshape the international system, influence international actors, pursue national interests, and enhance global posture and legitimacy of its actions. It's very important that these narratives, to be successfully implemented, have to correspond to the knowledge, values, interests, and prejudgments of the target group within the real environment, and not to be exposed by later events and disinformation. And it's rather interesting, and it's very important, and for Ukraine it's like, and for any other countries, it's like a way how to counter Russian disinformation and Russian narratives. But if we are talking about Russia, why Kremlin uses such kind of narratives and any kind of disinformation and propaganda in its policy? First of all, I would like to stress that Kremlin sees disinformation and propaganda as foreign policy tools equal to hard and soft foreign policy tools, and uses these tools to alter the balance in its favor, to destabilize and weaken the public society. And we saw that many people mentioned panic answering the Mentimeter questionnaire. And not only public society, but also to undermine state's authority, the trust to state's authority, mostly by a constant unlearning of the facts, revision and erosion any kind of facts or official statements of countries. And Russia's narratives concerning its war on Ukraine on nuclear issues has been shifted from pure propaganda and historical revisionism to false claims and conspiracy theories aiming to distract, confuse, and mislead public opinion, and also to amplify an atmosphere of fear and danger. And I guess our colleagues from abroad, not only from Ukraine, can share such kind of evidence on this unfortunately successful Russia's narratives and disinformation campaign in their countries. But talking about Ukrainian case, I would like to draw your attention to the following Russia's narratives in its anti-Ukrainian rhetoric. First of all, Russia referred to Ukraine inspiration to become a nuclear weapon state again. The second narrative that Ukraine has has technical capabilities to produce a nuclear or radioactive device of some sort. And the third one, I would like to pay attention to it, that Ukraine is benefiting from Western assistance in this regard. So just let's take a look to all these narratives in greater detail. Speaking about the first narrative, I would like to note that prior to the escalated invasion of Ukraine, the political and military leadership of the Russian Federation alleged that Ukraine was planning to regain its nuclear status, and it would be receiving the help of Western countries to do that. This claim was repeated on the 9th of May 2022 during the Victory Day speech of Vladimir Putin. And he declared there that Russia could not tolerate Ukraine becoming a nuclear state in its near abroad. And Russia was forced to take steps to prevent it. These narratives is based on extracting some quotes from Ukrainian leaders' speeches or interviews, who have repeatedly expressed dissatisfaction and disappointment with the Budapest Memorandum on Security Assurances. And to do this, to extract just piece of quotes, Russia is aiming to give its allegation a patina of legitimacy. For instance, Kremlin referred to President Zelensky's speech at the 2022 Munich Security Conference. Then Ukrainian president expressed concerns that Ukraine has given up its nuclear weapons for nothing, as the security guarantees received from the other countries, including Russia, might have never materialized. And of course, Russian media published headlines misinterpreting these words in a way as if Ukraine had threatened the world with nuclear weapons. These false accusations have been repeatedly refused by Ukraine and the Western countries, partners of Ukraine, and other international organizations as well. Nevertheless, Moscow continued to disseminate this narrative to Russian and international audience. Essentially, this should be regarded as one of numerous forms of Russia disinformation that are designed to justify its unprovoked invasion of Ukraine and maintain domestic and international support for its illegal military operation. Proceeding to the next narrative, it also worth to be noted that this narrative is related to Russian military and intelligence representative statements that Ukraine currently has or can quickly regain the technical capabilities to create a weapons of mass destruction. And if not a nuclear bomb, then at least a radiological bomb. In this case, we can mention the Russian Minister of Defense, Sergei Shoigu, who listed the argument on how Ukraine could acquire such capabilities quickly, especially if it had extensive Western aid. The next one after Shoigu, just I guess in 2 weeks or even less, Sergei Naryshkin, the director of the Foreign Intelligence Service of Russia, also claimed to have evidence of Ukrainian efforts to build nuclear weapons. And to note, this narrative is not new, as Russian officials actively discuss the same allegations since 2014. They refer to China and Saudi Arabia cases. They published some articles in journals and other media outlets, of course, discussing But at the same time, it's very funny that all these publications, or some of these publications, they contained very contradictional statements of Russia's officials. Either Ukraine can do in 10 years maximum, or Ukraine never can be able to develop nuclear weapons or any kind of other explosive, radiological explosive device. And the main, what I want to say here is that all these claims are either about some old Soviet capabilities, such as .U missile, which could carry a nuclear payload, or about the explosions at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant and physics campus of Kharkiv University, that, according to Russian media, they're attacked by Russian forces to hide any traces of the development of nuclear capabilities. On the contrary, multiple credible sources revealed that the Russian military was responsible for the attack on the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, not Ukrainian. Like the previous case, previous narrative, Russia prefers to ignore the fact that even if Ukraine wanted to build nuclear or other kind of explosion device, Ukraine would need to make an extraordinary effort to produce a nuclear weapon. First of all, to develop the necessary technologies for producing the fuel required for building a nuclear bomb. To import the necessity enriched uranium or plutonium, violating IAEA safeguards and international export controls. Moreover, Kremlin also ignores the fact that theoretically possible handling radioactive material and dispersing it with conventional explosives is very complicated, which explains why it has never been done. And speaking about the third narrative, it also is closely related with two previous ones, but it's obvious. So what I want to say here about the role of Western support to Ukraine's aspirations to become a nuclear again. Russia's narrative on Ukraine build a nuclear or a radiological weapon to target Russia include a reference to external support, yes. So, or Ukraine can do by itself, or the West will support. But Kremlin states that the West, both politically and financially, incentivize Ukraine to develop nuclear weapons as a means to threaten Russia. Yes, for Ukrainians, it's totally absurd. But unfortunately for international audience, it can work, and we have to pay attention to that. And as well, this idea is not totally new, as Russia argues the Kharkiv Institute and Design Bureau Pivdenna in Dnipro, that they're recognized by Russia, they're central to the Soviet nuclear weapons and intercontinental ballistic missile programs, are the main source of Ukraine's clandestine nuclear program. Russia's disinformation narratives claim that Ukraine's missile production capabilities serves as evidence of its ability to produce launch vehicles for nuclear warheads. But it ignores how producing missiles is fundamentally different from producing nuclear weapons. But it's not the main aim, to be logical. That's why, proceeding to conclusions, I would like to sum up with mentioning that Russian false narratives on nuclear and radiological weapons in Ukraine have no ground and no evidence. But Russia doesn't pay attention to them, because its false accusation about Ukraine's desire to obtain nuclear weapons capability are just part of its information warfare, which aims to justify the invasion and maintain support for its invasion of Ukraine with Russian domestic and foreign pro-Russia audience. Thank you for your attention, and I would like to invite you to visit our webpage, where you can find more information with regard to all these issues mentioned in my presentation.
Thank you, Irina, for this presentation. I think this topic was many people find new information about Russian narratives in this war. I would like to remind our presenters that we have limitations per person with 10 minutes for presentation. Please try to follow the timing, since we want to keep some time for the discussion with other participants. And I'm sorry, I know Mentimeter was a little bit long, but I hope it will be interesting for you to understand the opinion of the local community. So the next presenter is Mr. Denis Bogush. He is the head of the Center of Russia Study in Kyiv, the president of the Association of Political Consultants of Ukraine from 2021 till now, and president of Bogush Communication Agency from 2000. Strategic communication specialist, political and military expert, columnist, and analyst. He is a specialist in the field of information wars, propaganda, and counter-propaganda. He had trained in political PR in Great Britain, organizer of scientific training conferences on PR and communications technologies, among which are image of Ukraine, manipulation strategies in politics, economy, and business, and methods to oppose, PR days in Ukraine, theoretical and practical conference, manipulation strategies and terrorism, political technologies in Ukraine. So his topic: nuclear blackmail of Russia and countering information manipulation. Denis, floor is yours, please.
Yes, добрий день всім. Hello, everyone. I start.
Yes, when you start to sharing, don't forget to make it on the full screen, please, to everybody.
Good.
It's stuck a little bit. Oh, and full screen, please. Yes, excellent. Thank you.
My presentation names Nuclear Blackmail of Russia and Countering Information Manipulation. I representative Atom Stop Fake Project, Bogush Communications, and the Center for Russian Studies. Так, а ну-ка, як же ж тут? Since the violation of Ukraine state borders by Vladimir Putin and the Russian army in 2014, the seizure and annexation of Crimea and parts of Donetsk and the Lugansk regions, the masks have been removed. Russia has shown that it is not going to fulfill the agreements of guarantees of Ukraine's security and the UN rules on the non-violation of state borders. By this act of aggression, it also violated about 400 international documents. The world responded with sanctions from the United States and the European countries and tried to pacify the aggression state, but it did not work. On the contrary, Russia started threatening to use nuclear weapons. Russia demonstration of its readiness to launch a nuclear strike on the territory of Ukraine or Europe at any time is another stage of information terrorism organized by the Russian Federation to persuade Ukraine and the world to negotiate on the Kremlin's terms. Outright nuclear blackmail has become one of the central tools of Russian foreign policy. Thus, Russia has deployed nuclear blackmail as a multi-level and total in the information space and international politics. The Kremlin is stepping up its nuclear blackmail, which has completely moved into the information sphere. Almost every day, Russian propaganda generated news such as Moscow has begun preparing bomb shelters in case of nuclear war, or the Russian submarine Poseidon with the weapon of the apocalypse has disappeared from the radar. We are moving tactical nuclear weapons to Belarus, and so on. Russian central TV channels began to make statements by journalists. Dmitry Kiselyov on March 2014 in the broadcast of Vesti Nedeli, who wanted to neutralize the USA into nuclear ashes. Also, the deputy of the State Duma of the Russian Federation, Vladimir Zhirinovsky, now died, and the director of the Carnegie Moscow Center, Dmitry threatening with nuclear weapons. Most messages on television include disinformation and distortion of facts. Also, messages of specialty threatening content. You see some narratives, nuclear blackmail in international media. Example of Russian narratives. Thank you for a very good presentation from Irina, but some couples and narratives, Kiev's duty bomb as a subversion of nuclear security in the world. We could not allow Ukraine to turn into such a fortified nuclear ICIL, and others. Russian politicians, journalists, and diplomats regularly use the topic of nuclear blackmail in their rhetoric. According to our research, informational bursts on this topic occur every 3 months. That is, a statement comes out from a famous Russian person, and then various media pick up this topic and spread it around the world. Accordingly, the governments of various countries and security organizations react to this information. How to respond and how to identify fakes. The civilized world must respond to these signals. This concerns the global security of the whole world. We need to carefully consider these information messages and distinguish between fakes and real preparations for nuclear war. In this context, we founded the Atom Stop Fake Project. You see some words about this project. Goal: identification and analysis of source and channels of disinformation in the nuclear sphere in Ukraine. Creation of a platform for combating disinformation and formation of strategic communication with civil society and the media by debunking fakes, and providing reliable information. Target groups: opinion leaders, bloggers, journalists of national and international media, specialized institutions and experts in the field of nuclear and analytical research, national nuclear operator, active audience among Ukrainian citizens. The projects plan to explain the work in the website www.atomstopfake.org in Ukrainian and English, which will serve as a source of verified data on Ukraine's compliance with the non-proliferation regime and create simple and clear channels of communication for civil society, journalists, and media with the expert community. We are open for cooperation and suggestions. Founders of this project: Natalia Kloss, Irina Cherednichenko, and me, Denis Bogush. No, thank you for your attention. I think I prepare 10 minutes. Вот так.
Yes. Yes. Oh. Yes. Thank you, Denis, for such a great presentation. First of all, it was very precise, but with a lot of crucial information. Thank you. If you have questions to any of our speakers, please leave them on chat. We will have a discussion after all presentations. And the next speaker, it's my pleasure to announce him. It's Gogita Gvedelashvili. He is a deputy director at the Georgian Center for Strategy and Development. He was awarded a Silver Shield of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Georgia for contributing Georgia's European integration process. He has a master's degree in public policy administration and is a certified trainer on strategic communications. Also, he's an expert on foreign policy with 10 years experience of working on Georgia's European and Euro-Atlantic integration. Gogita has a strong ground in security field and countering hybrid threats. And he will present the topic, Russian malign information operations, case of Georgia. So the floor is yours, Gogita.
Thank you, Valeria, very much. I would like to welcome everyone. It's my pleasure and privilege to be a part of this very important discussion. I will try to briefly review the Russian malign information operations in Georgia and analyze country context, together with providing some challenges and focusing on countering measures as well. So, as the famous American politician Joseph Nye said, in the information age, it's not only whose army wins, but it also whose story wins. So definitely we are an information war as well, and that's why it's so important to effectively identify and counter the hostile narratives. So, of course, more than any other country at this moment, Ukraine is targeted by Russian military aggression and disinformation and propaganda. And my colleagues had a very interesting and very meaningful presentations, and I really see the many similarities how Russia weaponized information and use it to gain influence on public opinion and policy-making process in Georgia and in many Eastern Partnership countries, and not only. So since 2008, Georgia-Russia war, and after the occupation of the 20% of our country, Georgia has been the front line of this Russian hybrid threats and information operations. So based on number of researchers, the Russian disinformation and propaganda aims to undermine democratic values, to endure the trust in state institutions and undercut our country's ambitions of European and Euro-Atlantic integration, which is already, by the way, stated in Georgia's constitution. So there is a whole area of tools of Russia's malign behavior represented in Georgia, and on the other hand, starting from cyber plots to the whole army of disinformation agents here on the ground. So after Russia's invasion of the territory of Ukraine in 2022, various disinformation campaigns, including on nuclear security, related to the biological, radiological issues has been very actively disseminated in social and traditional media as well in Georgia. The disinformation tactics often aim to sow chaos, confusion and panic in our countries, and that was not definitely only in Ukraine. So that was well coordinated in Georgia as well. So in Georgia's public has a very high degree of solidarity toward Ukraine. That's why I believe that was one of the reasons why we also face a lot of Ukrainian lot of disinformation about Ukraine in Georgia as well. So mainly the analysis of information environment demonstrate that the main disinformation narratives in Georgia related to Ukraine are focused on the one hand against the government of Ukraine and state officials. On the other hand, it is against the West in general. The largest share of disinformation against the West was related to biological laboratories, emphasizing the threat of testing biological weapons in the US-funded laboratories in Ukraine and in Georgia. So that was cross-cutting disinformation narratives that we are developing the biological weapons here on the ground in Georgia and in Ukraine as well. So also the blaming the West for starting the war in Ukraine and in Georgia, aiming to solve this conflict through military escalation. So not Russia was aggressor, but the West has supported our countries to start the war. Overall, in order to conduct information operations and propaganda, the Kremlin uses a wide range of communication channels. Along with government media and individual Facebook users, entertainment channels, we are also engaged in very coordinated manner. So in addition to human and media resources of the pro-Kremlin parties, anti-vaccine movements, also in some cases religious groups, we are also the part of this disinformation. I just would like to share a very concrete case related Georgian reality that demonstrates well coordinated and very comprehensive disinformation campaigns. Maybe you have also heard about the Lugar laboratory, which was a part of interest as they demonstrate how the long-term disinformation campaigns can acquire a new dimension in times of the crisis, especially during the COVID-19 crisis. So Lugar Lab was established here in Georgia with the support of the US, and its mission is to support detection of infection, disease, and improve epidemiological research and surveillance. But Russian authorities officially publicly declared that it serves as a part of the US biological warfare against Russia. And Russia state media Sputnik even developed separate section of website titled that the Lugar scandal was targeting ethnic Russians, and that was also for a while during long period of time well coordinated and highly covered. I just would like to say very specific disinformation messages that has been spread about the Lugar Lab and in connection with the Ukraine as well. So one of the which was recently published was related that the Lugar Lab as well as laboratories of Ukraine experiments are carried out on bats carrying various diseases. So that was a couple of months ago. That was very actively spread in Georgia, that Georgian laboratories and Ukrainian laboratories are conducting some biological weapons within the support of the EU and the United States. So a couple of months ago, again, Russian ruling party member went so far that he suggested that chemical nerve agent like Novichok, probably you all heard about that Moscow is accused of using against its critics, are produced in Georgian labs within the support of the United States. So Novichok is Georgian based on the Russian sources, which was officially stated by the Ministry of Defense as well. I'm not talking about the trolls and bots in the social media. I'm talking official institutions and high-level public servants in Russia who are stating such kind of disinformation and propaganda. So one of my favorite story about this disinformation is that the US has infected special mosquitoes in the Black Sea region with Zika virus under the pretext of biological warfare, which was again developed in the Luga lab. And we have special mosquitoes targeting Russian genetics. So you can imagine that in Georgia, we are so advanced in this regard. So this former chief of sanitary inspection, so Gennady Onyshenko, was openly stating this story a couple of months ago. And again, at the United Nations Security Council meeting, Russia presented and pressed against sensationalist biowarfare allegations against Georgia and US, particularly targeting again the Luga lab. So Igor Kirillov, the chief of Russian Radiological, Chemical and Biological Protection Force, reiterated that the African swine fever has been spread from Georgia to Russia and to whole Europe. The same has been claimed against the Ukraine as well a little bit later. So this list is very, very long, I guess, and especially during the coronavirus time, this was also openly stated from the Foreign Affairs of Russia that the coronavirus was developed here in Georgia in the Luga lab, and even Sputnik Ossetia, which is one of the occupied regions of Georgia, mentioned that, claiming that the EU monitoring mission here in Georgia is collecting biological materials near the South Ossetia border for the Luga lab and to achieve genocide of the South Ossetian citizens. So Ukrainians, you are not alone. So a lot of mess and wide disinformation narratives are targeting, considering that we are not having any nuclear power plants here in Georgia and we are not having any chemical capacities or biological capacities and many others. So this is a common challenge. And additionally, just I want to mention the cyber attacks we are experiencing from the Russia, because Russia uses its military and security service assets to influence the physical domain of Georgia's information environment in order to share the cognitive domain of the Georgian population and the government. And increasingly, we have a couple of years ago, 2 years ago, Georgia had an experience that based on the cyber attacks that was conducted from Russia, more than 2,000 Georgian governmental and media and NGO websites were crashed. And another major cyber attack was also carried out against the Luga lab. Some authentic and some facilitated documents were uploaded on foreign websites, including in Ukrainian web pages, to confuse and to distract the society. So this is definitely the common challenge. And despite the complex challenges in the information environment, the public support in Georgia for joining the European Union and NATO is mainly consistent across political affiliations and age groups. A recent opinion survey conducted by International Republican Institute, which was conducted last week, demonstrated that around 89% of Georgians want to join the EU and 80% support NATO membership, which is historic high numbers for Georgia. And that is very, very important, because during this time when we see this disinformation, propaganda, different waves and the well-coordinated campaigns, we are very proud to have so high support to European and Euro-Atlantic integration. So overall, those comprehensive threats and extremely crowded information environment once again demonstrate that to build the resilience of society and to win the battle of the narratives is vitally important. And I believe the whole of society approach, my colleagues has been mentioning about countering disinformation and using strategic communication. That's why I also would like to highlight that there's a pressing need for the more coordination and engaging the relevant state and not non-state actors, because none of the state resources will be enough to counter so comprehensive communication campaign. That's why I believe that engagement of civil society, media, academia is very important to develop ability to counteract well organized information campaigns. And In the end, I believe the best practice demonstrated for the is developing and organizing well-coordinated strategic communication skills and knowledge in our countries, because we see that without developing powerful narratives, without having a proactive communication, it will be very challenging to counter this disinformation, because only just monitoring and fact-checking is one important step, but we need to move forward, because if we only counter the disinformation, we will always be step behind, and that's why I believe we need to become more proactive in this regard. And I will stop here and will be glad to answer any questions. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you, Gurgita. This Georgian perspective is very important to see how all the disinformation is spreading around the Black Sea region, and thank you for bringing to this discussion CBRN activities, since it's very important to understand that not only nuclear affected, but also its chemical and biological sphere is very interesting. I also like this story about mosquitoes, to be honest, but I think it should be all combining, because even if I think it's not, it's impossible, doesn't mean that people are not believing this. So we are turning to our last speaker from Bulgaria. This is Slava Spasova. She has been an IEA legal expert since
2016. Yes.
Yes. It just was very loud noise. In this capacity, she had the opportunity to assist IAEA member states in different regions of the world in establishing and amending the national legal framework for the peaceful, safe, and secure use of nuclear applications. Besides the IAEA legislative assistance missions, Slava had the privilege to contribute to IAEA Integrated Nuclear Security Support Plan missions and the IAEA International Physical Protection Advisory Service missions, where I actually met with Desi.
Yes, in 2019.
Yes. She is also a lecturer in International and National Legal Framework Regulation Nuclear Security at the University of National and World Economy Sofia, which is a home institution for nuclear security program, actually international one. So Desi, please, floor is yours.
Thank you, Natalia. So good morning all. It's a pleasure for me to be part of this discussion panel focused on nuclear misinformation in the Black Sea region. I have chosen the title of my speech to be Information Matters, the Bulgarian Perspective, because being a last speaker, I would like to share with you not only how the Bulgarian media covers here the war between Ukraine and Russia and the attacks against the biggest nuclear power plant in Europe, but also I would like to speak a little bit about the importance of the information in the nuclear field. And last but not least, I would like to conclude this presentation's part of the panel with a good practice that was established in Bulgaria some years ago in the energy sector, a good practice that relates exactly how we could facilitate an open and knowledge-based discussion in the energy sector by basically educating the media and involving them. So communication with public on technical and complex matters as nuclear energy has been recognized as a very challenging task. And I'm certain that all of you have heard from friends, colleagues, not in the nuclear field, of course, but colleagues at work that Chernobyl, the accident at the nuclear power plant in Chernobyl, has led to the death of millions of people. And at the same time, speaking about correct information, we know that Committee on the Effects of Atomic Radiation's reports data is different. So communicating with public about radiation is challenging, but at the same time, if the communication during nuclear or radiological emergency has not been done properly and effectively, the trust in the governments could be lost. The people's support in nuclear energy for civil purposes could be decreased. And last but not least, as we also saw from the Mentimeter, we could create panic in the society, and that's very dangerous. As I said, communication with public about radiation is challenging, we all know that, but the attacks at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant make the communication with the public even a more challenging, difficult task. Because before this military conflict, we know that a nuclear power plant for civil purposes has never been attacked during an armed conflict. Which means that before the decision makers who create the news and before the medias who have important role to play in distributing this information, there are two challenges. First, to think how to communicate an information that is of technical and complex matter in an understandable, open, transparable, honest way, and at the same time, how could communicate a problem that has never happened before, an attack against a nuclear power plant for civil purposes during a military conflict. So now to the way the Bulgarian media covers the situation. Here I'm glad to share that the most popular and recognizable, trustable Bulgarian media, televisions and newspapers, they strive to cover the situation in Ukraine and in particular the attacks in a relatively objective way, giving actually the views of both sides in the conflict. Basically when you go to the news in Bulgaria, to these most popular televisions and newspapers, what you see is that they will say that the representatives of Ukraine, they said this about the attack, and then the representatives of Russia, they said that, and then, which personally I think it's a very correct approach, most of these Bulgarian media, at the end, they refer to the statements of the Director General of the International Atomic Energy Agency, Rafael Grossi, and also to the reports that were produced by the IAEA in this regard. In other words, at least when it comes to the main media in Bulgaria, one could not really feel attempts of disinformation. Here, just two facts for your information, speaking about the coverage of the situation by the Bulgarian media. I would share two more things. So first, please be aware that a recent study about the public trust in the media in Bulgaria shows that more or less 50% only of the people trust the Bulgarian media. Okay, that's important because this is the communication channel. And second, this I will tell you from personal experience, when I talk to friends, to my even family members, I see that even if the piece of news is presented in a relatively objective way, each of them tends to interpret, the news in the way he or she wants, according to his or her own beliefs, because everybody has chosen a side already. So I'm very glad to have heard that actually the difference between misinformation and disinformation has been discussed already by my colleagues, starting with the presentation of Ali. It's important. Personally, I believe that whether we speak about misinformation or disinformation in nuclear field, it's equally dangerous, because at the end of the day, you form in the public that has no knowledge in this technical and complex field a kind of an opinion which could be very inadequate and untrue, and which could influence actually the future of nuclear energy for civil purposes, not only in Ukraine, but also, in the neighboring countries. And at the beginning of my speech, I told you that I would like to conclude with a good story, with a positive one. So some years ago in Bulgaria, 13 years ago, we witnessed a huge interest towards the development of renewable sources, and in particular solar power plants. And what actually happened, the investors were very active, not only Bulgarian local investors, but also foreign companies. The legislator, the people in the parliament, they were also trying quickly to put in place an adequate and effective legal framework to govern these relations. But the biggest problem actually came exactly from the media, because the media at that time was distributing very untrue messages, actually creating in the public a kind of very wrong perception. For instance, that the solar power plants at night emit light, and by this disturb the flying of the birds around. So how this problem was tackled? By a series of very short seminars to which the representatives of the media were invited. And these representatives of the media were just educated in these simple basic things, when it comes to the development and operation of a solar power plant, and the risks that are involved with the operation of such power plant. And then 2 positive effects came out of these brief seminars. First, it was seen immediately after that the journalists started writing articles in a more correct way, because they were already a little bit more knowledgeable about the matter. And second, maybe even more importantly, the media started communicating with the experts that were actually involved in the organization of these seminars. When they were asked, for instance, to prepare news, a reportage, article, or whatever, they started calling the experts in order to check whether the information they were asked to convey was true or not from a technical point of view. So I believe that such events like this international conference and the nuke talks that we have at the Black Sea Women in Nuclear Network are very, very good places at which we could share experience and good practices that could help us to tackle the problems we are facing currently. So thank you for your attention, and I will be happy to answer questions if there are any. Thank you, Natalia.
Thank you, Desi, for your presentation and for the positive ending. I hope there will be some questions from the audience. So audience can also ask questions in Ukrainian. We will translate, or we have also, as I know, translators. And now we can start the discussion. And as a moderator, I want to start with a question. It will be mostly question, I guess, to Dr. Bogusz, but any of other speakers, of course, can also answer it because it's something maybe like mutual. So, Denis, you mentioned that, of course, that the information is like an information war, yes, and that there should be a reaction on propaganda, meaning world reaction. Yes. What do you think? Does the world or just Europe do anything to give such a reaction on all that fake news and disinformation? Because sometimes I speak with the people who are out of the policy. Now I'm currently living in Germany, and sometimes people ask me questions. Oh, I watched on the news that in Ukraine there is some biological weapons production. Yes. So they watch it not even in the internet, but on their news channels. And sometimes it's very surprisingly, but it means that German media doesn't filter any propaganda, etc. So, do you know something about this, about world reaction on such disinformation and propaganda?
Так, звук в мене є. I try in Ukrainian, please. No, this is for comfortable. Значить, з приводу того, що
talking about what is disinformation and how to react to it. First, we need to react. What Ukraine did, Ukraine in 2014 prohibited 15 Russian TV channels and 600 Russian websites, Russian news. That's where Russian news were broadcast. We made research for Stratcom NATO in 2017 or 18, and we analyzed all the Russian propaganda during a year. We analyzed everything that was happening. For example, if you take the site Novosti, RIA.ru, on this website, during the day, there are about 700 pieces of news. Out of the 700, 150 were about Ukraine. Out of these 250, about 150 were fake news. These are fakes, and they are so crazy that it was very difficult. If you create an anti-fake system, then we can talk about 3-5 fakes. Like in the presentation, we can say that this is a lie, and we can show that that's different. Giving examples. So this should be quite a systemic work. All countries of the world did not understand the fact that Russian propaganda influences them so seriously. And that is why in every country, in every hotel of the world, there are minimum 2-3 Russian TV channels, which in Russian talk about these crazy things. Talking about Russia Today, that's a channel which broadcasts in English, in German, in Arabic, in Japanese, different languages in different countries. I know many people. I know that even some of the congressmen of the US watch Russia Today. The Trump supporters watch this TV and they talk these narratives. Even Europe did not understand what a threat it is. They didn't understand that the war going on in the information sphere, that Russia is using this information sphere as a battlefield, and they attack. Like we heard in Georgia, in Ukraine, in Europe, in different countries, there are different narratives which impact differently, and they talk about different things. So, in order to counteract such a propaganda, we need to have a systemic approach. I believe at the level of the UN, different organizations, big organizations, we need to recognize that this is a threat. If the countries of the world say that that is the threat, then something could be done. If the countries of the world still do not understand that this is the threat, we can do nothing. We can organize such conferences, we can discuss these things, and gradually they will form the opinion in different countries. 2 more words. If you ask me this, we have a methodology according to which we understand, and we can separate this propaganda and the propaganda narratives that go to people who do not read books, and there are majority of such people in the world. These are one type of messages. For intelligent people, these are different messages, and intelligent people, when they watch this disinformation, they do not understand how people perceive it. But we need to understand that for people who do not read books, that's a huge flow of information. And for them, we need to organize anti-measures, countermeasures. We need to do that for these people at the like show, like comics, in TikTok, some short videos, for people keep type thinking. For people who read books, we need to give some reasonable narratives, to organize conferences, roundtables. This should be a systemic work in the whole of the world. At the level of Ukraine, we understood it, because for us it's the issue of life and death. At the level of the world, I believe that's something for the future. Thank you, and how to move. But I will tell you that sometimes I talk to people who believe with Russian news, but they're intelligent, they read books, and that is what scares. But maybe these are mostly people who were happy in times of the Soviet Union, but they do believe, but they're intelligent, they read books, and sometimes I believe that Russian Federation is very successful in one thing, and that is in disinformation.
No, I just want to raise the issue about the filter that we are also suffering in, because everybody, we are living in our own bubbles of information. And the problem with what Valeria raised with Germany, for example, yeah, that you say here, actually, I read somewhere that the United Nations identify as a threat information war. But there is no systematic approach how to combating it, as you say. But I mean, like, each person, we are all living in our own informational bubble. So if I'm a nuclear security expert, I'm reading everything about nuclear security field and internet, using these filters that I was identifying my interest to give me more information about this. If I'm truly believe in some conspiracy theory and looking for this conspiracy theory in internet, I will receive more conspiracy theories. I will start to believe stronger, and my bubble to be bigger, but the same information. So, Dennis, what do you think? How to start to be beyond of this information bubble? And I would like to ask other speakers how this information bubble exists in your countries too. We see that from Germany, Norbert Molitor raised his hand. Would like to say something?
Do you hear me now? I think information is quite a complex thing, and even educated people are depending on the information they receive and the capability to process information, which is also dependent on the time and resources each person has. Even a very intelligent one has its limited capability, so it will be dependent. On the other hand, we, at least in modern democracies, we believe that freedom of media, freedom of communication is also an important good. But of course, this freedom allows also to channel fakes, wrong information, and so on, and it becomes quite difficult to balance all of that. And on this said, I think it is a good thing what, for example, our Bulgarian colleague has said, that by briefing, at least those who are the repeaters, the responders, or the multipliers of information, gets a minimum level of understanding, better understanding, and knowledgeability as a baseline. Another important thing is that yes, we have to live in our bubbles. We have no other chance. Yeah, we have to do our work, our daily work, but there must be also just the reflex that there is another point of view, and there might be also malicious point of view or even action to distort or provide wrong information, because there is really an intention for that. Yeah, and now in Ukraine we have war situation where, of course, the intention is, I think a colleague has said, it's about life and death. Yeah, so it is really an existential fight, and there it becomes even more important. All of this said, I think the only really reliable thing is to remain networked, to remain in dialogue with the other side as well as their own side to the extent possible, just that we know that at the end, often people who are telling wrong things believe what they are telling. They're even not anymore questioning themselves. And that's also one of these problems, and we should be aware of that. Just always try to make 3 or 4 steps back and to try to see the context and why which information is now appearing and what could be the source of information and the intention of the information. We as technicians, we often believe that there is a reliable objective information, but I think there is no objectivity. If objectivity is intersubjective verificability, this would mean that if everyone tells to me that the moon is made of cheese and I know it better, it doesn't matter. Everyone is saying it is made of cheese, so I am the wrong one. Yeah. And I think there were scientists, famous scientists in the Middle Age who were facing that problem. So I think we should be aware of that, and I like that very much that we are discussing this also in the context of INUDECO, the problems also specifically in a wartime, but I think the problem is implicitly always aware, especially in a very highly specialized field like the nuclear safety, nuclear security, which is a complex field which for no one, I'm believing even the best specialist doesn't see all aspects. Thank you.
Thank you, Norbert, very much for your comment. I agree, like for 100% of everything you told, and I guess you're right that there is no objectivity, and I'm sure that we don't know even half of the truth. As all these disinformation and policy things, it's much more complicated than we think. And I want to pass the word to Desislava.
Thank you, Valeria. Thank you, Norbert, for raising this matter. How difficult it is actually, to convey messages, because recently I read a study that actually if you construct your thesis in a very logical way, and then you convey this message, to a person who is not knowledgeable in a very narrow field, technical field like our field, because here in this panel we don't talk about disinformation in principle, we talk about disinformation in nuclear field, which is, something that only a handful, number of people know. So if you create your thesis in a very logical way and then you convey the message and it's done, because the person on the other side from the public will be like, oh, this sounds logical, that's it, close the matter, and then it's like you close the door, So I really believe that we need to work actively, with the stakeholders, with the media, in order to prevent this closure of the doors to happen, before we react. Thank you.
And information is not only about logic and rationalism, it is also very emotional.
Yes, agree with you. Yeah. Here to agree.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. We have several more questions, but unfortunately we don't have time. So we need to finalize today's Nuke Talks. I will start and will pass word to Natalia. Thank you very much. Oh, Denis, you want to say a few words?
Yeah, very short if possible, because we are really out of time. Denis, would you like to say something? Bogusz?
Maybe it was just clapping, no?
Probably, yes.
Yes, so today we're speaking about nuclear disinformation in the Black Sea region, and thanks to all our wonderful speakers who presented a great presentation. Thank you very much for this, for your time, and for the cases of your countries. I was impressed, of course, about Georgia and Bulgaria experience. We should talk more about it, especially in Georgia, when we will where we will go and speak about disinformation. We will continue this dialogue. So thank you very much. I will pass a word to Natalia Close.
Thank you, Valeria. Thank you, everybody, to active participation. Unfortunately, the limitations of time and we can't continue our discussion, but I think maybe we will do additional nuke talks later in June to discuss more about disinformation and probably new lessons that we learned from this time after we will have in Tbilisi meeting with other US Black Sea Non-Proliferation Exchange Program meeting in the beginning of May. So we will have something more to tell you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, INUDECO organizers, to inviting Black Sea Women in Nuclear Network to present our initiative on the Black Sea Expert Nuke Talks. I hope you enjoyed our discussion and finding something more beyond on the decommissioning topic. And I'm encouraging to include more session about nuclear security, non-proliferation areas, just to show the more connections in the nuclear field and invite a broader community of nuclear experts into this conference. And later on, you will receive all our presentation for sharing, and there will be our presentation about who we are, Black Sea Women Nuclear Network. So take this opportunity and join us. We are welcoming everybody and hope to cooperate with you in the future. Thank you for your attention. And passing to
Дуже дякую, шановні колеги. Дякую за
Thank you, dear colleagues. Thank you for your contribution. It was very meaningful. It was very interesting.
колегам-модераторкам.
And I'm very grateful to both facilitators of this panel, to Natalia and to Valeria. I'm keeping on and continue the moderation of the next sessions. Together with me, this part of the conference, this session is moderated by Mr. Maxim Savelyev from the Institute of the Security Issues on Nuclear Power Plants. And before he will be the main facilitator of this panel. But before giving the floor to Mr. Savelyev, I would like to point out to some technical issues. Dear speakers, you can speak Ukrainian, your native language, and if you are from Ukraine, you can freely present in Ukrainian, and we have simultaneous translation, which will ensure that your presentation is translated into English. If presentations are made in English, you may follow them in Ukrainian translation, having chosen from the translation channels, and options for that could be found at the options bar down the screen. If you are going to present in Ukrainian, then you have to choose a proper channel for that. Having chosen the translation option, you will hear the floor channel, the speaker on the floor channel, slightly up to 20% of sound force, and then you will hear the translation more loudly. Please let me know, raise your hand if you have any problems with the translation. If you experience any problems with the translation, please raise your hands now. We will provide assistance to you with these issues. Today we have a very intense agenda, and we have very limited time slots for presentations. Please stack with the time frames. If you want to ask questions, you may write your questions in chat. I encourage all the speakers not to leave the session immediately, but to stay with us longer and to look at the questions in chat which are asked to your presentation. I believe that that our work with the chat will be very useful. If chat will be not enough, and if you will feel the need of more detailed discussion on some issue, or if the speakers feel that the chat is not enough for the speakers to provide answers to the questions, then we will allow you to go to the breakout room where you can meet together with those asking questions to your presentation. And having visited breakout room for individual discussions, then we encourage you to come back to our main room, main conference room. Today, today's morning, we had provided all the participants, all the registered participants, with all the links to the Zoom conference, to all the streams on Facebook, on YouTube, etc. That is, you can also request help from Kristina Belchenka and Marina Karasova. And once again, I encourage you to rename your Zoom screens accordingly to your name in the registration form. This is important for the organizers. We have to understand who are participating from the registered requests. Also, I would like to remind you that our conference is held also with the purpose of fundraising, of charity, and I've put in chat all the links to accounts to which you can make your donations. We are happy to inform you that this year, among the conference organizers, we have two charities, Clean Futures Fund and Chernobyl Nuclear Power Plant Slavutage Development. We are raising money with special purposes in order to buy equipment to train people after injuries and wounds how to walk. In our rehabilitation department in the Slavutage inpatient hospital, inpatient clinic, and also you may follow the link and find the presentation, more detailed presentation about this fundraising project. Another piece of information, the Clean Futures Fund will double each year contribution made to this fundraising campaign. And this all is done to assist people after wounds and injuries to restore ability to move freely. I'm very proud that our INUDECO community this year is celebrating the 8th anniversary of this meeting. I'm very grateful to all the partners and to all the participants. This year we have 165 registered participants. We are proud with this result and with this opportunity to show solidarity and support to each other. With this, I am pleased to give the floor to Mr. Maxim Savelyev.
Dear colleagues, I'm really happy to see all you here on our conference, and I'm really pleased to start our last technical and scientific section of nuclear decommissioning and environmental recovery panel. So I again ask everybody, all reporters, to be in time. Unfortunately, we have only one day, but a lot of reporters, and we have only 10 minutes for reports. So please be in time, because please respect other reporters. And from my side, I would like our old friend, our old colleague from United States, Jake Hackler, to open our panel with his report, Science Data Fusion for Contamination Mapping in the Aftermath of the Russian Invasion of Chernobyl. So Jake, please take your floor.
Thank you very much, Maxime. It's fantastic to see how many people have come to this this year's INUDECO. I will be sharing my screen now. All right, and okay, fantastic. So today I'm going to be talking a little bit about scene data fusion, which is a technique used for mapping of emitter distributions. So to give you an idea of an overview of this presentation, what we'll be starting with is an introduction to the scene data fusion technique.
Sorry, Jake. Unfortunately, the screen was switched, and we have your another picture of your report. Probably you need to change the screen to share.
Okay.
Yes. Just start presentation. Yeah.
Right there?
This is perfect. Yeah, it's perfect. Yeah.
Okay.
Right now, it's
all right.
perfect.
So today I'm going to be talking a little bit about scene data fusion for contamination mapping in the aftermath of the Russian invasion of Chernobyl. To give you an outline of what I'll be talking about today, I'll start with an introduction of scene data fusion, move on to a description of the scene data fusion technique, provide an overview of the systems we use to create scene data fusion, and then describe applications of SDF to response and recovery in the Chernobyl exclusion zone. I'd like to note that this presentation intends to be an overview. My colleague Jaewon Lee will be presenting a little bit later on a particular reconstruction technique, and other colleagues from Gamma Reality will be talking about some of the systems that this technique is deployed on. For some of you, you may know me. I am a PhD candidate at the University of California, Berkeley, where I'm studying neutrino detection for nonproliferation. Prior to that, I was at MIT, and I continue to work with Clean Futures Fund on a variety of projects that involve the Chernobyl exclusion zone. So what is scene data fusion? So when we perceive the world, we perceive a narrow part of the electromagnetic spectrum. We have no means of detecting gamma rays. We can't smell them, we can't taste them, and we can't see them. In order to find gamma rays or find other radioactive emissions in the environment, we have to use detectors that are oftentimes clumsy, unintuitive to use, and don't actually put the radiation information in context for us. The idea behind simultaneous localization, or the idea behind scene data fusion, is to simultaneously and in real time create 3D localization and mapping of radiological materials, to put radiation information in context with the goal of being able to see radiation sources in real time and in 3D. On the right of your screen, you see a very simple scene. What you have is a 3D map, well, this is a 2D projection of a 3D map, of a laboratory at UC Berkeley. There are 3 radiation sources that are hidden inside this scene, but you can't see them at first pass. Finding these sources using a spectroscopic detector would be time-intensive, dose-intensive, perhaps, depending on the size, scale of the source and how good you are at using a detector. What scene data fusion allows you to do is, with a few seconds of data, for example, this is about 30 seconds of data that this image was created from, not only create a 3D scene, but localize and identify the sources within it. This 3D radiation map is intuitive, easy to use, and easy for other people to interpret. The way that we go about creating scene data fusion is with a variety of sensor inputs that are fused. These things include point clouds and camera data, detector location information, detector orientation, and the radiation data itself. This allows us to create 3D reconstructions that put radiation information in context. Scene data fusion can help answer critical radiation safety questions. For example, if you're working at a work site and you say move some contaminated scrap metal, you can use this to reassess how the radiation environment has changed as a result of that activity. If you're in an unfamiliar area and you want to know if there are radiation sources that you might uncover during work, scene data fusion can assist with that. And also, it can help you plan out work, determine what areas have the lowest dose rate, and where you put, say, a station for donning and doffing personal protective equipment. So how does scene data fusion work? Well, we'll begin with something that many people confuse it with, and that is simple count rate mapping. The way the count rate mapping works is simply overlaying the location of your detector with the count rate that you receive. It is fundamentally naive. It doesn't know about its surroundings, doesn't know about the altitude of the detector above the surface, doesn't know about surrounding objects. That data that is then overlaid onto the location can be used to present these very crude maps that have detector resolutions, if one can even refer to that, in terms of meters. They're not necessarily useful for finding sources. They can provide very sketchy outlines of what a radiation environment might look like, but that's not what we're seeking to do. Scene data fusion fundamentally is a way of reconstructing emitter distributions. The way we begin to do this is with 4 basic sources of data. GPS data that gives us approximate location, camera data, LiDAR data, so 3D point cloud maps, and data from inertial measurements, or IMU. We then use an algorithm called simultaneous localization and mapping, or SLAM, to come up with models of the surrounding environment that also include information on the location of the detector and the orientation of the detector within it. We then include the information on event timing and energy data, which is then included as part of a reconstruction algorithm, which my colleague will be talking about later, to create rich, detailed 3D maps. These can have resolutions fundamentally on the order of centimeters. So what do these reconstructions look like? While I don't have time to go through all of the maps shown on this screen, we've deployed SDF systems on everything from helicopters down to handheld systems that weigh, a couple of kilograms. We've mapped contaminated forests at Fukushima. We've mapped the claw in the exclusion zone. Furthermore, scene data fusion techniques have been applied to real world problems. For example, holdup of radioisotopes in processing systems. As I mentioned, it can be deployed on many platforms. In particular, we have ground-based robots that provide the ability to access areas where you may not want personnel to go. Further, we've deployed SDF systems aboard unmanned aerial systems. At the moment, we have several ready to go, including one that was just test flown today by my colleague, Michael Mondin. SDF aboard aerial systems is particularly useful in the context of Chernobyl, in that these systems are not, do not require personnel to be in the field close to where the sources may be. They can be useful for outdoor mapping, even in areas with mixed hazards, such as explosive hazards left over from the Russian invasion. SDF has actually been deployed at Chernobyl. In 2018, there was a measurement campaign that sought to provide wide overviews of large areas of the exclusion zone, including the Palace of Culture, the amusement park, and even inside structures, for example, near the main circulation pumps. These reconstructions were done by my colleague, Kaylee. And now, hopefully this video plays for you folks. This is a overhead view that has been synthesized from ground level data.
Jake, sorry, it's
not playing?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it. And hopefully you can speak with us about applications.
Mm-hmm. So, just just few words for conclusions. We saw the picture, but a few words for conclusion.
In conclusion, we have a wide variety of scene data fusion systems available, and we hope to deploy them. So if you would, like to work with us on some of these projects, please reach out, and I'd be happy to speak with you more.
Jake, thank you. I'm really apologize because we have a lot of people to report today, and that is why I'm sorry that we have to interrupt our reporters. You will have a link on the chat on which you could continue speaking in our some other private chat. Please, technical team, put it in the chat, the link for such discussion. And right now, I would like to invite for the report Ji-Won Lee with his report. He will present his report himself. So, Ji-Won, could you please take your floor?
Sure. Let me just share my screen real quick.
Yeah.
Hopefully you can see my
well.
slides. Well, okay,
Yeah.
Great. So hi everyone, my name is Ji-Won Lee. I'm a PhD candidate at UC Berkeley. I'm also in the same research group as Jake Hekla, who just gave a nice presentation about the scene data fusion concept that we developed. So in this presentation, I'm going to switch the topic just a little bit and talk more about some of the algorithms that we developed, which can be potentially very helpful for the situation around Chernobyl nuclear power plant. So the title of this presentation is Bayesian Approach to Extended Radiological Source and Dose Mapping and Uncertainty Quantification. So here's a brief outline of what I'm going to talk about today. So first, I was going to give a brief introduction to free-moving 3D radiation imaging, but I think I'm going to skip that because Jake already did a phenomenal job doing that. And then I'll talk about single detector imaging and Bayesian uncertainty quantification using this new algorithm that we call Gaussian process prior algorithm, or in short, GPP algorithm. And then lastly, I'll talk about dose rate mapping and minimum dose path finding. And one thing to note here is, due to the limited time we have, I won't be able to talk about all the mathematical details of the algorithms. However, it'll be all available in upcoming publications, which we're working on right now. So as Jake talked about, the scene data fusion concept basically combines the radiation data and the scene data together to enable free-moving 3D radiation imaging. And then the radiation data can be collected from conventional radiation imagers such as Cordate aperture or Compton imager. However, what may be slightly surprising is that we can even use a single detector for radiation imaging using scene data fusion. Now, obviously, using a single detector alone, you can only get count rates, and using count rate alone, you cannot image anything. However, using scene data fusion concept, we can freely move the detector around the source. And as you do that, there will be count rate variation depending on the source to detector distance. And from the variation alone, we may be able to deduce the location and distribution of the source. Now, there are a lot of advantages of using a single detector rather than more complicated conventional imagers. For example, it can be inexpensive. The electronics can be a lot less complicated, and it's also much more rugged than conventional imagers. Now, to illustrate the concept and some of the challenges associated with the single detector imaging, here we have a simulated example scenario in the figure left. So what we have is a 20 by 20 meter imaging space with a distributed 100 microcurie source located in the middle. And then suppose we walk around the source with a single detector, and then the detector moving path is shown here with arrows, as you can see. And as you walk around, again, there will be count rate variation, which can be seen in the figure bottom right. So in the x-axis in this figure, the x-axis is the measurement time and y-axis is the count rate. So the question becomes, can we possibly reconstruct the source image just by looking at the measurement alone? Now, mathematically, we can formulate this as an inverse problem, and this inverse problem can be solved using an algorithm called maximum likelihood expectation maximization algorithm, or in short, the MLEM algorithm. Now, the MLEM algorithm has been very popular and also successful in the field of medical imaging. However, using the algorithm, this is the reconstructed image that we would get. So at this point, we needed to develop something more sophisticated than the MLEM algorithm, which leads to the topic of the new algorithm that we developed, Gaussian process prior, or in short, the GPP algorithm. So I'm just going to talk a little bit about the intuition behind the algorithm. So the intuition behind the algorithm is the pixel values are not often independent, right? In other words, if pixels that are close to each other are oftentimes more correlated than pixels that are far away from each other. And this intuition can be well encoded using what's called Gaussian random field. And using Gaussian random field is sometimes called Gaussian process or kriging, depending on the field of study. Now, again, I want to talk more about the details of the algorithm, but we don't have much time, so I'll go straight to the result. And to show you the result, here we have another simulated example scenario. Again, we have 100 microcurie distributed source in the middle, and then suppose we walk around it with a single detector. And using the MLEM algorithm, we get rather disappointing result, as you can see. However, using the GPP algorithm, we can get nearly perfect reconstruction in the case of Gaussian distributed source. So we can also try a little more challenging scenario. For example, this time what we have is a ring-shaped source with a Gaussian distributed source located in the middle. And again, using the MLEM algorithm, what we see is close to failure. However, using the GPP algorithm, we can get much more improved image reconstruction. So I just demonstrated that using the new algorithm that we developed, we can get very much more improved image reconstruction than the conventional MLEM approach. However, the question is, how much can we trust this image reconstruction? In other words, what's the uncertainty value in each of these pixels, right? So that leads us to the topic of Bayesian uncertainty quantification. Again, there are a lot of things I can talk about this, but we have very limited time, so I'll just show you the result. So the figure left shows not a source map, but an uncertainty map. So what this figure shows is a pixel-wise uncertainty of the reconstructed image in the right. So in this uncertainty map, there are a couple of interesting features you can find. For example, we have high uncertainties in those regions that are unexplored. And we also have high uncertainties around where the source is located, true source is located, right? However, very low uncertainty in those pixels that are very close to the detector path, because those pixels are very close to the path, so we can be more sure about the reconstructed image. We can also take a slice along y=0 line and then plot the true distribution, and along with the quantified uncertainty, which is shaded red region here. And as you can see, the true distribution can be well captured, well bounded by the uncertainty we quantified. So I just demonstrated that with this new algorithm, not only we can reconstruct good quality images, but also we can quantify uncertainties associated with those images. And there is a very interesting application of using this uncertainty quantification technique, which is minimum dose pathfinding. And I also think this is very relevant for the situation in Chernobyl nuclear power plant. And to demonstrate the concept, suppose this time we have a lot larger imaging space. So instead of 20 by 20 meter imaging space, we have 200 by 200 meter imaging space and very largely distributed source on the right side of the imaging space. And then what we do is we walk in a raster pattern to map this source, and then using the GPP algorithm again, we can create very high fidelity image, as you can see in the figure right. Now, suppose you want to go from point A to point B, right? Now, the question is, what is the optimal path that can ensure that the dose received will be minimized? Now, to answer that question, we can first convert this activity map into a dose rate map. And also, the very first, obvious bad choice would be to go straight from point A to point B like this. Because in that case, you'll have to step onto the hotspot where you'll get a lot of dose. So you might think that, okay, we can try to stay away from the hotspot as much as possible and take something like path 2. However, that may not be necessarily a good choice if you consider the dose rate uncertainty map, which is shown in the figure left. So in this uncertainty map, we actually don't know how much dose we'll receive in the left side of the imaging space. So the optimal path may be something like path 3, which is somewhat counterintuitive because you have to stay somewhat close to the reconstructed hotspot. And that can be also seen in this figure left, where we're showing all total dose received in path 1, 2, and 3. Now, if you use only the image reconstruction, then path 2 will ensure the minimum dose received. However, together with uncertainty quantification, we can definitely see that, using path 2, we have very high bound uncertainty.
Sorry, you have 30 seconds left.
Okay, I'll go to the conclusion. So what do all these technologies mean in the context of Chernobyl nuclear power plant? So we believe that our technologies can support a wide range of efforts related to Chernobyl nuclear power plants. For example, we could create dose rate map, and also uncertainty of those dose rate map inside the new safe confinement. And also we can create a very large scale source activity map and also uncertainty map in the Chernobyl exclusion zone. And lastly, I'd like to say the Applied Nuclear Physics Group at LBL and also our research group Bearing at UC Berkeley are absolutely committed to exploring different solutions that can potentially help to improve the situation in and around Chernobyl nuclear power plant. So with that, I'll finish my presentation and thank you for hosting in this.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being in time, a little bit exceed, but it's okay. So I remind everybody that we have something like in a private chat with the link provided in our conference chat. And if you have some question, you may continue there. So right now, let me invite for the report Boris Fabryshenko with his report about the assessment of radiological vulnerability and groundwater in Ukraine using the GIS geoinformation system-based approach and modeling. So Boris, please take your floor. And I remind we have only 10 minutes for the report. So I will remind in a minute before timing. So please take the floor.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. I'm Boris Fabryshenko of Lawrence.
Boris, we are not able to hear you. Okay. It's probably on my side. Sorry. If you are.
Yeah. So I'm Boris Fabryshenko of Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory. Immediately after the beginning of the Russian invasion, Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory.
Sorry, Boris. I'm not able to hear you in English channel. So probably there is some mistake on your settings. And I able to hear your original voice, but on the English channel, I'm not able to hear you. So you may do your report in Ukrainian, if possible. Oh, please, there is a globe symbol, and please select the English as original.
I don't see.
Please try again.
So do you hear me now?
On international channel, I able to hear you. Please repeat something. I try to.
Все добре, Максим Володимирович, всім все чути, все гаразд.
We all hear everything's fine.
Okay, so everybody hear well. Something wrong with my computer. Let's continue in international channel. Okay.
Okay, let's begin from the beginning. So immediately after the beginning of the Russian invasion, Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory and Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory of the United States Department of Energy, using respective internal findings, initiated a project on the assessment of groundwater radiological vulnerability in Ukraine. This project would not be possible without voluntary help of Ukrainian scientists listed on this page and scientists of two other countries. The first priority in this project was the assessment of groundwater vulnerability around the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, the largest nuclear power plant in Europe, located at the shore of Kakhovka water reservoir, from which water is used for irrigation in southern Ukraine and as water supply. As analog for the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, we used data from the Chernobyl nuclear power plant. So our goal was to develop a basis for groundwater vulnerability assessment associated with potential radiologic contamination in Ukraine using the aerial GIS-based assessment and numerical modeling of individual wells. Groundwater vulnerability assessment is focused on the following questions. How easy or how hard is it for contaminants released at the surface to reach groundwater? And what is the degree of insulation of an aquifer from the pollution? The 1986 Chernobyl accident has become a unique experiment in international collaboration, and the 37-year-long time series data can be used as analog for other studies at other nuclear power plants. Here you can see a well-known map of the soil contamination around Chernobyl, and the aerial extent of soil contamination from east to west was about 100 kilometers, and this data were then used in the designing a model for the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. So there were two main modes of soil and groundwater contamination. First, radioactive materials distributed by wind were then were deposited on the surface, and they penetrated into the ground mostly at the soil depressions. And the soil depressions are a common feature of the land topography. And here you can see profiles of cesium and strontium at the border and at the middle of the depression. And due to infiltration and groundwater recharge at the bottom of this depression, it was detected groundwater contamination. Here is two maps of the Quaternary aquifer and Eocene aquifer, showing examples of groundwater contamination. Using this data, it was plotted a map of groundwater contamination of the quaternary aquifer. This map was constructed under the direction of Vyacheslav Shestopalo of the Institute of Geological Sciences. We designed the model to assess the groundwater contamination around the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant within the area 200 by 200 kilometers, taking into account Chernobyl data. And then we conducted evaluation of groundwater vulnerability using a widely used approach. It's called drastic model. The term drastic stands for D, depths to water, R, net recharge, A, aquifer media, S, soil media, T, topography, I, impact of the weight of zone media, C, conductivity of the aquifer. And each of these factor is assigned a certain rating depending on the absolute value of this factor, and then the model weight, which are used for calculating of the drastic index. In essence, the drastic approach is a superposition of maps of these elements of the drastic model. So in order to determine parameters for this model, we used available information. For example, for the net recharge, we use the TerraClimate database of monthly surface water balance, which takes into account evapotranspiration, precipitation, temperature, and plant uptake. Then for the aquifer media parameters, we use the geological map of the former Soviet Union, and here the square is the area we studied in this project. Then we used the topography map, which shows around the Zaporizhzhia area low humus and weakly humus Chernozymes, medial Chernozymes, and solid clay soils and solids. Then topography map was reconstructed using the digital elevation model of the area. As a result, it was developed a drastic vulnerability index map of the area surrounding the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. As expected, stream channels and shallow wells are particularly vulnerable to contamination due to proximity of the water table and higher permeability of near surface sediments. You can see in yellow the area on the southern Ukraine, which is characterized by low precipitation, and that's why it showed the low drastic index of vulnerability. However, in the future, if we continue this work, we will be able to assess the effect of loss of irrigation water on irrigation systems. We also conducted drastic analysis of data from 17 boreholes near the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. Here are locations of these 17 boreholes shown with red symbols. And here are examples of hydrogeologic columns of two of these 17 wells. Calculations show that the degree of vulnerability is low for one of these wells and medium for the rest 16 wells. We also conducted the GIS-based reconstruction of topography to identify zones of fast infiltration. This work was conducted jointly with Vasil Terlinka and Yuri Dmitruk of Chernivtsi University. Here you can see...
There is 1 minute left.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. So the most important part, we were able to identify zones in which contaminants will be accumulated on the land surface, or zones which will serve a zone of rapid infiltration and groundwater recharge. We also, to advance the advanced calculations of groundwater vulnerability, we use numerical modeling to assess radionuclides absorption properties, and here examples of calculations for one of those wells. So we completed a proof of concept of GIS-based drastic vulnerability assessment around the Zaporizhia area, calculated drastic indices for 17 boreholes, and to improve predictions, we recommend to conduct 3D visualization like that Jake Hessler presented in his presentation today. We recommend to conduct geomorphometric analysis of the topography and simulations of geochemical composition using sorption-desorption parameters. And
sorry, Boris, it's time.
The last slide, I would like to acknowledge funding, our disclaimer that it is the view of the authors, and the last is the photograph I took yesterday on the fence of on one of the streets of New York. This is the flag stand with Ukraine. Thank you so much for your attention.
Boris, thank you so much for your report. I'm sorry to interrupt because it's time. We have a very precise timing. Unfortunately, due to the technical problems, Denis Vishnevsky is not able to report right now with his report, and I believe that we will hear his report at the end of the reports because everybody is interested about the consequences of occupation of Chernobyl radiation and ecological biosphere. And right now, I would like to invite for the floor Mykola Sapon with his report on assessment of the safety facilities located in Chernobyl exclusion zone after the deoccupation. So Mykola, could please take your floor. I remind you have 10 minutes for the report. So we are able to see your presentation, but I'm not hear you. I'm not hear you.
Так, а так, чутно мене?
Yes, yes.
Можете?
So, please.
Can you hear me now? Будь ласка.
Yeah, please.
Так.
Добре, дякую. Презентацію видно на весь
екран. Thank you. You can see the presentation, right?
Добре, дякую.
Okay. Good afternoon. I will be fast. I believe 10 minutes will be enough. I am Mykola Sapon. I am the senior scientific specialist, and my brief presentation is on assessment of the safety facilities located in the Chernobyl exclusion zone facilities after the occupation. And we'll start from saying that in the period of occupation of Chernobyl exclusion zone, there was an issue what to do after the occupation, how to assess the level of safety and how to renew the control after the facilities in exclusion zone. And we didn't have any international experience in this sphere. We didn't have any documents, regulations, normatives, and the process started of the discussion and the development of the documents. And in the result of the process, we developed the documents recommended approach to state safety regulation of nuclear and radiation facilities located in the Chernobyl exclusion zone affected by the facilities, the recommended procedure for restoring the safety level of these facilities. These two documents were considered and approved by the colleague of the state regulatory authority and as recommended by the regulator for use. And by the way, we can say that these documents are used now by Energatom to prepare to use after the occupation of Zaporizhzhia and Pripyat. As to the recommendation document, the objective is to develop documents that will establish the urgent framework for safety regulation of nuclear and radiation facilities in the Chernobyl exclusion zone. The scope of recommendation documents defines recommendations as to inspection of these facilities after the occupation, and here there are general recommendations for monitoring of compliance, recommended procedure for monitoring of compliance of radioactive waste inventory and availability, recommended procedure for monitoring, recommended procedure for monitoring of compliance of radiation monitoring state, recommended procedure for monitoring of compliance of structures and facilities, recommended procedure for monitoring of compliance of facility systems, recommended procedure for monitoring compliance of security state facilities, also the recommended procedure for monitoring of the compliance of the activity personnel and resources, and also actions to be implemented for licenses in case of detection of safety deficit. And according to these recommendations, the Chernobyl NPP did such inspections, and according to these documents, they assessed the sufficiency of the result of these inspections. And so now let's talk about the documents which were provided by Chernobyl NPP and the result of these inspections. The Chernobyl NPP approached the analysis of the safety level and provided that they received the following documents with results of safety inspections for the new safe confinement shelter system and its activities, documents with results of safety inspections for the liquid red waste treatment plant and its activities, documents with results of safety inspections for solid red waste retrieval facility and solid red waste treatment plant of industrial complex for solid red waste management and their activity. Also, we considered the documents of Chernobyl NPP as with results of safety inspections for temporary storage facility for group 3 solid red waste, high level waste, long lived, low level and intermediate level waste in industrial complex for solid red waste management, and documents the results of safety inspections for Chernobyl NPP first, second and third units and activities. Also, I'd like to mention that we can talk about documents related to ensuring radiation monitoring compliance with the references levels of radiation situation in the shift rest areas for Chernobyl and NPP personnel. And I believe that one of the problems that we have after the occupation is switching to the work in shift, and when looking at this document, the control levels were established for buildings where the personnel rest, and documents with results of inspection for availability and serviceability of database based on nuclear and radiation safety, and also sufficiency of material and technical and financial resources, and that is also the documents on notification on modification of Chernobyl NPT accident and emergency response plan, and it's about the new mode of operation in shifts. It was about how to organize evacuation when necessary, how the personnel arrives, who are responsible, who have to take responsibility for the actions, because as all of you know, yesterday it was mentioned also that now the transportation of personnel is very complicated, and there were some amendments introduced. Besides Chernobyl NPP, we also considered the documents of the Central Enterprise for Radioactive Waste Management. Documents with inspection results were on the principle, they were according to the principle of the directions of inspection. These were radioactive waste availability and placement conditions and operability for station and equipment of radiation monitoring systems, radiation state of facilities, emergency planning, and also adequacy of material, technical, and financial resources. In principle, these documents were considered as well. Briefly speaking, that's all I wanted to share. If you have any questions, well, I understand that the questions will be in chat. Thank you for attention.
Please make your comment in chat. Please use it for comments and for answers. Thank you so much for your report. Once again, we have a very strong timing. By the way, I would like to invite Arina Starovoitova for a short message. So Arina, please take your floor for the short message.
Так, шановні колеги, дякую всім за
Dear colleagues, thank you for your work. I have a very brief message. And now we have 23,000, more than 23,000 plus hryvnias. I would like to remind you that our partner Clean Futures Fund will double any of your charitable donations. And I would like to remind that we raise money for training steps for our hospital, and each one of your donations is important. You have all the details, and now you can see the QR code so that you can use it to make your donation. Any donation is important, from 1 hryvnia to endless. We thank, and I would like to remind you that now we have already collected the 23,075 hryvnias.
Thank you, Arina. And I would like to invite the report Yuri Kirilenko with his report Specificities of Emergency Response in Wartime. So Yuri, please take your floor. I remind you that you have not more than 10 minutes, so please be in time. So take your floor. Please switch on microphone for Yuri Kirilenko. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, and if you start your presentation.
Да, презентація буде українською. Да.
Yes, I will present in Ukrainian. Thank you. Dear colleagues, I'm happy to welcome you. I'm Yuri Kirilenko.
Так, full-screen mode. Мене звати Юрій Кириленко, я працюю науковим співробітником відділу.
I work is a research fellow in the State Institute and the State Center for Nuclear Agency and the Coordination Center for the State Inspection of nuclear energy. I would like to devote my presentation to the emergency response during which I will present some results of our work from the previous year and some of our responses actually that we developed. One of the major tasks of our organization is to support regulator in the area of nuclear safety. Our organization is involved to the work of Crisis Center of the regulator. We participate in development of the regulatory base and the informational monitoring in case of emergencies in any nuclear unit or installation. Our experts immediately get involved according to Ukrainian legislation and in line with some international conventions and treaties. The national nuclear regulator is responsible for raising public awareness both in Ukraine and abroad about an emergency situation. We have experts in heavy disasters, communicators, technical translators, etc. In order to analyze the situation, we use the automated data transfer systems for making for disseminating information. During the last year, Ukraine has faced many challenges with its nuclear objects. This slide, you can see some products which were published last year in order to prevent non-radiological effects, in order to raise the readiness, preparedness of Ukrainian population. We had provided and disseminated a lot of information. And you see some publications.
Please, and could you say me, could you see a second, third slide?
No.
Ви бачили?
So I'm sorry that I was able to answer a lot of other questions and was not following.
Бачили. Окей, добре. Дякую.
Please share another screen because there is no change. We're still looking at your first slide.
Добре, дякую.
Stop presenting mode, start again and share correct screen.
Можна натиснути F5 і запустити трансляцію, презентацію.
Зараз, секунду, ще раз.
Все нормально, ми все встигаємо. Ми майже в часі йдемо. Дуже дякую.
Зараз ви це бачите, да?
Так.
Так, добре. Добре.
Can you see now? Yes. The philosophy of emergency preparedness is reflected on this slide. In the peaceful time, it is quite easy, but when in the situation of war, you receive information that NPP is occupied and you do not have time for preparation, and we have to develop urgent response immediately. Although we do not have any information about disaster itself, during the wartime, since the full-scale invasion, Ukrainian facilities in the EPR category have been at risk. You see the list of them. from March 22, the Zaporizhia NPP is occupied by the enemies. It has 6 units and 1 spent fuel depository, and before that nobody did any research about the potential psychological and physical impact of the occupation upon its staff, as well as any tests of the possible negative impact of shellings. And here on this slide you have reference accident scenarios for Zaporizhia NPP site, and from March 2023 our crisis center had been being activated many times, and because the shellings of Zaporizhia NPP are happening periodically, and we are very are following the events very closely and doing our calculations on G-RODOS modeling system. This slide, I hope it will work. This presents the simulation of possible accident, and we simulated the scenario with consideration of the wind on that day. This is done for October 8th, 2022. Of course, these are just illustrative data, and this is not the specific individual situation. This was just hypothetical scenario. Based on the meteorological data and data that we received, we had carried out, we had developed several scenarios and provide recommendations what should be done. That is, during a day we simulated 3 independent events. Then this, for example, this slide shows cumulative occurrence probability accident scenario of areas affected by iodine prophylaxis. You have less than 1 minute left. Based on the gained experience, we had determined some shortcomings which exist in our center and provided possible solutions. For example, organizing a working place for the experts, sheltering like equipped with necessary tools, development of secure virtual platform, development of a library of reference source terms for the expected range of threats, user secured server clouds to transfer large files, maximum diversification of data, transmission channels, automatic distribution of data, and concluding, during wartime, based on the simulations of possible scenarios, we produced a group of reference events which might be triggered by the warfare activities, and produced the spectrum of possible threats. We had proven that based on the statistical evaluations and simulations, we are able to recommend what resources should be involved at what stage and develop scenarios. We also understood that we need to have a well-protected platform for our experts, which will allow us to respond safely and quickly.
I would like to invite Julia Balashevska with her report Radiation Situation in the Liberated Territories of Kyiv Region Project Survey. So, Julia, could you please take your floor?
Доброго дня. Чи чути мене, чи видно?
Ви мене чуєте? Ви мене бачите? Просимо вимкнути презентацію. Для цього натисніть кнопку F5. Ми не бачимо вашу презентацію як належить. Вони не гортаються, радять кнопку F5 натиснути. О, пішло. Вас вибило із режиму трансляції.
Press F5.
Натискайте F5.
Чудово. Так, отже, зараз я поширю свою презентацію, перепрошую.
So, we could do different. You may change your slide by mouse, and we will.
Не забувайте міняти слайди хоча б мишкою, намагайтеся переключати хоча б мишкою свої слайди.
Отже, добрий день, перепрошую за технічну затримку. Мене звати Юлія Балашевська. Я представляю Юлія Балашевська, так само як і мій попередній колега. Від початку війни ми займалися проєктом, пов'язаним з війною, який був минулого року на цій конференції INUDECO.
At the same INUDECO conference.
Чи видно мою презентацію?
Can you see my presentation?
And we don't know if you're able to change your slide or not. It seems to me that you shared different screen. Right now we see the slide number 2. Please don't worry, just switch your slide by mouse. Keep as is and change it by mouse. And we will see correctly
Чи наразі видно зараз мій слайд?
Please select by your mouse second slide.
Окей, так, вибрала.
Could you please select second slide by mouse? Okay, perfect. And use this approach to change between your slides. Okay?
Зараз третій.
Yes.
Добре, видно щось, прошу. Отже, минулого року на цій конференції я оголосила про початок цього
I announced the beginning of the survey project.
Та норвезьким колегою, аналогічним органом регулювання ядерної
It was a joint project with our institution and Norwegian nuclear regulator. The need for this project
Київщини виникло певне напруження
when the residents of the-occupied territories had concerns about the radiation safety. because social media disseminated a lot of information that in result of
дуже багато було звітів назв, матеріали, які були з відчуження, але тут утворився певний інформаційний пробіл, тобто причини і радіаційні безпеки були показані і якось пояснені, а наслідки жодних не було. Тобто не було пояснено, що далі сталося з матеріалом, зони відчуження і це створювало потенційно дуже велике поле для маніпуляцій. Тому ми запропонували
manipulations. That is why we
окупованих територій, збір даних щодо цього для прийняття рішень, якщо вони будуть потрібні. Також
the objectives were to conduct a radiation survey on the territories affected by the hostile military occupation, to support efforts to reduce risks of exposure of the public and others due to the contact with radioactive sources, and to reduce and delay public anxiety associated with the imaginary risks.
Одним із завдань. На цьому слайді я не буду зупинятися.
I won't stop on this slide.
Реагування цих скріншотів перші 2 дні війни ми наробили досить багато, і одним з завдань цього проєкту було збирати якісь дані, які би підтвердили або спростували офіційні версії дослідників щодо того, що могло викликати такі різкі і сильні
Here you see the versions initially put forward by researchers as to the possible sources of radiation, and here you see the map which we compiled in the result of our project.
Зеленими лініями ми повністю проїхалися від зони відчуження до Києва, передмість і вдовж південно-східного і південно-західного кордону, навіть трошки в зоні. Взагалі називається територія охоплення радіаційним обстеженням.
The territory is covered by radiation survey.
Дуже складно. Ми рухалися тільки по дорогах.
We had to move along the roads.
Якихось закладів. А в основному між містами, селами, селищами ми рухалися по дорогах і
And that is why you do not see big territories covered by our survey. Only the roads and the public objects in villages. There were 2 land plots in Полісся community.
І для цього ми залучали підрозділ ДСНС, для того, щоб ми провели розмінування цих місць. Швидко щодо того, як саме проводилося обстеження.
How this radiation survey was undertaken, was carried out.
Між містами, між населеними пунктами здійснювався за допомогою мобільної лабораторії, вмонтовані детектори великого об'єму.
Settlements and towns
Через певні відстані, це було 2, 5 або 10 кілометрів.
Was done by vehicle, and every 10 kilometers, every 5 kilometers we measured the level of radiation.
Натрапляли на якісь об'єкти, де становив інтерес. Це були якісь купи металу, залишки техніки, металобрухту.
And additionally, we surveyed the big accumulations of metal or suspicious garbage, whatever.
В містах, квартирах зрозуміло, що всі обстеження робилися вручну і обстежувалися.
When we reached the flats and the private homes, households, of course, we did manual surveys, manual measurings.
У нас, звичайно, не було особливо надій на те, що ми зможемо знайти калібрувальні джерела. Це було б просто таке везіння, можна сказати. Розчини теж є стандартні радіоактивні розчинів, ми теж не розраховували знайти у вигляді розчинів, тобто ми шукали якісь осередки радіоактивного забруднення, які були спричиненими або ґрунтом, ввезення великої кількості ґрунту на техніці, або лабораторними пробами.
Here you see the illustrations of
надійно покладали
expected radiation abnormalities.
Вивезені в зону відчуження і могли лишитися десь у квартирах або на якихось ділянках. Що знайшли?
So the results and major findings, what we have found. The scope of radiation survey was about 50 localities. We had observed over 840 kilometers of roads and surveyed 63 apartments, 132 private houses, including land plots, 130 public places and facilities, and surveyed over 400 suspicious objects. So we have
Так, я чую. І, отже, окрім цього, було пророблено велику аналітичну роботу. Відповідно, основні висновки, які ми можемо зробити, що ми не знайшли або погіршення ситуації.
Conclusion was that despite the occupation, survey of the southeastern and southwestern parts showed no extra radiation levels. Also used recommendations as to the future survey in Mariupol, Lysychansk, Soledar, Pokrovsk, Kurakhova, Kremina, where the powerful sources of emissions were used. We are very grateful to such organizations as the Emergency Situation Ministry, Norwegian Radiation and Nuclear Safety Authority, and to the Armed Forces of Ukraine.
Small change in our project, in our program. Right now it will be the report by Norbert Molitor, and just after him it will be a report of Vladimir Borisenko. So Norbert, please take your floor. Please start.
So I didn't hear anything, but I guess you have just introduced me. I would like to make a short presentation, a short version of a presentation here about design elements for retrieval of radioactive waste with a focus on radon type and other legacy facilities in Ukraine. It is a summary of many different works and also a joint effort of many authors, which I will not list everyone one by one. Oh, no, let's check. Do you see the screen? Not yet?
Not yet. No,
I will try, continue trying. I'll make it blunt. Now better?
Yes, much better.
Okay, so it is the presentation about design elements for retrieval of radioactive wastes from radon type and other legacy facilities. I think legacy facilities represents generally a challenge also in Ukraine, where many different types of legacy facilities are existing. For example, in the Chernobyl exclusion zone from the accidental liquidation, where we have 3 radioactive waste disposal sites, out of which one is still operational, RWS Buryakivka. We have these radioactive waste temporary storage places, about which we have reported, I think, 3 or 4 years ago at the INUDECO in detail. Beside that, there are also legacy sites outside the Chernobyl exclusion zone, also from time of the accident liquidation. These are the decommissioning waste disposal facilities and the special decontamination sites, which were the result of decontamination works and maintenance of decontamination vehicles. In total, about 51 facilities are known, out of which few are inside the Chernobyl exclusion zone. Most of them are outside. Besides that, there are also radioactive waste facilities in Ukraine. Part of them are also legacy facilities at the different regional specialized sites of the Radon Association, which counts in total 70 individual facilities, out of which many are so-called radon type facilities, and some are also categorized as so-called problematic facilities due to their inventory condition and context. One of the typical methods are always the system analysis. What is the situation, the objectives, the boundary conditions, decision process, and the feasibility. And safety is one of the main guiding principles. I will not go too much in details, but the idea is to go to licensing. Well, the largest legacy, or the most impressive legacy object in Ukraine is the object of Kritium, which I have also reported at other places, so I will not go far on that. Currently, we can only say that this is one of these visions about which I have spoken yesterday, that the challenge remains to be done. There are other sites where not vision became a reality. For example, there was the pilot project Pisky 1, a project for the remediation of a decontamination waste facility, storage facility, which is also has similarities with other legacy trench type facilities inside the exclusion zone. This has been performed by Radon Association before already the pandemic. Based on a selection of sites based on a safety analysis and a design performed together by an Ukrainian and German team. Another major challenge is not only in Ukraine but also in other former Soviet Union countries or Comecon states are the so-called radon type facilities, which were standard design facilities which has been created since the 1960s, so in last century, and were built initially for disposal of radioactive waste, which doesn't fit exactly to nowadays requirements. There are types for a standard type for solid radioactive waste facility with typically capacity of 200 to 400 cubic meters. For liquid radioactive wastes with storage capacities are storage for storage, not for disposal, with 200 cubic meter tanks, and the so-called well type storages which has been created for spent radioactive sources taken out of their shielding containment. So there is one very problematic type in Ukraine where in solid radioactive waste facilities have been stored the tritium targets, and the tritium as a very mobile radioactive amount has not stayed where it should be. Moreover, these facilities have been ingressed by precipitation water, so water together with tritium makes an even higher challenge. And in difference to classical removal out of radon type facilities, there was a specific need to take care about the mobile elements, mobile in terms of that they are also the gaseous phases. And one of the major efforts the team has done was how to improve safety. There are hangars built upon or above these trenches just to protect them. It's as an environmental protection to avoid further ingress of precipitation waters. Also, most of the waters has been pumped out, but still quite some amounts are left therein. Beside that, there was a discussion about how to confine and how to protect workers during the excavation, where you will uncover the storage facilities and open additional mobilization ways. And in that point, we have decided, first of all, to make a small local confinement in the area, which can be filtered because the air volume are sufficiently small that it can be filtered. And moreover, you can make a kind of a venting system, a dynamic venting system, meaning that it is not totally closed, but on one side you will ingress fresh air, and on the other side you will exhaust contaminated or potentially contaminated air, and workers can work on the fresh air side. So by doing that, the risks are of exposures by mobile compounds are significantly reduced. Moreover, most of the work is done remotely, so there is no that we have minimized the number of workers. So this is very quickly just some highlights how to optimize the recovery of waste for this type of facilities, which, by the way, exists in many other countries and has been also retrieved or are planned to be retrieved similarly as in Ukraine. I thank you very much for your attention. Dziękuję, and I hope that I could catch up a little bit of time. So
Norbert, thank you to be in time. Thank you for your report and thank you for your all efforts you've done for Ukraine and for our conference. So let me invite another speaker, Vladimir Borisenko. Vladimir, please take the floor. We are waiting for your report in proof of nuclear energy in Ukraine, prospect and problems. Floor is yours. Please switch on the microphone for Vladimir.
Так, доброго дня. Вітаю всіх на нашій конференції. Доповідь моя буде стосуватися проблем і перспектив розвитку ядерної енергетики в Україні.
We're speaking about the nuclear energy in Ukraine. I will be talking about the trends that we see on energy market. The slide shows information as to the time of operation of our units. Two of them operate for more than 40 years, and in the world, out of 442 units, 300 units have exceeded the 30-year service. And here you see the average time of operation of different units. You understand that Ukraine also should move along the way of selecting new technologies which will be replacing the units which will for units that will be replaced in, say, 20 years. We see the trend we see in generation of electricity in Ukraine for the last 40 years. During this period of time, we stabilized at the level of 150 billion kilowatt hours per year. Here, you see that during 10 years, this is more than 50% at the level of 50 to 55%. This slide shows the information on how much electricity we consume in winter or in summer. This is the information for the 2 pre-war years. In winter, it's up to 20 gigawatt, and you can understand how much installed capacity we need. And you see the correlation between nuclear, thermal, hydro, and renewable sources. The trends in the world in the last 10-15 years, we see the decrease of consumption in developed countries, and in 15-20 years, this decrease is from 10 to 20%. So our plans that we can consume much more, they are not confirmed in practice. What do we see in Ukraine? We have strategies of development of energy sector in Ukraine. We had some strategy of 2030, and on the upper graph we see that we had to consume 250 kilowatt hours, but we are consuming 150. The green graph shows the adjusted program 2025, but again we see the increase, and the red line shows the real consumption. Here we see the trend for reduction, and in 2023 the consumption will be lower by 40-50% and will be around 100 billion kilowatt hours. And here is the information for the nuclear energy sector. Here we see some correlation. We're not constructing anything new, and correlation is clear here. Why we, the whole world, are trying to develop nuclear energy. We see how emissions, CO2 emissions changed in the last 100 years. What is the situation in different countries? We see here's the trend for reduction of emissions, and the countries like China and India, we see the growth in the last 20 years. And this slide shows the world trends in nuclear energy. What can we see? The nuclear energy loses its positions in the market of electricity. It achieved a maximum of 8% in 1996. You see in red line the share and the trend of the reduction. As of 2022, the share is less than 10%. So it fell more than twice. The maximum was in 2006, which was 2,600 terawatt hours. What is the trend in the world with nuclear energy? This slide shows that in the beginning of the development of nuclear energy, it was developing quite intensively. We see the number of power units maximum was in 1979. That is the peak when the disaster in 3 Mile Island happened, and then it would go down to 20 power units. In the last years, we are at the level of 50 power units, and the companies which are working on nuclear technologies lost a lot, and now they offer some new solutions which can replace the old one. What do they offer? This slide shows updated modern power units of the class AP1000, and here you can see that modern solutions are much require less equipment, and there are more passive systems of safety and security. And this is the composition that shows how modern units could be compared with the old ones. These are innovative technologies which are developing in the world since 2000. That is the generation 4 reactor installations. You see different systems in 20 years. We don't observe any big successes here, and there are some technologies which are such as not achievable for Ukraine, and the new direction is small modular reactors. This slide shows the most fashionable projects, NuScale and SMR 160. And Ukraine has already signed the contracts for constructing such reactors. This shows that is the comparison between different technologies. These module reactors are not so small. What can we say about the technologies which are being implemented? Because innovation, small module technologies are at the stage of licensing only, but those which already operate are NP1000, 4 of them are AP1000, 2 of them are in China. Then one was commissioned in Finland, and Russian unit. The red shows those which show best indicators. But these projects of AP1000 have some problems, and here you can see them, and they concern the pumps and the cost of construction, which is very high, and many other aspects. For example, starting from 2013, for more than 10 years, there has been not a single new project constructed of A1000, AP1000 plus. This slide shows that this shows the information. This comparison of the cost of reactor technologies. These are data that show that module reactors will cost more. This slide shows the term of payback. That again, the information that small reactors pay back faster is wrong. And this slide shows that, for example, that's information from the website of NewScale Power Corp. And they assess the new cost. 6 units would cost $9 billion. And you can see that. Also, we have some reserves. That's information on produced, generated energy in Ukraine, yellow. And in conclusion, I can tell you that AP1000 technology is a priority reactor technology. But as to other units, we need to remember that we have some documents, so-called general rules of safety and security. The recommendation of the document is that we must implement technologies which were tested in practice. And there might be some questions with some of the reactors. And the last slide, thank you for attention, and that is the monument of architecture, which costs more than 2.5 billion euros, and it shows that the incorrectly selected technology costs a lot. Now, more than $600 billion were spent. So we need to think about the technology.
So Sergey, please take your floor. Please start your report on phase composition of polychrome ceramics.
Ви мене бачите, чуєте?
That, yes.
Can you see me? Can you hear me?
Презентацію поки що, демонстрацію включаю.
Yes, I will turn on my presentation. Where's the share screen?
Так, а ну-ка, не видно мої, так?
You don't see my presentation. F5.
Ні, ви, на жаль, не натиснули презентацію.
No, you did not push, you didn't share, you have the choice, demonstration screen. It's on Zoom panel.
Так.
Share, yes? And what? Okay, now you can see it. And now F5.
Вона перелистується чи ні?
Ні. Зараз хвилиночку, може просто працює.
Okay.
Ви перемикаєте, але ви натисніть, будь ласка, слайд.
Please press slideshow.
Слайд-шоу. Так.
Так.
Вгорі іще.
Слайд-шоу, ще саме учасники.
One second.
Це українська версія, українською.
I have the Ukrainian version, participants.
Де ж це слайд-шоу?
Вгорі, над вашим...
It's up there. This is the data on polychrome ceramics phase composition. The data was received in the Institute for Safety Problems of Nuclear Power Plant in laboratory number 1. That is first-class laboratory which works with these lava-like fuel-containing materials. We first were researching brown and black ceramics, and now the information is about polychrome ceramics. Next slide. Yes. In the research, we used the method of data processing method and also the method of X-ray diffraction data processing for multi-phase materials with low-phase content. Here you can see the diffraction data, and you see that just one reflection is quite high. Everything else is in noise, and it's very difficult to work with such data. The next slide, and here you can see correlation pattern where the data were processed by our method, and you can see more than 100 images which show the phase, the composition of our lava. Here you see the result of phases identification. We see such phases, magnium and the content of it is within the interval of 3 to 5.5%. Also, we see cristobalite and others. Number 5, number 6, number 7, and ferrum. And you can see that the content of all other phases is less than 1%, is not more than 1%. The next slide. Taking into account all this data, we can extract why this thing was created in lavas, this polychrome ceramic synthesis of compounds, and water gets there. Also, we see that the second one is created because there are some components in left phase in concrete and the water helps. And we see that the ferrum sulfide is created because materials have some ferrum, the sulfur, and water. Next slide. Also, our data show that polychrome ceramic has the process of crystallization of the glass phase, and such phases are created as silicon oxide, calcium magnesium silicate, and magnesium silicate. Also, we see that in all our polychrome lavas, we have less oxidation of uranium. Most of it is uranium-234 and uranium. And taking into account all this data, all this analysis, we can say that all these phases which we see could be divided into 3 groups. First group, these are the phases which were there before the disaster, and that's oxide of uranium, and uranium oxide is the initial nuclear fuel, and ferrum, iron, that is the reactor material. The second group are the phases that were formed during the accident. We can say that the silicate glass phase was created in the result of the interaction of uranium oxide, zirconium, concrete with other components. Also, we can say that part of the uranium oxide is the result of the crystallization of silicate melting. And the third, we can say that such phases as silicon oxide, calcium, magnesium silicate, and magnesium silicate began to be formed when our glass phase was cooled down. The third group of phases are phases which were formed after the accident, in the period of time from the accident till today. That is uranium oxide, and most of it is part of uranium 03, and some of which is UO234. Magnesium zippate is the result of the interaction of uranium UO3, silicate glass phase, sulfur compounds, and water. Silicon oxide, magnesium silicate, calcium silicate, and magnesium silicate continued to be formed during the crystallization of the glass phase after the accident. Based on all this data, we can make such conclusion that we examined the phase content of polychromic ceramics using the method of X-ray phase analysis. For the first time, we established magnesium mineral zippate presence in the amount of 35%. It was established that during the stay of the shelter after the accident, the uranium UO2, the nuclear fuel, oxidized to UO234. Also, silicon oxide, the crystallite, magnesium, silicon, silicate were formed during the crystallization of the glass phase. Started this process during the cooling of the lava during the accident, and it continued after they were stored in the shelter. Object, magnesium dipate, aluminum sulfate hydrate, and iron sulfate hydrate were formed in the result of the interaction with water. And the last conclusion is that most part of the uranium oxide, which was in the inclusions, when started to create magnesium dipate, and smaller part stayed in the form of the uranium oxide. This slide shows all our publications on this topic, and we published the data on the brown and black ceramics here. This is a short, brief abstract, and thank you for attention.
For your report, it was also pleasure to listen your report on INUDECO conference and read your articles. Unfortunately, we have no time for discussion, and that is why I need to invite another our reporter, Mykola Panasiuk, with his also quite interesting report about the impact of the occupation of Chernobyl zone of the groundwater pollution. So, Mykola, please take your floor, share your presentation. Take your floor.
Колеги, будь ласка, залишайте свої запитання в чаті до доповідачів.
Мою презентацію видно?
Can you see my presentation?
Спочатку, натисніть, будь ласка, кнопочку спочатку, спочатку написано.
Start it from the beginning. Yes, thank you.
Є презентація?
Дякую.
Can you see it? Yes, everything's fine.
Ага.
Okay.
Шановні пані та панове,
Ladies and
перебування
gentlemen,
військ агресора на території України, в тому
the
числі в
presence of the
Чорнобильській зоні,
troops of aggressor on the
відчуження створило
territory of
умови
Ukraine,
для
especially in Chernobyl
додаткового
exclusion zone,
можливого
created
забруднення
conditions
ґрунтів
for
та
additional
підземних вод. Влаштування окопів у
contamination of
родовому лісі,
groundwater,
перенесення радіонуклідів
and
колісної
also
та
transfer of
гусеничної військової техніки
radionuclides
та
by
виникнення
different
пожеж
types of
при
equipment,
військових
and the
діях
fires
підвищить ризики
during
негативного
military
впливу на
actions
радіоактивне
increase the
забруднення
risks of negative
підземних вод.
impact on
Наслідками
the groundwater
цього
pollution.
може
The
бути
result of that could be
стати ризики забруднення
the
такого
risks
початкового водоносного горизонту, який експлуатується
contamination of the second
підприємствами, що
horizon,
розташовані в
which
зоні
is
відчуження,
operated
зокрема
by the
ДСП ЧАЕС. В доповіді ми
in our presentation
намагалися
we
попередньо
were
визначити
trying to
фактори та умови впливу
define the
влаштування
factors
окопів у
and
родовому лісі
conditions
на радіоактивне
of
забруднення підземних
creating the
вод. При
trenches
цьому
in the
основним
red
методом
forest.
оцінок було
The main method
математичне
of assessment
моделювання
was
за
mathematical
допомогою
model
трьохмірної
with the
постійно
assistance of
діючої моделі
3D model of
радіогідроекологічних умов
radio
міжріччя
hydro conditions
ріки Прип'ять та
between rivers of
річки
Pripyat and Uj in the interflow of the
На слайді територія, яку охоплює
the territory covered
модель, та місце
you see
розташування
the
окопів
territory
у
covered by the
Трудовому
model
лісі.
and the places
Насправді,
trenches and red forest.
ризик додаткового
In fact, the risk of
впливу
additional
окопів
impact
на
of
забруднення другого
trenches
питного
on
водоносного горизонту
contamination on
невеликий,
the
якщо
second
врахувати,
horizon
що
is
між
not
ґрунтовими і
big if
надпірними
you take
водами
into account
існує
the fact that there is
водотривкий шар. Але,
the
як ви
water
знаєте, в кожному випадку є
sustainable layer, but in any case
виключення. Місцями
there are
цей
some
водотривкий
exclusion,
шар розмитий,
and sometimes this
тобто
layer
відсутній.
is
На слайді
dissolved.
така ділянка
You
показана в районі
see
ПЗРО
this area
Буряківка та
near
централізоване сховище
Buryakivka and centralized
відпрацьоване
storage
ядерного
facility of spent fuel storage storage facility.
На слайді 3D
This
візуалізація
slide shows 3D
будови та
visualization,
гідрогеологічних
and
умов,
that is the
що
model which is
відображається
based on
моделлю.
geological,
Ця лінія
hydrogeological,
покрівля
hydrogeochemical, and radiochemical
Туронських глін,
analysis,
які підстилають
the
Бучарський
lines
водоносний горизонт.
which
Водоносний горизонт. Це шар Київського Меркелі, водотривки, який розділяє перший та другий водоносний горизонт. І нарешті перший ґрунтовий водоносний безнапірний водоносний горизонт, який, власне, контактує з окопами в Трудовому лісі. На слайді розподіл напорів ґрунтових вод і ділянка розташування окопів. Якщо з цього видно напрямки руху підземних вод, тобто напрямок руху підземних вод від окопів на північний схід, в сторону Янівського водозабору та Прип'ятського затоку. Модель дозволяє розраховувати напрямок руху підземних вод та напрямку та швидкість транспортування забруднювачів з підземними водами від джерел забруднення до ділянок розвантаження. На слайді в якості прикладу показані траєкторії руху підземних вод від ПЗРО Буряківка, а також від централізованого сховища ядерних, централізованого сховища відпрацьованого ядерного палива чи також показана траєкторія руху від підземних вод від окопів, і тут показана траєкторія руху підземних вод від 4-го блоку в сторону колишнього водоймища на ділянках, де відсутні, де є вікна в водотривковому шарі, траєкторія руху спочатку вертикально відбувається спочатку від вертикально вниз, а потім горизонтально по Бучарському водоносному горизонту. Більш детально гідрогеологічні умови в районі окопу показано на цьому слайді. Тут показано, що від окопів траєкторія руху підземних вод відбувається якраз до водозаборних свердловин Янівського водозабору. Але відстань, ця відстань, це більше 1 кілометра, і наші розрахунки показують, що підземні води цю відстань подолають за 25 років. Але якщо врахувати сорбційні властивості ґрунтів, продольну та поперечну дисперсію, захищеність питного водоносного горизонту водотривким шаром, то очевидно, що розташування траншей не вплине на забруднення питного горизонту в районі Янівського водозабору. Зараз в період паводка траншеї затоплені водою і відбувається контакт паливних частинок з підземними водами. Але
Такий же контакт відбувається і на прилеглих територіях. Тобто повністю поверхня тераси тут затоплена водою, і в цих місцях відбувається контакт паливних частинок з водою, і безпосередньо в місцях влаштування окопів відбувається контакт. Тобто додаткового впливу від окопів немає. Ми розрахували траєкторію радіоелектронція від окопів з підземними водами і відстань, яку подолає, наприклад, за 3 роки. Вона не дуже значна. Ну, за рік це зовсім мінімально. Якщо ми вводимо коефіцієнт розподілу для моделювання сонця, то відстань, яку проходить стронцій, пройде стронцій за рік, теж незначна. Тому висновок такий, що влаштування окопів це попередній висновок, не приведе до значного додаткового забруднення підземних ґрунтових вод і другого водоносного горизонту питних вод Бучанського горизонту. Дякую за увагу.
Thank you so much for your report. Thank you. I remind everybody that you may ask your question in our chat, conference chat. And right now, I would like to invite for the report Viktor Kuczynski about his last news on Chernobyl nuclear power plant. Viktor, could you please take the floor of the conference? Victor, our technical team, could you please, okay, thank you.
Все, включили микрофон мне.
My mic is on now. I can present. Can you see my presentation?
Very well, so please proceed.
Доброго дня, шановні колеги.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I will describe the period of decommissioning of the first units of Chernobyl NPP and further preparation of the GNPP units for the spent fuel storage. We have 4 power units since the final stop of Chernobyl nuclear power plant. On March 22, the State Nuclear Committee was established. I would like to remind you that GNPP decommissioning strategy is carried out in line with the deferred dismantling strategy. Currently, we are at the end state. So the first was a transition stage. Now we are at the final shutdown of the station. I would like to remind you the major difficulties. That was justification of the boundaries of the preservation zone, justification, the duration of safe enclosure, etc. Boundaries of the preservation zone, there will be monolith walls encircling the core of the reactor and the control zones. When formulating the terms of safe enclosure, we took into account factors defining the duration of surface enclosure, rate of activity, decay, economical practicability, barrier source, availability of required infrastructure for our management, and sufficient financing of dismantling activities. Now I would like to explain more on some factors. The economic feasibility factor is weighted based on the such factors as the stages of shutdown, safe enclosure, dismantling, etc., and the values of the radiation, and the result of the superposition is shown with a red line on our figure. And you may notice that after 2050, the spent fuel storage expenses start to grow, and but this stage is obligatory as a physical safety barrier for all the unit cores. And on your screen you see the green first yellow marks each hipped roof building structure shown in green, and metal structures of the unit core. Main tasks during the preparation of the spent fuel storage stage. First is dismantling and processing fuel and control rods channels, dismantling refuel machine and main crane, reconstruction of the building and installation of a new roof, localization of the reactor primary circuit, dismantling of external structures, etc. Dismantling of fuel channels and control rod channels. This consists of two parts. First is dismantling of fuel channels, and the second stage is processing or reprocessing of the road channels, or handling. All the dismantled fuel channels will be grid on a special line, and this line is now being at the design process. This is the illustration which shows the whole technique and the facility for that technique. So the grinding line will be located here. First, the fuel channel has to be brought by cranes from the site. Then it has to be uploaded here. Then you see how the graphite surface is removed, and how they are safely packed, and at later stages they will be treated as radioactive waste. The next stage in technology is cutting of the channel into pieces of 200 millimeters. And the final stage is scanning and labeling of the packaging for this radionuclear waste. This installation again is installed in the main production room, and after labeling the packages will be later transported to the storage places. The last is preservation and localization of the reactors and PC. So first stage is sealing of the space of reactor after dismantling the fuel containers. All systems and equipment are drained and pipelines passes through the boundaries of the sea are cut off and reinforced. All penetrations and openings are sealed with the plugs and building materials. All combustive materials, plastic, thermal installation, cabling are removed. For long-term preservation and localization of the reactors and PC.
Завантажувальна машина має біля 500 тонн ваги, яка нависає на...
All the critical elements of the reactor have to be dismantled. The conclusions. Completion of all works on preparation of units 1, 2, and 3 of Chernobyl nuclear power plant for safe and closure period was planned in 3031, but all the plans now have to be delayed, which will make the process longer and more expensive. We believe that eventually we'll be able to do this in 2031. The total cost of preparation works for safe and closure period is estimated at about $0 billion. We estimate that it is about 22% of all decommissioning costs. And we plan to do this by our personnel. The personnel contracting organizations are involved at site for the special activities such as design and research, etc.
Your report, I remind everybody that you may ask questions in our chat. And let me invite another reporter, Valery Zuyok, with his report on experience of Westinghouse fuel operation at Ukrainian nuclear power plant. Valery, I remind you about the timing, and please save time if possible. So please take your floor.
Віктор Казимірович, зверніть увагу, є запитання в чаті до вас.
Please pay attention, Viktor Kazimirovich. There is a question to you in chat. This was for previous presenter.
So please start.
Мене звати Зуйок Валерій. Я працюю.
I'm Valery Zuyok. I work in the Kharkiv Institute of Physics and Technology, and my topic is as follows: the experience of Westinghouse fuel operation at Ukrainian NPPs, and my co-authors are experts from my Kharkiv Institute of Physics and Technology and Atom Service enterprise, which is deployed in Slavutich. As of today, in Ukraine, we use two suppliers for our nuclear power units, 12 from Russia and Westinghouse from the United States. the use of Westinghouse was launched in back in 2005 when 6 lead test assemblies were loaded as part of a mixed core in the South Ukraine NPP Unit 3. Then in 2010 pilot operation of 42 modernized fuel assemblies of Westinghouse in the core of Unit 3 was brought. Back in 2011, pilot operation of 42 modernized fuel assemblies core of South Ukrainian NPP started, but in 2022, difficulties appeared in testing Westinghouse assemblies in a mixed core with TVCA fuel assemblies, with the result that not everything was loaded on time, but that was not the deficiencies in fuel, but the deficiencies in the construction, in the structure of the batch of elements. In 2013, in 2014, approval of the conceptual technical solution was made, and the pilot operation of the first reload batch of RVFAs in the core of South Ukrainian NPP Unit 3 started. Now Westinghouse plant produces only this modernized fuel, which is called RWFS. The list of modifications implemented in fuel assembly design are shown here on this slide. The major design changes was material of middle grids was changed from zircony 1% to Incotel. Innovative ally. The modification of top nozzle. You see the new modifications made on the picture. The upper picture shows the original situation, and the lower two pictures showed the introduced changes. Then modification of the bottom nozzle was carried out. Here you see tapered chamfers, you see chamfered edges. And you see what was changed and that was not changed. Beginning with the year 2015, there's WFA's modification was uploaded into the reactor, and this was for the first time done in 2018, and back in 2019, Unit 3 of the South Ukrainian NPP became the first in Ukraine to receive a permit from the nuclear regulator in Ukraine for commercial operation of nuclear fuel of an alternative supplier, Westinghouse company, and later the decision was made that in Zaporizhia since 2016, the Westinghouse fuel started to be used at a broad basis, and in Rivne, in Unit 3, the same fuel also was launched. And currently you see the table showing the stages within which almost all the Ukrainian reactors will be adapted to the use of Western gas. Another batch of information is about inspection of irradiated nuclear fuel, the inspection of the spent fuel in nuclear power plants is carried out by special organizations under control of our institution. Types of nuclear fuel inspection. The major surveys and inspections are the survey of the fuel assembly length. And we also studied the twist and twist angle of wells. We also studied the dependence of the maximum RCCA drag force in the guide symbols on the average burn up of W phase. Also, we measure the deformation of the fuel surfaces. We measure the length, and now we know the limits shown with blue line on this graph. Also, we measure the fuel rod outer diameters, and on this graph it is shown. Then we also measure the axial gap between fuel rod and plugs and adapter plates. This allows us to confirm that all the fuel assemblies that had been inspected, the axial gap will prevent the negative phenomena and negative scenario. Then we measure also oxide thickness along the fuel rod. The issue is that the chemical processes happening in the former Soviet manufactured reactors and the Western reactors are slightly different. That's why the oxidization process for the fuel are happening differently, and we keep this oxide thickness under control. The next parameter which is measured is a spacer grid width, and the graph shows dependence of the average spaces. So from the beginning of the Western gas fuel use in our NPPs, our experts keep continuous control. We have carried out 86 inspections of fuel assemblies manufactured by Western gas. This equipment helps to resolve issues related to basic and additional characteristics of nuclear fuel that affect its reliable and safe operation at Ukrainian NPPs. All the inspections which were used at the first stages were used, the lessons learned were used later. The first four cycles done with the nuclear fuel prove that the resource, the burn up resource of this fuel is not reached yet, and that it could be recommended for further use. We should say that the Western Gauss fuel, which is now used on Ukrainian entities, fully comply with the safety standards and corresponds to the major demands and major requirements. Thank you.
Interesting to know the situation about the Westinghouse fuel due to a lot of speculation in different media. But right now I give the floor to Arina Starovoitova. So Arina, have a message for us. Аріна? Аріна, прошу вас.
Так, шановні колеги, триває наша...
Dear colleagues, I would like to remind that our reactor continues, and I would like also to remind you that we have two working languages, Ukrainian and English. We have simultaneous translation. I would like to remind you about speaker channels. Please choose the channels correctly. And in order to maintain discussion, we have chat section. And I encourage all the speakers to look into chat and to provide your answers to the participants in chat. Perhaps there are some questions to Mr. Valery Zuyok in chat now. Also, I would like to request you to stay focused, but as of now, I am happy to announce 10 minutes break. Maxim, would you please remind you who will present first after short break? Нам треба перерву для
to continue to support our conference, so please take patience for them. We need this time.
Так, я дуже дякую, і за 10 хвилин ми повернемося.
Thank you. We come back in 10 minutes.
Okay, everybody, thank you for giving our organization committee 10 minutes of break, and I believe that everybody uses this opportunity to recover yourself. So, and on my side, I would like to invite for the report Julia Bonder with her report, New Composite Sorbents for the Selective Extraction of Cesium Radionuclides from the Water Solution. So, Julia, please take the floor is yours. Colleagues, please unmute Julia Bonder. Okay, very good.
Доброго дня. Я представляю презентацию нового композита Sorbents for selective removal of cesium radionuclides from water solutions. У процесі експлуатації об'єктів ядерно-паливного циклу утворюється великий обсяг рідких радіоактивних відходів, які становлять потенційну небезпеку в зв'язку з високою питомою активністю, а також можливістю потрапляння радіоактивних продуктів у навколишнє середовище. Основним завданням поводження з рідкими відходами є зниження їх об'єму активності до досягнення залишкової активності рівня зняття з регулятивного контролю та переведення рідких відходів у твердий стан для подальшого захоронення. Оскільки у більшості випадків основними дозоутворюючими радіонуклідами є довгоживучі ізотопи цезію та стронція, основна увага приділяється розвитку технології сорбційного вилучення саме цих радіонуклідів. У багатьох лабораторіях світу проводяться пошук селективних сорбентів для радіонуклідів цезію. На цьому слайді можна бачити результати цих досліджень, які демонструють, що найбільш ефективними матеріалами для вилучення радіонуклідів цезію є силікатитанат натрію, ферроціанідні сорбенти та різарцин-формальдегідний сміг. На цьому слайді можна бачити інформацію про основних виробників ферроціанідних сорбентів в дослідно-промисловому масштабі. Серед них це російські фірми Термоксид та Екосорб та компанія Фортум з Фінляндії. Слід зазначити, що технологія застосування селективних сорбентів для очищення рідких відходів широко використовується в світі. Наприклад, компанія Fortum представляє цілу низку селективних сорбентів для очищення рідких відходів та показує ефективність їх використання, тому що при використанні селективних сорбентів отримують невеликі обсяги твердих відходів для захоронення в порівнянні, наприклад, з прямим цементуванням рідких відходів. Також стратегія застосування селективних сорбентів була застосована при очистці охолоджених вод на АЕС Фукусіма-1. Ці води в перший період були дуже солені. І, наприклад, селективні сорбенти були застосовані в модулі очищення сольового залишка системи зворотнього осмосу. Завданням цієї системи було зменшення концентрації радіонуклідів до рівня, який дозволяє скидати очищені води в море. Було використано низка таких колонок з селективними сорбентами, які ефективно справилися зі своєю задачею. Основной интерес представляет сорбенты на основе ферроцианидов. Численне дослідження показали, що нерозчинні ферроцианиди двохвалентних перехідних металів можуть селективно вилучати іони цезію в широкому діапазоні pH, навіть з високосольових розчинах. Але недоліком цих сорбентів є те, що вони синтезуються у вигляді нанорозмірних частиць, які дуже трудно використовувати в сорбційних технологіях. Тому був запропонована технологія отримання композитних сорбентів для селективного вилучення радіонуклідів цезію шляхом інкорпорування цих наночасток в тверду матрицю. Тому в нашому інституті ми поставили задачу отримати композитні сорбенти на основі таких твердих матриць, як природні циоліти, полімерні гранули, полімерні волокна, циоліти, які ефективно вилучають радіонукліди цезію з високосольових розчинів. Ми використали підход інсітю формування наночасток ферроцианидів на поверхні або об'єму твердих матриць. Були синтезовані композитні адсорбенти на основі пчелолитового туфу з сокирницького родовища. На цьому слайді можна бачити схему синтезу і результати синтезу. Були отримані такі гранули з розмірами 1-3 мм. Було показано, що ферроцианідна фаза равномірно розподілена по поверхні цих гранул. Також було показано за допомогою різних фізхімічних методів, що синтез пройшов вдачно. Також було показано в сорбційних експериментах було показано також швидку кинетику сорбції, широкий можливий діапазон застосування цих сорбентів, а також можливість їх використання у високосольових розчинах, наприклад, в розчинах з солівмістів в пределах від 30 до 50 грам на літр. Також перевагою отриманих сорбентів на основі природних циолітів є те, що іони цезію не десорбуються після сорбційних експериментів. Також були синтезовані композитні сорбенти на основі макропористих полімерних гранул. Це дозволило нам використати як макро, так і наноефект адсорбції. Це результати синтезу. Також було показано швидку кинетику і дуже висока селективність вилучення цезію з високосольових розчинів. Також були синтезовані нами композитні сорбенти на основі поліакриленітритних волокон з ферроцианідною фазою. Також ці волокна, композитні волокна характеризуються високою стійкістю в щелочних та кислих розчинах, показують швидку кинетику сорбції, та селективність. Ми ці сорбенти використовували для вилучення іонів цезію з високомодельних розчинів на основі рапи з лимана куяльника. високим солевмістом. І ці волокна показали дуже хороші результати. Також ми провели експеримент з вилучення радіонуклідів цезію з високосольових розчинів на основі рапи сальмана куяльника, отримали високі значення коефіцієнту розподілу. Тому були зроблені висновки, що синтезовані нами композитні сорбенти можуть бути використовувані для вилучення радіонуклідів цезію з природних і промишлених розтворів, а також для очищення низькоактивних радіоактивних відходів з високим солевмістом. Інші наші розробки – це нанокомпозитні сорбенти для вилучення радіонуклідів стронцію на основі композитів з наночастками діоксиду молибдену, бернесід, криптомілан, а також композитні сорбенти для вилучення радіонуклідів хлору та йоду на основі композитів з наночастками срібла. Під кінець я хочу зазначити, що незважаючи на те, що в Україні існує велика потреба в сорбентах як для проведення експрес-визначення радіонуклідів у природних і технологічних розчинах, так і для очищення рідких радіоактивних відходів, випуск вітчизняних селективних сорбентів не налагоджений, не дивлячись на те, що є цікаві експериментальні розробки. Дякую за увагу.
Thank you for attention.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your report. We strongly believe that such important for Ukraine activity will be conducted as soon as possible, and will be necessary to continue such kind of development. Thank you for your work. And right now, I would like to invite for the report Yuri Alhavik. So Yuri, could you please take the floor is yours. Please start your presentation.
Дякую. Сподіваюсь, що мене чутно.
Yes, we can hear you very well.
Thank you. I hope you hear me. I asked the organizers to demonstrate my presentation because the internet signal is very bad. Is it possible? Good afternoon, Yuri. 1 second, please.
Я поки що нагадую, шановні
I
колеги,
would like to remind you, dear colleagues, that you can ask questions in chat.
перейти, якщо потрібно, в
If
кулуарну
you need, you can go to another room.
додатковий Zoom.
You will have a link to this additional Zoom. And I would like to remind that we continue to raise money for Savutich Hospital.
Є у вас в чаті.
And you have all the details for donations in the chat. Thank you. I see my presentation. As you can see, this presentation continues the presentation made by my colleague Julia Bondar. And with your assistance, I would like to draw your attention to some specific features of radioactive waste management. The next slide, please. As you know, back in September 2021, Energatom and the NewScale Power Company signed the Memorandum of Understanding to explore the possibility of building a NewScale in Ukraine. This was 2 years ago. The next slide. In August of 2020, this NewScale reactor became the only small module reactor which was approved by the
Commission on Nuclear Regulation of the Department of Energy of the US, and also the US announced the financial support of this new scale reactor, which was to be done by our technical center. Unfortunately, the situation which we have in Ukraine slowed down the beginning of licensing of this small-scale, new scale reactor in Ukraine. Recently, a week ago, basically, Energato and Holtec signed an agreement about cooperation of deploying small module reactors, SMR 160. This agreement provides for construction of 20 reactors, and the first pilot project will be completed by March 2029. Implementation of small module reactors will help to restore thermal power capacities, because you know that this reactor can regulate the parameters of its vapor so that it can cooperate with the infrastructure of Ukraine. However, because of these prospects, we need to mention that the problems related to spent fuel management during the operation of small module reactors have not found any technological solution. Could you please turn the slide? I forgot that you have to change the slide. The next slide, the next slide. And one more. We see that in any case, the reactor is not a compact device in the form of a single block module, but that is quite a complicated structure, which includes reactor turbines and engineering buildings, and that is a small nuclear power plant. But unlike large reactors, which show their capacities, their vulnerability in some situations when there were military actions conducted, these small reactors could be located on the ground at the depth which will make impossible for a missile to hit them. And that is unlike large reactors which are used now in Ukraine. The next slide. To address these issues of this, because Ukraine will be now using the small module reactors, but for that we need to conduct additional works in the sphere of fuel cycle, and because we are now in the beginning, the scientists and designers in Ukraine have a unique opportunity to start looking for solutions to optimize the spent fuel management at the early stages of design. At the stage of design, special attention should be paid to including into the project the solutions which will help make it easier which will make easier spent fuel management and decommissioning. However, now there are little publications where there is an analysis made and though the time frames of deploying these reactors are discussed in many publications, but the impact of them for spent fuel management is not included into these discussions. The analysis made by the US showed that the source of radioactive contamination in the result of the small size loses more than 7% of thermal neutrons, and this way the fuel is not so basically the source of radionuclide contamination is the core, which due to its small size loses more than 7% of thermal neutrons, which will reduce the fuel burn-up from 55 megawatt per kilogram, which is achieved with the help of the PWR, to the level of 26-34 megawatts per kilogram. And similar conclusions are made some conclusions were made in the presentation of Mr. Borisenko. I'd like to mention that the long-lived RW can consist of components located near the reactor core that have become radioactive or activated after absorbing neutrons escaping from the core. This activated steel contains radioisotopes with half-lives of more than several thousand years. And for example, you see 59 nickel, 14 steel, 94 niobium, 99 technetium, 93 zirconium, and others. So this waste not be disposed in a geological repository that imposes appropriate conditions on the management of radioactive waste. This conclusion is also valid for the reactor body. One SMR will generate 0.29, 0.53 cubic meters of gigawatt per year, and compared to a PWR 3.1 cubic meters gigawatt a year, the new scale SMR will increase the energy equivalent. If SMRs are built on the site of operating nuclear power plants, the existing radioactive waste management system must be adapted to the flow of waste that will be generated by modular reactors. For solid waste, traditional methods of compaction by pressing will be applied. However, in view of the specified features of activation of stainless steel materials, control of the activity of long-lived radionuclides should be established. However, if the NPP will be is created on a separate site and operated as part of one of 4 new scale SMR units, then the question arises of the economic efficiency of creating a full-scale radioactive waste management system with appropriate facilities for processing and storing conditioned radioactive waste at the site. View of this as a promising solution, we propose to consider a simplified line for the processing of solid radioactive waste as part of the section for sorting and characterization of radio waste with subsequent pressing using inexpensive presses with a force of 10-30 tons. And temporary storage of conditioned solid radioactive waste should be carried out in protective containers in a light and gas storage. Under such a system, it becomes necessary to periodically involve the transportation of containers for further conditioning and disposal of radioactive waste processing facilities at the vector. As to liquid waste, we have no timetable, and we suggest to use the designs existing to apply for liquid waste of cement compound, and for that to use the cement compounds, which are designed in this institute, and this will ensure long-term storage and burial of these waste. Julia already talked about that, and this could be implemented using mobile unit. Please, next slide. One more. These craft-based solvents could be used in mobile devices, which will be operating together with small modular reactors. And this way we'll be able to implement this scheme. So this way, I would like to say that the designs of small modular reactors cause problems as to radioactive waste management, and because these reactors are not compatible with existing technologies, in the future research we need to consider as to the reliability of the technologies, different technologies, and thank you for attention. I am sorry for taking longer, but this topic is very important, and I believe that this topic will be continued in the context of our discussion. Thank you all.
Thank you so much for your report. Yes, we have unfortunately a small amount of time for our discussions, and right now I must invite next our reporter, Alexander Proskurin. So Alexander, please take the floor is yours. Please start your report.
Добрий день.
Good afternoon. My name is Alexander Proskurin. I'm representing the Institute for Security of Nuclear Power Plants, and also the Fraunhofer IWS Institute.
Please show your slide in presentation mode.
It's already.
F5 or something like. Show slides. I don't know.
Так.
Slideshow or...
Я спробую. Так воно працює?
Добре. Yes, it's work well.
Добре. Тож, цієї доповіді я хочу розглянути такі.
In this presentation, I would look at such key issues as the current situation with extracting fuel-containing materials and the scientific cooperation between Ukraine and Germany in this area, the steps that are necessary for the implementation of this program, etc. The current state of the LFCM at the Chernobyl station. And here you see this stages which are to be covered.
Тож, перспектива використання лазерних технологій для різки елементів конструкції.
The prospects for the use of laser technology for the fragmentation of the spent fuel was chosen for the scientific cooperation between Germany. Here we established very good cooperation with others independent experts between the Institute of Security of Nuclear Power Plants in Ukraine and the works had to be carried out within 6 months in Dresden in laboratories. The expected results were experimental research of cutting imitation material, evaluation of the impact of dust during the cutting process, evaluation of the suitability of the technology for dismantling at the shelter facility, finding reliable samples for experimental research and development of a long-term roadmap for technology implementation. So the steps that are necessary for the implementation of FCM localization, development of a reliable fragmentation technology that would comply with the radiation safety research and development of access ways to accumulations of FCM at lower evaluations, development of remotely controlled complex to provide FCM localization, in survey of dust formation during cutting, development of measures aimed at radiation safety and prevention of aerosols formation, development of systems for transportation of FCM, etc. So for the laboratory tests and surveys of LFCM and fragmentation methods, we used the following equipment: solid body laser, a high power laser source was, as you see it here, fiber core diameter, etc. These pictures show samples selection. We took into consideration the chemical composition, the melting point, the inclusion of crystal structures. So thus we took into consideration metallurgical slag, natural basalt, which contains the silicon oxides and reinforced concrete. Because many structures in NPP, on NPP sides are constructed from reinforced concrete. This is a fragmentation strategy which is called strategy of crack formation as a result of thermal stress. To control the crack's directions, we created a weak point in the form of holes, and the cutting line ensured the generation of thermal loads and weakening of the material. So the intermediary results. On the first picture, you see layered fragmentation of slag when melting the inner layer of sample. On the second picture, in the middle, you see complete destruction of the sample as a result of thermal stress and slag. And on the third picture to your left, you see cutting a piece of basalt accompanied by destruction of the sample. Despite the different response of samples to laser cut, and certain technique and methodic provide crushing of the samples. Localization of fragmentation require additional mechanical tools. So one of the tasks was to produce reliable and stable result and conclusion about the material, it's a process. So the shelter object provided us with the opportunity to test the remote controlled equipment like remote control cards. Here you see on this picture the laser systems which were located remotely in the operator's room, and laser fragmentation was carried out with the cutting head connected by an optical fiber. And research have proved that optimal power of the laser system in the range of 2-3 kilowatts. This allows dry technology, remote operation, dust formation and control, and low specific energy. In order to introduce this technology, we need remote control robots, and currently we work on design of such robots. Mobile remote complex requires to ensure the delivery and positioning of the laser cutting head, as well as auxiliary tools for fragmentation. And here to your right on the slide, you see these fragmentation tools which are needed. So the conclusion. Cooperation between Fraunhofer, Pleiades, and our institute and the National Academy of Sciences of Ukraine opens the opportunity to develop a unique technology for radioactive waste fragmentation. Experimental research showed the possibility of using the laser fragmentation method to localize the LFCM as clusters. And among the advantages are the possibility of remote location of the system, low dust generation, and dry cutting technology. Further, the main task is finding reliable LFCM simulator, but obtaining enough simulators is a too difficult task. It can be solved via tests on the shelter objects within accessible clusters. This project, it is suggested to develop modern mobile units on the robotic complex, which will allow a flexible use of executive tools and provide access to hard-to-reach rooms in the shelter object. Thank you, Alexander. Thank you.
I would like to invite for the report our next reporter, Oleg Brazhey. with his report, Automated Radiation Monitoring System for Radioactive Waste and Nuclear Facilities. Oleg, floor is yours. Please start. Our technical team, please switch off to Oleg and let him make a presentation.
Добрий день всім.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Бачите мою презентацію, так?
Yes, perfectly.
Добре. Отже, сьогодні я хочу показати по темі конференції наслідки війни і що ми з цього визначили. Це щодо систем моніторингу радіаційного стану. І в першу чергу на базі систем моніторингу в Чорнобильській зоні відчинення. 24 лютого тільки в Україні, а в усьому світі ми проснулися перелякані, нажахані, здивовані.
So on February 24th, many people started this day with explosions. Some people
Чорнобильська зона, ми всі працюємо, почали відслідковувати, що там робиться, і ось зараз представлений слайді, це 24 лютого, десь після 11-ї, коли ми узнали, що пішли через Чорнобильську зону, ми побачили фактично по шляху, де стоять датчики Мотреса, по шляху слідування російських окупантів. Ми бачили підвищення радіоактивних рівнів. 25-го ця картинка змінилася, стала ще гірше. Не збереглися ці слайди в мене. І з 25 лютого між датчиками і центральною антеною в місті Чорнобиль. В результаті подальших змін ми не онлайн, в всякому випадку, не відслідковували. Колеги з епіцентру, коли повернулися з звільненої зони, знімали дані, вже відновлювали ці дані, але не до всіх датчиків можна братися із-за того, що це прикордонна територія і багато чого заміновано.
Everything, but as of now we do not have access to those sensors because the territory is heavily mined with landmines, and the same situation was true for all the facilities with radioactive material, not only in Chernobyl exclusive zone, but now we have the same lack of information for Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, and the whole monitoring system for Zaporizhzhia works only from the side of Ukrainian forces.
Наприклад, що з Донецьким родоном, ніхто не знає.
On the other hand, Ukraine as a state
джерела для
does
проведення
not know what's going on with the Donetsk Radon. We have many medical institutions which had equipment for radiology treatment. We had similar facilities in Lipsy, in Kharkiv region. We had the same in Mariupol, in Donetsk and Kherson, and what's going on with those facilities we do not know now, and those nuclear terrorists from Russia, they keep us in this uncertainty.
контролю, моніторингу
So
Чорнобильській зоні,
we have learned our lessons from the automated system for monitoring radiation. Situation must be everywhere where ionizing radiation could be found. The system should have the maximum possibility to be autonomous and have backup reserves, that is, reserve power supplies, reserve measuring channels, several data transmission channels, several data collection centers, local facility that will ensure the proper operation of subsystems. This installation should allow to determine what were the sources of radiation or ionizing, whether this was cesium being transported from one device to another. They should be able to show the temperature, the direction of the spread of this radioactive compounds. Data transmission is perhaps the most acute issue because the lesson of Chernobyl had shown that under conditions of underdeveloped network as we have in Chernobyl region, we experienced huge difficulties in this area immediately after occupation with the data sharing, with transmission.
Спайдерів компанії Бертін, які розставлені ті ж самі запорізькі, він досить високовартісний, і це є проблема.
Then in Zaporizhia, such communication is rather expensive.
Центри збору даних. Це не має бути тільки щось одне, це має бути резервування,
data collection centers. There should be the whole network of receivers, storages, reserved power supply for those data receivers and storages. Of course, all that is properly written in legislation, but not always that is not taken into consideration. This is not true not only for wartime conditions. This is true in terms of emergency situation, man-made disasters, and proper construction of such systems might be very useful. At the same time, we should keep in mind that those systems should be affordable, not extremely expensive, and this is going to be a big challenge.
Як приклад, в Україні вже використовується, вже є на сьогодні обладнання
detectors or gauges.
Це гамма-трейсер Spider, от він показаний внизу.
You have a Spider tracer.
Є обладнання компанії Тетра, воно встановлено для тестування контролю встановлення
company equipment
моніторингу в місті Київ.
Which is used for the radio monitoring in the city of Kyiv. Perfect equipment from the Kromek company, which is now being installed everywhere in Ukraine, and we will have a possibility to monitor the situation with this Kromek equipment. Also, I would like to encourage organizing monitoring of the territory outside the boundaries with UAVs. Now, UAVs are used mainly in the armed forces, while UAVs can help to monitor large areas in short times and to collect a lot of useful data. The network structure of ASMRS this is based on the Skylink, the icon of the SMRS.
на сьогодні я не знаю таких от унікальних універсальних систем, які б могли задовольнити
I know nothing that could be equal to Skylink. Here you have properly located sensors, proper data collection, then central database and proper expert storage and or submission to the web client. And by the way, this is rather sustainable from the energy supply point of view. Where do we need the monitoring facilities on nuclear power plants? For example, not only Chernobyl, but in other NPPs, then radon enterprises, research centers where nuclear facilities are used, Chernobyl exclusive zone territory and facilities, but scientific and meteorological centers and laboratories, uranium mines and enrichment facilities, medical centers with physical sources, industry enterprises with radio sources with route transportation, etc. Actually, there are hundreds of radiation sources, and they are beyond our control now. Industrial use of radio sources and transportation should be of primarily importance for us. We should have special vehicles.
Проблеми можете переглянути, сертифікація, підтримка. На всі проблеми є рішення, будь ласка, коли ви замовляєте систему, плануєте, враховуйте ці
Solutions to each problem. Thank you for your attention and you're welcome.
We have our reglement that not to exceed in order, because we have a lot of reports in forward of us, and just to respect as a reporter. So thank you so much for your report, and right now let me give the floor for Arina. Arina have a message for everybody.
Так, шановні колеги, дякую пане Максиму. У пана Максима буде зараз
Maxim will have a technical break, and the next one will be Viktor Kuczynski, who will be moderating. And while Viktor is getting ready, I would like to thank Oleg from Brom, who finished his presentation for one of the biggest donations that we received for our charity fund account. It's nice that you support our hospital. We continue raising money. And I would like also to thank Toven the backup. Today, as of now, this is the biggest donation that we received. Thank you. Thank you. Our money raising campaign continues. So, Victor, the floor is yours. Kuczynski Victor. Thank you. Can you hear me? Yes, very well. We continue our work. I'd like to give the floor to Sergei Tomusiak. The next one will be Igor Zhiganyuk. Thank you.
Щось я тут загубився.
I got lost, sorry.
Так, совместно использовать, мабуть, ваше.
Якщо є потреба, я можу запустити вашу презентацію.
I can start your presentation if you need. It's very big. I would like to launch it selectively. I pushed the screen share.
Віконечко треба.
Обрати віконечко, да?
Yes, select the window which you want to show. Usually it's on the top screen.
Так, і що я бачу?
And what I see, yes. Mm-hmm. Now F5. But you can see also my presentation. Yes. Everything's fine. And you can hear me, yes. Thank you. Sorry. I am Sergei Tomysyak. I represent the corporation from Kiev, and I will be speaking about the release concept of radioactive materials, the concept of radioactive material release operating in Ukraine. I will be talking about the concept. The work was done by the corporation, by our corporation last year. It was ordered by the state corporation Energatom, and just before the large-scale invasion of Russian troops to Ukraine. And when we were doing our work, we could not even think about that. The preconditions are, okay, during the years of active operation of entities in Ukraine, starting from 1977, many radioactive waste was accumulated from these entities. But most of this waste, as you can see, about 95% are low active waste. Sometimes from year to year they get accumulated on the type of entities, but most of this waste should be considered not waste, but potentially radioactive materials, because everything that comes out of the zone of strict regime is considered to be radioactive material. That is why now there is a trend. The accumulated low active radioactive waste materials are released from regulatory control to reduce the volumes of storage of radioactive materials.
Інституція вже цим уже займається.
The national entities are working on that. There are different regulations drafted. There are also some regulations drafted in Ukraine. And thanks to metrology, these materials are released from regulatory control. Also, there is release of materials from regulatory control at SE Energatom. That topic is not a new one, and we're working on that. The main procedure of release as proposed by the methodology based on the IAEA recommendations, there are two stages. The first stage is characterization and formation of the radioactive material batches, and the second stage, measuring and also establishing the correspondence. The first stage is carried out within the characterization site and formation of batches, but the second stage at the site number 2, where there is the automated measuring device. The concept that we suggested is stage by stage introducing of such sites at MPPs, so that not the full set of equipment is formed at each MPP, but they are to be grouped together. You see, Rivne is not far from Khmelnytskyi MPP, and South Ukrainian is not far from Zaporizhzhia MPP. And after the feasibility studies, we decided to locate the comprehensive complex Site 1 and Site 2 at the site of Zaporizhzhia MPP, and at the site of Rivne, Khmelnytskyi and South Ukrainian entities, only site number 1, basically forming the batches of radioactive materials. But that was our conclusion before the large-scale invasion. This slide shows that methodologically all materials which are prepared for release are divided into 4 rows according to physical and chemical composition. First one are materials which are metal, then softer materials, the third are construction waste, and the fourth one is household municipal waste. Next slide shows which isotopes we get are characteristic for each of the streams. This was necessary to know to organize measurements. And here we see that these are mostly gamma and nuclide, and there are 2 beta nuclides. This slide shows the scheme of the technological process that we suggested, and the collection of radioactive materials. They are collected from in the place where they are formed. They are put together in batches. The metal is put into metal containers, and other materials are put into polyethylene packages. From time to time, the truck from MPP comes there and transport those batches of materials to the site. number one. At site number one, the control is done, sorting, fragmentation is necessary, and they are put into measuring containers. Talking about Zaporizhzhia NPP, these containers with materials are then transported to site number 2 for measurement at the automated device. Other plants, Rivne, Khmelnytska, and South Ukrainian entities, they transport these materials by trucks to the site of Zaporizhzhia NPP, to the place where there is this measurement device. After measurement is done, the radioactive material from other plants is transported by special trucks to places from where they were taken, and Zaporizhzhia NPP makes a decision whether take it out as clean material or to consider it to be the material which cannot be released, and then it should go to sorting, and if after the sorting you can do nothing with it, then it's transported as radioactive waste. That is what the site looks like. That is a separate standing building. It has the equipment for the whole technological process. Zaporizhzhia NPP, that is site number 1 plus site number 2, and for others plus site number 1. That is the 3D image of this site. That's site number 1. We see it's divided into 2 sections. That is where sorting is done and where batches are formed. This is considered to be the dirty zone. After the containers are ready for measurement, they are moved here, and they are in this conditionally clean zone. To get to conditionally dirty zone, there is a special place where you can change clothes. Sergey, I'm sorry, you have 1 minute to complete. Thank you for warning. And at Zaporizhzhia NPP, besides sorting, there is the device the measuring, and the measurement is done. This slide shows containers. This is site number 2. That is what sorting container looks like, and so on. One of the elements of sorting is sorting table, where radiometric control could be used. That is how container gets from one site to another, from one section to another. Also, that's measurement with the gamma spectrometer. What are the devices? These are measurement devices, alpha, beta, gamma, and also portable gamma spectrometers, that is the universal automated system of measurement. It's very expensive. That is organizational structure and so on. The conclusions. This concept describes the optimal based on the results of the technical and economic analysis, construction, and the typical site composition for the release of RM from the RC at the operating Energatom piece of Ukraine. This concept was considered by the regulator and was approved in general. That's all. Thank you for attention. Sergey, thank you. For your information, at Chernobyl, there is a unit for relief. Yes, we were participants of installing. Thank you. The next one is Igor Zhiganyuk and then Natalia Gudzenko.
Шановний Віктор Казимирович, шановні колеги.
Esteemed Victor Kazimirovich, colleagues, I will make presentation on modified polarization potential for modeling the interaction between ions in the uranyl UO2. The work was done at the Institute for Safety Problems of Nuclear Power Plants. The creation of the potential for interaction between ions is the very topical task. Such potentials allow us to assess the energy of interaction, to research the processes of sorption and desorption, the processes of diffusion, define the configuration of ions of radionuclides at the microscopic level. That is important from the point of view of forecasting the behavior of uranium. In our work, we use the methods of classical electrodynamics in which the polarization of effective charges in the calculations, the theory of solving incorrect linear algebra problems, and the symbolic algebra algorithm maxima is used for calculations within the framework of the interionic interaction. And this slide shows the model of isolated uranyl line of unique coordinate system. The center of uranium coincides with the beginning of the system of coordinates. The generally accepted in calculations is the Buckingham potential, and it is determined only by the contributions of repulsive FR and dispersive FD interaction. These are different potentials, and that is how the Buckingham function looks like. Repulsive and dispersive contributions of the interaction between uranium and oxygen ion electron shells in the form of the Buckingham function.
формі потенціал з застосуванням функції
That is how Buckingham function is applied.
На відміну від потенціалів
Unlike Buckingham potential, polarization potentials, and modified polarization potential created on the basis of other potential has more complicated structure. It more accurately takes into account the nature of interaction between the ions. The structure of modified polarization potential includes repulsive, dispersive interaction and electroscopic interaction between ions. That is what it looks like. That's repulsive, dispersive, and electrostatic interaction. The potential of direct Coulomb interaction between oxygens and uranium is uranyl. The potential of charged dipole interaction includes screening functions that allow to model interaction of electronic shells and also dipole interaction, the potential of dipole interaction between polarized oxygens. And that also includes this function, which screens the point dipole moment. The dipole interaction function looks like that. It's classical view for dipole interaction. The point dipole moments on the oxygens of the uranyl ion will be determined as a result of solving a self-consistent system of equations. That is how point dipole moments are calculated. Uranium and oxygen interaction energy of the uranyl ion, calculated with the use of the MPP, agree with the values of the energies obtained as the result of quantum chemical calculation. Its interaction between the distance of the uranium mass and oxygens and all this data are published in an open database of Northwestern University of Chicago. This slide shows that the distances between the centers of mass of the oxygen ions and the uranium ion in the uranyl is equal to 2.5. And the sum of this radius equals 2.5 A. This way, we can show that the values of the energy of interaction between ions and uranyl calculated using the modified polarization potential agree with the values of the energies obtained as the result of quantum chemical calculation. It could be used for calculating the models of uranium ion, and it will allow to reduce the volumes of experimental work. And that's the abstract of the presentation here. Thank you for attention. Thank you.
Наступне слово у Наталії Гудзенка, будь ласка, і приготуватись Константин Сущенко, наступний доповідач.
Now the floor goes to Ms. Natalia Gudzenka and Mr. Sushchenko. Please get ready after Ms. Gudzenka.
Так, спочатку. Так, видно мою
Can you see my presentation?
Так, добре.
Тільки
Правда, не
натисніть.
в повноекранному режимі.
Show it in full screen mode.
Так. Шановні колеги, дозвольте.
Dear colleagues, let me show you the results of our survey and our research as to the risks of cancer risks in the population of Ukraine associated with radiation exposure after the Chernobyl accident. This was carried out in close cooperation with the State Chernobyl Foundation and Rise Fund of Ukraine. Besides considerable deterioration in the well-being and health and individual households, the Russian aggression has strengthened the threats to the public health and due to the interruptions in the healthcare system and in the increased radiation, the standardized incidence ratios of thyroid cancer in different groups of Ukrainian population has grown. Leukemia is proved to be an effect of the ionizing exposure. This was confirmed with nuclear bombardments in Japan and at later stages of development. As we can see, the first effect of this impact is leukemia, is one of the first cancers. After leukemia, we have other forms of cancers, including the thyroid cancer, the lung cancer, etc. With to the exposure to more often cancer, residents, former residents of the territories that are neighboring to Chernobyl and PP, and those rescue rangers who were called liquidators in Ukraine. By the year 1995, we considered the rapid growth of the cancer incidence ratios with the at the later periods, the situation more or less stabilized and does not deviate from the average figures. The same characteristics are proved to be in the most contaminated regions of Ukraine. And we have not found sufficient association between contamination and the standardized incidence rates of cancer. But that was about cancer in general. But if we take the specific types of cancer, we may see the difference. First of all, that is true as to leukemia. In our research, we surveyed leukemia jointly with the National Institute of Cancer from the United States of America, who provided financial and methodological support to us, and we have found high risks of radiation for the appearance of and manifestation of leukemia. They provided us with the data that they received in the Japan population immediately upon the bombardments, and that was supplemented with the data received in Ukraine later after the Chernobyl accident, and those two bulks of data were subsequently compared. So the increased numbers of leukemia and result of exposure to the ionizing sources and radiation could be observed for both cases. For the case of Japan after a nuclear bombardment, and for the case of Ukraine in result of any Chernobyl disaster. The analytical papers were carried out in the Ukrainian Institute of Endocrinology, where they tested and studied the thyroid cancer. And also this data confirmed the increased appearance of the increased incidence rates of thyroid cancer in result of exposure to radiation. When we look at the northwestern territories of Ukraine, where the contamination was more dense than in other territories of Ukraine, we clearly observed the increased incidence rates. So when we compared the incidence rates from these territories, more than 35 milliroentgen of irradiation for thyroid gland, and compared this to the radiation factors from other regions, we have discovered that higher levels of irradiation was peculiar for both men and women from this northwestern territory, which was a result of the exposure to radioactive iodine isotopes. But if we compare this data with the incidence rates of thyroid cancer, we may observe the similar data in the southern regions of Ukraine, which suggests that further studies are needed to understand this phenomenon. Why in southern regions of Ukraine we have higher incidence ratios of thyroid cancer. Also, we observe the increased thyroid cancer is much higher among women who were liquidators. Those women who just live in the territories which are close to the exposure zone, and those who were evacuated do not show the signs of the thyroid cancer. This will be the extension of our further research. As for the conclusions, I'd come to the conclusions. Here in this slide, you see our results. That is, we observed thyroid cancer mostly among liquidators. Also, we observed the appearance of leukemia with liquidators. 16% of all the leukemia cases was among liquidators on the count of irradiation in result of Chernobyl disaster. We observed in all the groups increased growth of thyroid cancer incidence ratios, and that will require further studies to reveal additional factors that promote thyroid cancer. With consideration of supplementary factors. And I have a very special conclusion which I would like to emphasize. This research will require financial resources and human resources should be provided to the center which deals with this research, because this is the only research institution in Ukraine which is able to provide the high quality research and produce data that will be used for the research conclusions and purposes. I would like to show you this last slide, which I like very much. Thank you for your attention. I wish you peace and aspiration for better solution of the problem that you have. Thank you, Natalia. Now, the floor goes to Kostyantin Sushchenko.
Can you hear me?
Не чую.
Ольга Крясхіч буде наступною.
Скажіть, будь ласка, чи добре мене чути?
Так, Константин, ми вас чуємо. Чуємо вас.
Але не бачимо презентації.
We can hear you, but we do not see your presentation. Можна починати?
Чи можу я починати?
But I can start.
Скажіть, будь ласка, чи є звук?
Do you hear me?
Вас чути добре, можна починати.
Thank you. My name is Sushenko Konstantin. I'm a junior researcher of Institute for Safety Problems of Nuclear Power Plants. Topic of my today's report is reactivity effects at the recurrent criticality in fuel-containing materials clusters. Monitoring of neutron activity in the new safe confinement is provided by the Nuclear Safety Monitoring System. At the detection points located in the subreactor rooms, leakage neutrons from clusters of fuel-containing materials are recorded. After new safe confinement installation, only at this point a constant increase in neutron activity is observed. It is shown in Figure 1. Detection units located in the eastern part of room 305 detect leakage neutrons from a nuclear dangerous cluster with a critical mass of fuel, which is located in the penetration zone of the reactor shaft base plate. This is shown in Zone 2 in Figure 2. Detection units in the southwestern part of room 305 detect leakage neutrons from a subcritical cluster of brown lava-like fuel-containing materials. There are several reasons for the increase in the detected neutron flux density. First, it can be caused by growth of the internal source of neutrons due to alpha N reactions on light nuclei of impurities. Evidence that this version is incorrect is shown by the results of calculation in Figure 3. From 1990 to 2015, the increase in neutron activity due to an internal source is less than 25%. A change in the temperature and humidity regime of fuel-containing material storage in conditions of new safe confinement is manifested only in the form of seasonal fluctuations in neutron flux density readings in Figure 4 and doesn't affect the main growth trend. Third reason that this is the homogenization of structure of the breeding medium as the result of fuel-containing materials crystallization. This process is quite slow and has not manifested itself in the neutral flux density readings in the last 30 years. And the last reason is a change in water concentration in the breeding medium of the fuel-containing materials, and this is the main factor influencing the neutron flux density readings. Since the installation of neutron activity monitoring systems in the shelter, all anomalies in the reading of neutron detectors are associated with a change of K effective of nuclear dangerous cluster caused by the inflow, retention, and exit of water from its breeding medium. Figure 6 shows the 1990s neutron incident. This year, recriticality was recorded. It was caused by the process of water inflow into the cooling cluster of less than 100 degrees Celsius. Self-sustaining chain reaction was extinguished as a result of waterlogging of the breeding medium. From 1990 to 2016, a nuclear dangerous cluster was waterlogged, and the neutron flux density in the subreactor rooms was stable. After the new safe confinement installation and the cessation of precipitation access to the shelter, a constant increase in the neutron flux density is observed. This growth is associated with the outflow of water from the cluster's breeding medium. Further loss of water can lead to recurrent criticality. To ensure the elimination of the risk of recurrent criticality, it is necessary to implement early detection of the reaching of emergency subcriticality values. from point 95 to point 98 by the system. To solve this problem in the absence of direct access, it is necessary to study Newton physical characteristics of nuclear-dense clusters. A physical model has been developed. The localization and geometrical parameters of the physical model were obtained on the basis of thermal measurements and coordinates of well-down holes at Mach 9.1 meters, as well as core samples and temperature logging. The physical model of nuclear-dense cluster is implemented in MCNP6 and shown in Figure 11. Previous calculations of nuclear-dense cluster physical models in MCNP were performed using the uranium silicate chemical composition shown in Table 1. The new obtained data on the Newton activity of Newton nuclear-dense cluster made it possible to form new ideas about the nature of the formation of this cluster. Based on the process of molten corium-concrete interaction, a more accurate uranium-zirconium chemical composition, that shown in Table 1 of nuclear-dense cluster, was calculated, which was used in new physical model. For this uranium-zirconium physical model, studies are currently being carried out to determine the parameters that ensure the real dynamics of the increase in the leakage Newton flux density. Figure 13 shows that at any lattice spacing with the model parameters as shown on this slide, the possibility of recurrent criticalities is provided. Figure 12 shows the dependencies of K effective on the water concentration and the lattice spacing. It is shown that after the new safe confinement installation in 2016, the outflow of water from the waterlogged breeding environment of the nuclear-dense cluster leads to an increase in K effective and accordingly in Newton activity, which can lead to the recurrent criticality. Thus, the following conclusions can be drawn. The constant Newton flux density growth in the subreactor room 305 can only be associated with the outflow of water in the nuclear-dense cluster breeding medium. A guarantee of the nuclear safety of nuclear-dense cluster is possible if there is effective monitoring that provides early detection of emergencies of criticality values. To solve this problem, adequate physical model was created and research of Newton physical characteristics of nuclear-dense cluster is carried out. The nuclear-dense cluster is a product of the interaction of corium with heavy concrete of the base plate. The fact of existence and the process of molten corium concrete interaction in the base plate penetration zone in room 305 requires a revision of the official version of the scenario of emergency processes at the active stage of the accident in 1986. That's all. Thank you for your attention.
Константин, все?
Так.
Так. Дякую. Дуже така інтересна інформація.
Thank you, Konstantin. It was an interesting information. The further presenter will be Olga Kryashchich. Alexander Kalinovsky, please get ready. Good afternoon. I'm Olga Kryashchich. I represent the Institute of Communication and Global Information Space. Can you see my presentation? We can see your presentation, but not in the full screen mode.
А можна і так. Гарно видно ваші слайди.
Actually, we can see properly. You may live in this mode. Sorry. It's very important for YouTube to share the presentation properly. Will you please press the screen demonstration option or F5? But I could see the full screen.
Спробуйте нажати показ слайдів.
Зараз.
О, чудово.
Видно, так?
Так.
Дякую.
Can you see it? Yes. Today I'm presenting the result of our joint work together with Institute of Nuclear Research of the National Academy of Sciences of Ukraine, and we dealt with the migration of tritium in the plants. This topic had become quite topical now because the Russian machinery and equipment use tritium in big amounts, and now when in the Donbass region there are huge numbers of that equipment which are ruined with shelling. Of course, it's quite clear that huge amounts of radioactive tritium penetrates into the soils and thus may go to plants. I would like to point your attention to the birch juice. Birch juice, which activates birch. It comes from birch trees, and this allowed us to trace the lithium manifestation and measure the lithium manifestation in birch juice. At the first stage, we determined the value of 3H activity, snow melt, water, and birch sap. We took the samples in early spring when the snow was melting under temperature from -2 up to +2 degrees Celsius, and the samples were taken around the research reactor in the Nuclear Research Institute. And together with that, we took the snow samples. The second stage of our research was taking samples of the birch sap, birch juice. We took birch sap from at the height of 30-40 centimeters from the ground. And of course, the third stage was preliminary processing of the samples, preparation of the samples for further probing and testing, and the results of our research are shown on this graph. Our preliminary assumption was that the melted snow water is 100% absorbed by birch trees, and we compared the 3H activity of the snow melt water and the birch sap. And thus you can see that between the years 2004, 2006, the level of activity of tritium in water and in sap, in birch sap, was different. That the correlation was not as linear as we assumed. At the same time, we followed and determined the temperature curves. And we found out that the temperature curve had some influence on tritium activity. Usually around end of February, we have strong frosts, and the humidity in the air was around 40%, and the activity of tritium in snowmelt was lower than in birch tree. With the temperature raises in the atmosphere, this dependence started to change always. The range of changes was not big. While in February, the temperatures quite seldom dropped lower than 6-8 degrees, and with the humidity, peculiar for this period, for this season, the tritium activity in birch sap was higher. And vice versa, in March and April, the tritium activity in birch sap was much lower than the melted snow. Actually, this is continued research, and also we measured the tritium levels in some plants, including daffodils, etc. And we had come to the conclusion that with continuous input of tritium into the environment, the concentration of tritium in free water increases polynomial, and then that we had received experimental confirmation of the hypothesis and concentration of tritium in free water plants. As a general rule, the specific concentration of tritium is the same in all parts of plants. But if there are sharp changes in temperature and humidity, then the tritium content in individual plant organs changes compared to the tritium content in free water. When we studied some plants, we found the same rule working for the roots, for the stems. The third conclusion was about the specific tritium activity values due to the gradient of tritium concentration in the atmosphere plant ground system of the change in temperature and humidity. This is mainly due to the processes of plant life. I have finished. Thank you for your attention.
Запитання, прошу.
Дякуємо, Ольга. На жаль, для запитань у нас немає часу.
Thank you, Olga. Unfortunately, we don't have time for questions and answers. You can answer in chat. The next one is Alexander Kalinovsky. Are you ready? And Valentin Verkhovtsev will be the next one.
Ну так надо выбрать сначала, что. кризис в другую сторону. Да. Yes.
May I start?
Yes.
Do you hear me?
Да, чутно вас
Yes.
дуже гарно.
Thank you. Thank you.
Запускайте вашу презентацію.
Yes. Did you hear the first slide? Did you see? Do you see my first slide?
Ні, ми нічого не бачимо.
Так, давай, сейчас, минуточку.
No, we don't see anything.
Выбери.
One of nuclear power engineering. The destruction scale of Unit 4 can be estimated by following images are presented on the slide. The shelter object, protective facility in short time and extreme condition was built to intended for temporary storage, localization of radioactive materials. The main cluster location of the fuel materials are highlighted in red. The shelter object didn't provide a reliable and secure place for storage fuel-containing materials. The fuel materials, under impact of natural factors, have been degrading with producing of radioactive dust, escapable to respiration. The radioactive dust had released from shelter to environment by two roads. The one was through a ventilation pipe. The second way, so-called an organized release, was through a splits and holes in the roof and walls of shelter construction to environment. The system for radioactive release monitoring from shelter object was commissioned in beginning of 19th. Aerosols were assembled by 4 accumulated plates located on the shelter roof over technological hatches and were over the main cluster of highlighted active materials. You can see it on the slide. The content of reference radionuclides in some activity of long-lived nuclides in radioactive aerosol from beginning 2000s up to present moment are practically constant. The dynamic of annual release of some long-lived nuclides from a shelter object within 19, 98, 20, 22 is present in the slide. Time analysis of release dynamics has allowed to distinguish 4 periods at the stage of shelter object conversion into ecological safe system. First period lasted from 1998 to 2003. In that time, last power unit 3 of Chernobyl plant was operating yet. Dust suppression system was working only over central hall of ruin unit 4. Second period and third period included fulfillment of stabilization measures creation of modernized the dust suppression system, and building NSC. The third period came in 2017. It was the stage carry out the works of a ceiling construction, arch, and commissioning new confinement. Average radioactive release was reduced in 10-fold as compared with release in the first stage. The observation results of radioactive aerosol release in the cold and warm period from 2007 to 2022 were analyzed. It allowed to estimate influence of natural and man-made factors on the unorganized release of radioactive aerosol. It's known that a cool period, blue color, the release volume are determined by meteorological factors. In the warm period, green color depends on technology activity in the shelter premises. Variation of release with this 2007 was about 5, and then gradually decreased to 1 in 2015. After the installation of new confinement, variations are in the range from 0.5 to 2. This slide shows the monitoring site analysis of radioactive aerosol follow-up on the light roof of shelter. Table first line shows the average annual volumes of a fallout density of radioactive aerosol on the light roof. It can be seen that the volumes of fallout density after the arch was sliding are in the range of a data variation before. The third line displays the percentage contribution to the fallout of a radioactive release. After NSC complex was commissioned, the share are close to 10 to 100%. Therefore, significant uncontrolled release from a radioactive aerosol outside the arch are absent. The diagrams show the result of correlation analysis between release and follow-up radioactive aerosol on the roof. The analysis shows that result for 2019, 2020, and 2022 follow the logical rules. The large are released, then the large of radioactive fallout. The exception is the date for 2021. In this case, the correlation coefficient is negative. Its possible reason is result of technological activity carried out outside the shelter premises, which led to significant radioactive dust rise up. The measure for the local dust suppression at the work site was not enough. The question of fuel-containing materials destruction rate with generation radioactive aerosol has a great practical importance. This since it largely determines the strategy of handling them and level of their radiation danger. The aerosol generation rate was estimated by following acquisition. The assessment result of rate generation of radioactive aerosol are present in table. In the end, a conclusion. I will read only two important. The installation, the new safe confinement in 2017 entailed the reduction of an organized release of radioactive more tenfold as compared to beginning of 2000s and minimization of the meteorological factor influence. And 5, an increase in the volume of structure surface radioactive contamination in the under the arch space of new C complex is proportional to growth of radioactive release volume from the shelter. Thank you for your attention, colleagues. That's all.
Дякую. Дякую.
Thank you.
Наступний доповідач.
The next one is Valentin Verkhovtsev
Леонід Павловський.
and Leonid Pavlovsky. Please be ready. We continue our work. Good afternoon. I am Ищенко Yuri.
Доброго дня. Я Тищенко Юрій.
I am Ищенko Yuri. I'm sorry. I will stop you. Please push F5. It is very important for our YouTube broadcasting, for our streaming.
Зараз
Ні, на жаль. Показ слайдів. Ви бачите, у вас є...
Do you see slideshow?
Так, все натиснуло. F5 теж натиснуло.
Yes, F5. I did it.
Давайте зачекаємо, адже це дуже важливо. І поки така технічна перерва...
While we have this technical interval, repeat to everyone.
Можливо, слід...
Maybe you should leave and then enter again. Maybe it got frozen. To all our participants, I would like to remind, please follow the technical requirements. Thank you. That's very important for our streaming. Can you see it now? Everything's wonderful now. I am Yuri Tищенко. We have a team of authors, and I'm one of them. I am from the Institute of Geochemistry of the Environment of the National Academy of Sciences of Ukraine. The presentation is on small modular reactors in Ukraine. And that's not just accidental why we selected this topic, because our institute, before the war, approved, and now we are conducting the works on research and analysis and environmental assessment and prospects of implementation of new modular reactors in Ukraine, small modular reactors in Ukraine. That's done under the leadership of our director, Yuri Babulonov, and people in our institute, many people participate in this work. These are different types of works. We are analyzing the environmental aspects, ecological aspects, when those new nuclear reactors will be introduced in Ukraine. Also the issues of physical protection. We assess environmental parameters, and also we examine all the legislative issues according to well, we prepared the publication which we will send.
Значить, ми вважаємо, що
we believe that before
в Україні почнуться вже реально здійснюватися якісь
in Ukraine we will start constructing or installing small modular reactors. Before that, we need to do some preparatory work, at the strategical level, because all of you know that there are many different units in the world. They have different capacity. And if you look from the point of view of the environmental legislation, it does not negate such activity, but it's not absolutely ready for that. From the point of view of methodology and assessing the impact on the environment. How do I change slide? What can I say? All participants of the conference probably know what small modular reactors are. They are the reactors from which nuclear energy sector started, then large reactors were developed. Large reactors were used. We can talk then about technological crisis in the development of energy sector. But because the reactors of the third generation are designed, and if we combine it with the possibilities of and capacities of the assembly facilities, the small modular reactors were designed that they can compete with large reactors, but they also have some advantages. They can compete in price, but they have advantages related to where they can be located. I cannot switch the slide. Okay.
Добре. Так, ну тут, да, значить, це те, про що я говорив.
That's what I was talking about, the difference between large and small reactors. You know what are the differences, and I will talk about that in detail. The article which we will send looks at the history of creation of small modular reactors, and there we give the characteristics of such reactors, and we characterize the advantages and the problems which still exist, which are to be addressed before they are actively introduced. Also, we look at the scenarios of the further development of nuclear energy sector in Ukraine and the possible place of small reactors in the further development of nuclear energy sector of Ukraine. Here we show the types of reactors. Here you can see what is being designed in the world by the leading companies. And that's how that's located in different countries. And the small modular reactors for Ukraine are important. Well, because I hope that soon we will have victory, and then we will have to think about restoration of our economy. And the main thing for economy is energy sector, and small modular reactors can play a very important role in that. Here we show different types of small modular reactors. and they can be used for generation electricity. They could replace the units which will be decommissioned recently, and also it could be used in other spheres for thermal generation, for water and purification and other things. So there are wide opportunities there, but not to make any mistakes. In order to successfully implement new technology, for that, we need to have a very good concept, which is to be adopted at the level of the state. There should be some, and the regulatory framework should be upgraded. There should be methodological recommendations developed to assess the impact of small modular reactors, so that everything is happening systemically in the unified way. Basically, that's all I wanted to share with you. Thank you for attention. Thank you for your presentation. The next one, Leonid Pavlovsky, together with Dmitry Haradetsky. And then the next one, Sizonenko Volodymyr.
Leonid Pavlovsky.
Leonid Pavlovsky, can you hear me? Yes, we hear you. Start your presentation. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you for very interesting conference. And Gradetsky Dmitro will make a presentation. Good afternoon, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. This is the presentation on forecasting of air pollution in the working areas during work in the dismantling of the shelter object is one of the main tasks. We need to turn it into environmentally safe system. We have a good experience of it, doing that at shelter object, but there are some specific characteristics relating to how ensure radiation protection of the personnel. There's potentially high contamination of the air by aerosols, and the reason is the dissemination of aerosols inside the shelter object, dusting of the external surface of metal structures on the roof of the SO during the experimental and industrial operation of the NSC-SO complex. A lot of dust is accumulated on the vertical surfaces of the shelter object. Here you see the pictures, and you can compare how these surfaces were contaminated before and after we installed the complex. You see these metal structures. This slide shows dusting of work surfaces on the roof of the shelter facility. To the left is plot on a light roof, on the right plot on inclined panel, and the contamination goes up to 580 kilobecquerel per kilogram of alpha active, and that allows to consider the dust to be medium active radiation waste. To the left, you can see particles of aerosols in the air, which you do not see when there is bright light. And that, because of that, we have to use remote robots manipulators, but because of the complicated relief of the surfaces, it is impossible to avoid some operations which have to be made by people. When design, we need to preliminary forecast the dynamics of contamination of the air, and
що, собственно, і є метою даної роботи. Метою прогнозування та оцінки забруднення повітря під час виконання робіт необхідно знати параметри радіаційної обстановки, а саме щільність і радіонуклідний склад поверхневого забруднення ділянки, на яку буде здійснюватись фізичний вплив, а також об'ємну активність і радіонуклідний склад аерозолів в повітрі. Окрім того, потрібна детальна технічна інформація по кожній окремій зоні виконання робіт. А саме, треба знати конкретне місце і технологію виконання робіт, також характеристики технічних засобів і обладнання, що будуть використовуватись, а також кількість робочого персоналу та його трудовитрати. На даний момент часу проєктування демонтажних робіт зовнішніх конструкцій ОУ знаходиться на початковому етапі, за виключенням вже розроблених проєктних рішень по демонтажу металевої ферми підсилення на південній частині покрівлі ОУ, для якої і буде надано прогнозні розрахунки. Результати дослідження щільності поверхневого забруднення у зонах виконання робіт на південній частині покрівлі об'єкта укриття було надано у наших попередніх роботах, тому ми їх не наводимо. Нагадаю тільки, що загальне поверхневе забруднення металевих конструкцій ферми підсилення становить в середньому 88 тисяч бета-часток на квадратний сантиметр на хвилину, при діапазоні від 25 до 160 тисяч. При цьому внесок альфа-активних нуклідів у загальне поверхневе забруднення не визначається з технічних причин за високого гамма-фону на місці дослідження. І тому їхньою активністю у складі нефіксованого поверхневого забруднення в цьому випадку можна знехтувати з причини занадто низької величини. В межах похибки вимірювання вони складають десь приблизно в середньому 2 альфа-частки на сантиметр квадратний в хвилину. В таблиці наведено результати дослідження об'ємної активності аерозолів в повітрі, я маю на увазі таблицю номер 1, в зоні виконання робіт по демонтажу ферми підсилення і для порівняння у деяких суміжних потенційних зонах виконання робіт. В даному випадку
In this case, the work area parameters are shown in line number 1, and you see that volumetric activity of the mixture of radionuclides for beta-active nuclides is at the level 6.2. When doing the forecast parameters, we took the following parameters into consideration: the length of the cutting, the air composition, the time, the using of the conservative approach allowed us to forecast that aerosols from the air would set only on this only some surfaces. And the radioactive aerosols in result of fermentation of the contaminating mixtures could be up 5 meters in radius and 25 cubic meters in volume. I won't describe in much detail the dismantling operations. The reinforced metal structure is quite big. It was used to strengthen the roof. Dismantling of this roof strengthening structures would require first fragmentation of the reinforcement truss on the south, then cutting the support brackets of the reinforcement truss, and fragmentation of metal structures at the site of temporary storage using remote controlled mechanisms, except for cutting the support brackets of the reinforced structure, which has to be done in manual mode. You see the max in the extreme right column, you see the maximum volume activity of aerosols in air. This is 23 times higher than the activity for beta-active aerosols. This shows that the level of the air pollution depends on the speed of cutting, and the lower is the cutting speed, the better these parameters, dangerous parameters are, and more comfortable it will be for the personnel. Then decreasing the cutting speed would also allow the decrease in the ionizing doses for the personnel, and thus allow longer periods of their work in this area. Thus, we can influence the qualifications of the personnel. So the main conclusion, due to the lack of significant air flow, the fragmentation of metal structures in the interval volume of the Bakeo complex with the help of a head tool can cause significant air pollution in the working area. According to the forecast calculations, it is possible to increase air pollution with the mixture of beta-active aerosols by approximately 23 times from the ascending value, which is 133 BQ per cubic meter. At the same time, the increased pollution by alpha-active aerosols will be insignificant. A significant increase in air pollution during dismantling work with hand tools requires mandatory preliminary determination of surface contamination of metal structures. On the basis of the proposed approach, it is necessary to predict potential air pollution in order to apply adequate measures for anti-radiation protection of working personnel. And the last but not least, that this approach would ensure right approach for the use of personnel with consideration of lower ionization volumes for them. Thank you, Dmitry. That was quite interesting information. The further presentation will be by Volodymyr Sezonenko. Please, Pavlo Krukovsky, get ready.
Мене чують?
Can you hear me?
Мене чують?
Can you hear me?
Мене бачать?
Of course, we can hear you. Can you see me? You can see your presentation, but not in the demonstration mode. Dear colleagues, I'm happy to welcome you. I'm Sezonenko Volodymyr. My presentation is dedicated to the effective modeling of SR90 dynamics in the Dnipro reservoirs. Under war conditions, the probability of radioactive discharges into water sources becomes higher, and that's why effective modeling of strontium-90 dynamics in water reservoirs becomes quite topical. I've suggested to use the new model, which rather than modeling solid concentration continuously in both distance and time, alone reach the ADZ model takes a black box approach to dispersion and simply consider the output concentration as a function of input concentration and time. With this, a water pool is split into parts, and the calculation is made for each part. This requires fewer primary input data. It saves a lot of computer time, but allows to simulate the with a big probability. So we were measuring different parts
Розробка Інституту кібернетики імені Глушкова.
Within our calculations on the Glushkova Institute, carrying out the international MRAS project. So we simulated the tritium emissions from 5 power plants in Loire River estuary within a year. So we made measurements in 13 points. The data were provided by Regional Environmental Center and in line with the time intervals. This 30-kilometer 350-kilometer distance of Loire River was split into intervals, and it required just 20 minutes for my personal computer to make necessary calculation. And while the calculation of So then within 20 minutes, you calculate the hydrology model, and then within each 8 seconds, you are able to make a simulation of the tritium discharge. So proven that the accuracy of calculations can be done with the following deviations or errors. Well, the red dots show the deviations, and the orange line shows the values attributed. The adequacy of this model in case of multiple and sharp discharges of tritium in Loara Estiarum could be successfully used for the Dnipro cascade of discharges, but here we do not have the hourly data, but we have only daily data. Quite often, in order to cut down the computer time and to build up 2-3 dimension models, the monthly average values are used. This approach considerably decreases the accuracy of the obtained data. And the data which I am going to show you are based on the daily data, which, as you remember, decreases the accuracy of the suggested calculations. So we had the data from 1991, 1994, 1999, when we observed considerable raises of strontium content in Pripyat and Kyiv. We took into consideration the toxicology parameters of the Kyiv water pool and then measured the same for the lower pools of the Dnipro water cascade. Here you see the graph which shows dynamics of strontium for Kyiv reservoir outflow in 1999. The big discrepancy in measurements carried out by different organizations could be explained with the lack of experience within those organizations. Well, we look not at the 1991 data, but at the 1999 data, we can see that the data are more homogeneous. It becomes obvious that when you put 40-45% accuracy, the model would cover all the input data. This calculation requires just 1/100th of second for the computer. This allows to carry out necessary calculation, necessary number of reiterations for proper calculations. Unfortunately, within 10 minutes, I cannot explain all the useful conclusions, useful simulations which could be done on the basis of this data. Dark blue and light blue lines show reservoirs and flow of the Pripyat River and the Dnipro River. The red line shows approximated data for measurements of strontium in Pripyat, which is outflow to the Kyiv reservoir. while dark red line is the Kyiv model. This is concentration of strontium near the Kyiv hydropower plant. On the right scale of our figure, you can observe that at the biggest discharges of strontium from Pripyat River, the outflows from Pripyat and were almost the same. That's why we observe the decrease in the strontium content almost 6 times lower than it used to be before that. Similar phenomena could be observed which support the dispersal data for 1994. Here again, you see the same process. Here we see that the first outsplash of contamination was quite high, then it decreased, but then during the spring floods, it again short. That suggests that you can use again the water discharge regimes in order to regulate the proper level of strontium sedimentation and the content in the water flows. This we have made preliminary modeling or analysis of the contamination gradual movement through the reservoirs. Here you see the graph, and for the hydropower plants and dams near Kyiv, Khortytsa, Zaporizhia hydropower plants, etc., up to Nova Kakhovka. That is the whole Dnipro River cascade of hydropower plants. Thus, we have shown a model which analyzes toxicological and radiological data. I forgot to mention that calculation for the latest year would require only 1/100th of a second in computer calculation. So this analysis allows us to predict the transition of strontium pollution. You should only make data input, and then the calculation would be done within seconds. This is an appropriate model for many types of pollutants, and currently we continue our work on this for the water reservoirs of the Dnipro River cascade. I would like to express my thanks to all those who provided support to us. I have finished my presentation. Thank you, Volodymyr.
Наступний доповідач у нас Павло.
Our next presenter is Mr. Pavlo Krukovsky. My request is to Mr. Valery Derengovsky. Please get ready, Mr. Krukovsky.
Чутно, запускайте.
Can you hear Mr. Krukovsky?
Чи вам видно?
Все видно, починаємо.
Can you see her? Yes. My presentation is on behalf of two research institutions, Institute of Engineering Thermophysics, and the State Specialized Enterprise Chernobyl Nuclear Power Plant. And you see the names of authors who contributed to this report. The presentation is related to the situation of the confinement, and it is called the role and place of simulation of the physical state of the confinement and its influence on the environment. I won't remind you what are the specific features. It is designed for 100 years, and the decreased impact of the confinement on the environment. And what is also important that the works on fuel extraction and disposal will be done. Perhaps not so many people know, but the confinement is not hermetical. When you look at the locations where the walls are built, you see some there is some space between the constructed walls of the confinement, and there is the air outflow together with the radioactive elements. That it considerably depends on the wind force in this area. So these discharges of and also the state is thermal dynamic and gas dynamic, and there is rather high humidity. You can see how this discharge of air from the confinement is possible and why it is problematic. These water discharges outside, they cannot be registered by the tools and the instruments. You can see from here the western side, but on the eastern side of the confinement, there are no such devices also. So we have to measure or predict heat and humidity state of the confinement, gas dynamic state of the confinement, impact of engineering equipment failure, and distribution of radioactive aerosols inside and outside the confinement. These simulations, these models that we had produced, this is the model of the confinement object, this is the model of the confinement without internal equipment. This is the two merged models together. That is this is a photo of the NSC from the western side, from the eastern side. While this is our model, these are the places where the outflow of air from the confinement is taking place. In order to be able to calculate the model and to calculate the outflow of air into the other, into different directions, we have to create a model of the external flows around the confinement. And based on this data, we'll be able to calculate, to offer calculations for the simplified models. Here you see the pressure of air from inside the confinement, and here you see the speed of the air flows, outflows on the eastern side, on western side, and these are the data based on what we made our calculation of the air outflows or leakages, and this shows how those models work. Here you see the leakages from western side and eastern side. The positive values show those leakages which remain inside the confinement, while the negative meanings, the negative values, especially the red ones, these are those leakages which go outside. We measured quite thoroughly the temperatures inside the confinement. We also calculated seasonal change of air velocity in the main volume of the confinement. In winter, the ground is warmer and the coldest air is up, while in summer the situation is quite opposite. This model shows one of the scenarios when RA is discharged from the confinement. You see different sections at 6 hours, 24 hours, how it is discharged, and then it spreads, and then it sets over the surfaces. And what is much more important, this is a discharge, a curve of the discharge when it happens, or leakage when it happens. And this graph shows how it goes down within 24 hours. This is the scenario which we used here.
На хвилину на завершення.
Викид РА при пожежі на криші машзала. Тобто пожежа...
Here you can see the fire on the roof and it takes the radioactive particles into the air, and part of it goes outside. You can see the same in the eastern part, and this model shows that it goes outside. And this model
why it could be useful. It gives you the possibility to see how radioactive particles are distributed in different parts. That is the platform where of unloading, and here you can use it. And in the end, I believe that we believe that such models play a major role in the operation of the NSC, and the place of such models can be used in the NSC condition management system for detailed analysis of the thermal, moisture, and radiation fields in the NSC and environment. And we believe that they are in the system, within the system of management. You can influence these flows with the assistance of the ventilation system. And this could be done by managing pressure inside. And these are how radioactive materials go out. And if anyone is interested in this modeling of different tasks, and that is what we did for Navarka company, which was constructing the confinement. We have a book, New Safe Confinement of Chernobyl NPP. If you are interested in this book, it was published 3 years ago. Our Institute of Engineering Thermophysics and our laboratory. And here you see the email, and I can send you this book if you're interested. Thank you for it. Thank you. Okay. The next one is Valery Direngovsky.
Sorry. Irina will make a statement.
Але так, шановні колеги, я прошу уваги.
Dear colleagues, we will make 10 minutes technical break, and we would like to thank Viktor Kuczynski for his assistance in moderation. We thank the people from Chernobyl NPP who've been working with us for 8 years in conferences, and the Department of Strategic Planning. We would like to thank Viktor personally. We have another technical interval for 10 minutes. Then Maxim Savelyev will be with us again as a moderator. We thank Viktor. We thank you, Viktor. And now, 10 minutes break. In 10 minutes, we will be back.
Valery Deringovsky. So, Valery, please take the floor.
Доброго дня.
Good afternoon.
Видно презентацію?
Can you see my presentation?
No, we have a problem with seeing your presentation.
У нас проблема.
Change your presentation.
Змініть.
Just try to push a button from the beginning. Спочатку.
Просто так, потрібно натиснути спочатку.
Видно, ні?
Видно, але, на жаль...
Yes, we see. But we see your next slide as well.
Потрібно прибрати цю функцію, коли з'являється у вас на сторінці.
Remove this function, please. Down there, under the first slide. Oh, yes, and what about now? Now it's much better. Good. Dear colleagues, good afternoon. I would like to make a presentation, the shelter object further transformation to the ecologically safe system.
Незважаючи на завершення будівництва
Despite the new safety confinement, completion of construction and commissioning, the fuel-containing materials accumulation, and as a result of the design basis accident at the fourth power unit, continues to be the main danger source of the shelter object in peacetime, and during a military invasion, it becomes especially dangerous. The greatest potential scenarios of comprehensive analysis of the shelter object transformation into an environmentally safe system after the MSC commissioning, and also transformation of this shelter object and its final. We have the strategy of turning of changing the shelter object to possible conversion strategies that inside disposal, temporary isolation with the intention of delayed FCM removal, that has some problems because the version FCM phased removal means that the materials are to be removed during the life cycle of the new confinement. Part of this could be removed even after decommissioning. According to the requirements of the nuclear safety, the strategy of stage by stage or phased removal is considered to be the priority one. So looking at that strategy, we can define 7 zones. First, second, and third zone are the zones with the big fuel-containing materials, and from these zones, it's better to extract the materials at the stage of operation of the confinement zone for part of the machine hold. Zone 5 are containers with highly active waste, and they are behind the pioneer walls, and the zone 6 and the cascade walls. Zone 7 is a local zone of a shelter object. So we need to implement the strategy which could be implemented by 10 potential scenarios. And according to scenario 1, the extraction of these materials during the NSC life cycle and the deferred withdrawal after NSC decommissioning in the Zone 7. In the process of work on scenarios, we developed the principal technical solutions as to removing FCM from the fresh fuel unit. Here you see some stages of operations, and then cutting the refueling machine bridge, and this sent RCM to the reactor shaft. And that was made with the assistance of the 3D modeling. With the FCM removal and related radioactive waste, the SO building will be transformed. It will undergo certain transformation, the ultimate goal of which should be to create a near-surface storage facility based on existing structures at low elevations that have practically not been damaged. Here you see how this could look like under scenario number 1. The main factors are socio-economic factors, geological, hydrogeological, geochemical, meteorological, anthropogenic, and then cost factors for practical application and for analysis of environmental safety of the works. And these factors are defined according to 11 criteria, which you can see here. The process of comprehensive analysis of phased extraction is shown on this slide. It's done in 3 stages. The first stage is to define the scenario, criteria, and factors. The second stage will define the values of scenarios, criteria values for the MF factor, and the fourth level we do scenario ranking and we select the best one. Here you see the definition of the scenario values, and this is what you can see on the slide. Of the criteria are grouped into 3 groups. F1 is safety group, F2 financial, and F3 is structure. Complex indicators determination of scenarios weight is done with the assistance of scenarios array weights of criteria that form the relevant scenarios factors and scenarios factor. This way, based on the calculations, we can make following conclusions. The best scenario is scenario 1 with the complex value of 0.66. The worst one is scenario 2 with the scenario complex value is 0.62. Scenario 7 is the second best option. And in the end, we can make such conclusions. An analysis of potential scenarios for the FCM accumulation phase removal from the SO premises was carried out, and 7 specific FCM recovery zones were considered. The necessity of mandatory removal of the most dangerous nuclear hazardous FCM accumulation from the first and second zones during the NSC's life cycle is substantiated. Fundamental technological solutions for the FCM extraction of associated radioactive waste from the upper, intermediate, and lower elevations was made. It was established that with the proper financing of FCM phased withdrawal activities, the priority is given to the scenarios that provides for the withdrawal of no FCM accumulations, except for FCM localized on man-made soil on the NSC facilities during the NSC life cycle. And the main conclusion is that we believe that the final is general safety regulation for the radioactive waste disposal, that it is allowed to increase the estimated annual effective radiation dose for critical population group up to 1 millisievert due to the implementation of the accelerated degradation scenarios determined on the justified event basis. It is allowed to increase the estimated annual effective radiation dose for critical groups of population that may be exposed to radiation and the implementation of unintentional
Thank you so much for your report. I remind everybody that you may ask a question in our conference chat on the Zoom platform, and I invite for the next report Anatoly Doroshenko with his report about the effects of the new safe confinement on the temperature dynamic of the fuel-containing materials in the rooms 305 and 304. So, Anatoly, please take floor.
Да, я тут місяць. Так, презентація запущена.
Did you see the presentation?
Так, доброго дня, мене звуть Анатолій
Good
Дорошенко.
afternoon, I'm Anatoly Doroshenko. Anatoly.
F5 or show slides and from the beginning. Yeah.
Працює?
Does it work?
Питання? Ось тут.
На жаль, ні. Просто спочатку натисніть.
In the beginning, push. Yeah. Wonderful. Again, good afternoon. Doroshenko Anatoly, Institute for Safety Problems of NPPs, Influence of the NSC on Temperature Dynamics and FCM clusters in rooms 35, 3052, 3042. The research of temperature fields and heat flows was important in the research of nuclear fuel under the conditions of the shelter object. In the summer of 1986, it was possible to go through many internal premises of the destroyed fourth unit of the Chernobyl NPP and to install monitoring devices in the relatively accessible areas. This made it possible to identify places where nuclear fuel was located by means of indirect measurements, and also made it possible to use the results in estimating. In the autumn of 1986, it was possible to enter room 2132 and install a number of temperature heat flow sensors on the surface and in the depth of its western wall. The temperature at the surface varied from plus 40 to plus 60 degrees, and in the well, which was drilled at an upward angle, it reached 150 degrees. This data indicated a significant accumulation of fuel in the premises located above and to the west of premises 213-2. Thermal measurements on the walls and ceilings of the premises provided indirect data on the presence and mass of the hot fuel in the inaccessible premises, but this was incomplete information on the geometry and amount of fuel-containing materials, fuel content and their volume. The lack of information on the neutron flux density did not allow for critical control. For this, it is necessary to deliver sensor inside the PDM cluster itself or to point on the periphery of a larger cluster where the power of the exposure dose often reached hundreds and thousands of röntgen per hour. In the period of 1988-1990, several dozen wells with a depth of 820 meters were drilled from the southwest and east into the reactor shaft and sub-reactor premises at various elevations. In May 1988, a functional network of research channels for remote measurements of GDR, NFD, and temperature was created, which were combined into the information and measurement system, finish, and these detectors were installed in wells. The temperature well Z9E, which was passed on 88 from room 275, from room 275 to room 3052 at the depth of 13.7 meters, the temperature is 130 degrees and GDR 870 Rengen per hour. And in the well Z9K, the temperature was about 170 degrees and the GRD 3236 Rengen per hour. But already in 91, the temperature in these wells was 56.5 degrees, which corresponds to a decrease in temperature of approximately 0.1 degree per day or 41 degrees a year. The temperature measurements were performed in wells, the bottoms of which are located approximately in the rooms 305, 304, 207, 56, with the help of thermoelectric converters, which were connected to the measuring channels of the IBS and now the EDS. In these premises, according to various estimates, there are significant accumulations of FCM containing approximately 100 tons of nuclear fuel. The accuracy of measuring of the temperature in the channel according to the calibration data is plus minus 1 degree, which is sufficient for studying the dynamics of the nuclear physical parameters of the FCM in the premises of the deployed unit. The temperature control was carried out by the Finnish and Finnish IMS in a session now daily before commissioning of the ASK, and after the temperature was measured in 13 channels of the EDS once a day and at least one time once a week. COVID-19 and military actions in the first half of 2020 did not allow this to be carried out in the regime of monitoring. In this regard, appropriate corrections were made to the methodology of statistical analysis of temperature dynamics and the conditions of the NBKU to reduce the effects of the estimates of statistical parameters. Given presents a graph characterizing the dynamics of maximum and minimum temperatures in 3052 from 94 to 2022 inclusive. As you can see in the graphs, there was a decrease of temperatures, and after installing it, the design position, the temperature regime was stabilized. In winter period, there were negative temperatures in shelter object, and after 2016 we did not see that. This way it was minimized. The external impact of temperatures was minimized, and this way the physical ruination was also decreased. Figure 2 shows the channels from minimum to maximum values. The maximum average temperatures are recorded by channels K7, 13, 21, which in room 3052, but minimum by channels K23, 25, 26, 27. Which are in 3052 to 0756, which is explained by where the sensors prime a series of temperature observations under the conditions in approximately 3052. Channel 23, channel 7 is presented in this figure. These are the channels in which the minimum and maximum temperatures are observed, and the temperature values in the remaining 11 channels are in the interval between them, between minimum and maximum. To determine the relationship between the parameters between the channels, the linear correlation coefficients were calculated, and the correlation matrix is given in table 1. Temperature changes in the channels are closely related, as evidenced by the correlation coefficient, which corresponds to the very strong relationship on the Chadbock scale. This may indicate the presence of a common heat source for all measurement channels. This slide shows dynamics of average temperatures over time of installation of the NST. We can see that till 2018, certain dynamic temperature processes still took place, and in 2019-2022, stabilization of temperatures and their variations was observed. And as far as it was possible, it reduced air flows, and in winter there's less cool air coming in. What are the conclusions then? The case largely insulated air so from the influence of external temperatures, as evidenced by the absence of sub-zero temperatures that existed before its installation. In the conditions of the NST, such effect of FCM degradation as physical weathering is reduced to a minimum. Chemical and radiation factors dominate. The highest temperatures are recorded in approximately 3052, which indicates the presence of significant masses of FCM there. And the temperatures in the rooms have stabilized. The dynamics are not significant. The coefficient of variations on the periphery does not exceed 23%, and its minimum values are 7-13%. And residual heat release is not significant. Radiogenic heat release dominates. And although these are not significant, residual heat release is not significant. Radiogenic heat release dominates, although not significant. Thank you for attention.
Thank you for your report. So I invite another next our presenter, Sergey Kuprinchuk. Sergey, so please start your presentation.
Так, доброго дня. Мене чути?
Yes, hear you well. Please share your presentation, and don't forget that we have a requirement of 10 minutes for the presentation.
Дякую.
Thank you.
Доброго дня, шановні
Good afternoon, dear participants of the conference. I'm Sergey Kuprinchuk. I'm junior researcher of the Decommissioning Department Institute of Safety Problems of NPPs, and my presentation will be dedicated to alternative approach to determining staff access routes and operation areas at the NSC-OS. As a result of on-site surveys and calculated assessments of the technological condition of the shelter building structures performed over the entire period of its existence, structures with an unacceptably high probability of collapse were identified so-called unstable construction. During October-November 2021, radiation conditions in the dismantling areas in the NSCSO on the arch space were investigated, and that was done with the support of Chernobyl NPP, and the main purpose of these surveys is to obtain enough initial data to project dismantling operations. Specifically, the radiation situation in the areas of construction and dismantling operations and on access routes to them. This slide shows the zones where we conduct our works, and they are shown in different colors, and they are divided into 20 zones, but this work In this work, we will show 4 main routes of access to these zones.
Перший маршрут доступу
The first route, that's access to the southern part of the roof of the shelter object, and it starts from APC1 to the access room, and the room of protection of personnel. After that, passage through the corridor to the main volume of the NST, then to the place of the mental stairs, and to the zones of operations. The range of DA values on the way was from 7 microsievert per hour to 10 millisievert per hour. The calculated value of the individual effective dose at the access route to the south shields is such, and that allows to get to southern shields, so-called mouse house, light roofing, and machine hall. The next route is the route from southern to the zone works at the southern roof area of the shelter object. It starts from APC1, after which from the western side of shelter object, it goes up to the roof, and from there to zones like northern shields, light roofing, and B1 and B2 from eastern and western side. And we'd like to mention that in the presentation, this route, all these marks were changed, thinking about the security wartime. Here, and those was from 0.7 microsievert to 0.6 millisievert. Individual effective dose at the root was 0.061 millisievert and 0.051 millisievert when going up by the elevator.
The next available route is through the mammals, octopus gunway, and also the bulk of garbages. We have analyzed the 2 routes and access from the south of the shelter object and through so-called the dirty exit. The mark was at the level of 0.49 millisievert if to go through the dirty exit, and 0.027 millisievert through the roof of the metal stairs and 0.0 17 millisieverts to go by lift. Also, we had analyzed the transportation of personnel with the so-called protective cabin in a cabin which is made of protective lead, and
спроектували кабіну з такими от параметрами.
We have designed the cabin and taking into account the dose rate along the path of movement of the protective cabin, the optimal thickness of its protective walls were selected at the level for the floor 2.5 centimeter ceiling, 1.9 centimeter north wall, 26 south wall, 2 west wall 2, and eastern wall 2.4. And now the results of our comparative analysis as to the accumulative dose. The personnel movement speed, taking into account personal protection, was 67 meters per minute. So the most optimal dose saving route is with the application of the protective cabin. So our conclusions. The research that analyzed the access routes to the work areas might vary. Access routes may change during the dismantling of metal structures of the shelter object, and the most optimal way to move personnel to the work area is to use a protective cabin. Thank you for your attention.
I remind everybody that you may ask your question in our meeting chat. And now I would like to invite for the report Sergei Iolev with his report about the use of the devices in event of radiation accident as a result of military operation. Sergei, please, the floor is yours. Okay. Sergey, are you able to talk?
Sergey.
I can't hear. Sergey, please check your microphone. Not well, very, not very well. Окей.
Зараз чутно?
Так. Добре.
А зараз тут...
Добре. Please continue your report. It's better right now.
Okay. May I start?
Please start.
Okay. So, my name is Sergei Iolev. I represent AKP company. Company AKP, which is we propose some ideas relating possible activities which must follow the possible accident. First of all, First of all, I will remind you the main positions of our, let us say, Bible, OSPU 97, which presents the 3 stages of possible nuclear emergency. And some characters of them. It's well known. Now let's speak the features of radiation situation to a radiation accident connected with military actions. The main characteristic of the consequences of the accident to military actions are similar to the first phase of radiation accident. The difference lies in the spectrum of radioactive isotopes, and this spectrum depends on the nuclear facility that may present both nuclear reactors and facilities for storage of nuclear and radioactive materials, specific part of the facility which has what are the features of facility which include nuclear reactors? The events associated with the damage of the primary circuit of reactor have full characteristic of acute phase of a utility accident. Початкові фази аварії на установці. An additional hazard factor is the possibility of presence of nuclear fuel materials in the emissions, such as isotopes of plutonium, isotopes of americium, possibly isotopes of curium. All these isotopes are the alpha emitters, and they are particularly harmful to the populations and the environment. Damage to other systems of reactor units can cause a nuclear accident similar to the early stage of radiation accident. What are the specific particulars of facilities, storage materials for nuclear materials? Such facilities include premises for fresh nuclear fuel management, spent fuel storage pools, and external spent fuel storage facilities. And besides this, rad waste management facilities. По положенню електроуправління. Коротке. Добре. Короткий аналіз можливих загроз.
The brief analysis of the possible threats raises the need for monitoring the environment. In the event of a nuclear accident, which can be partially provided by instrumentation and methods developed by the atom complex prelate. What do we suggest for the nuclear reactors? The events associated with the damage of primary circuit of the reactor are full characteristics of the acute phase of a utility accident. Additional hazard factor is the possibility of the presence of irradiated nuclear fuels in the emissions, such as plutonium isotopes, americium isotopes, and other alpha emitters that are particularly harmful to the population and the environment. Damage to other systems, as it was indicated at the previous year conference, the damage to other systems of the reactor unit can cause a nuclear accident similar to the early phase of a radiation accident. Storage facilities. The events associated with the damage to the spent fuel or red waste storage facility have similar characteristics to the middle or late phases of the accident. As an additional hazard factor is the possibility of the presence of irradiated nuclear fuel materials in the emissions, such as plutonium isotopes, americium, and alpha emitters that are particularly harmful to the population and the environment. But that is fully dependent on the type of the storage which was damaged. We witnessed, I had a chance to visit almost all the storages, all the types of storages. They are quite different, and it is not possible to make something universal for all types of the storages. We have to make a tailor-made prediction for each storage. So the measurement possibilities. First of all,
I remind you about reglement. You have less than 1 minute left.
Okay. Наші установки, які впроваджені на
so our installations that are installed in all the southern Ukrainian and PP, they measure the activity at the primary circuit. We had installed a huge number of the beta spectrometers. Also, transuranium elements could be measured on our STPK installations, steam generators. This is how we determine the activity concentration of radioisotopes of plutonium. This is already approved by the by state nuclear regulators. Measurings everywhere are carried out with the help of our installation AKP SRO. Measurement methods and technical means for radiation monitoring at the territory. Zaporizhia, we suggest to use our FLRS device, which, according to the USIPL methodology, was tested in Chernobyl and in Fukushima. This is how it looks like, and the spectral processing. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your report. Thank you for attending our conference every year, and thank you for your support. And right now, I would like to give the floor for Andrei Novikov with his report about the device for assessing radionuclide emission from the biomass combustion. So, Andrei, floor is yours, please.
Чутно мене? Hello?
We could hear you not well. Please increase the volume of your microphone. We are able to hear you, but very low. Just increase the volume of microphone.
А так.
The same level. Check connection of your microphone and just increase the volume of maximum. The same problem like with the previous reporter.
Так, чутно мене чи не чутно?
Very low level. Yes, we could hear you, but let's try. Let's start just.
Доброго всім здоров'я. Так чутно краще чи ні?
Yes.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Тема доповіді пристрій для оцінки емісії.
The topic of my report is a device for assessing radionuclide emissions from biomass combustion. The research was carried out by the Institute for Nuclear Safety. Forest fires and biomass burning are accompanied by the release of aerosol particles and combustion products into the atmosphere. It is important to assess the impact of forest fires in radioactively contaminated areas of the radiological situation in the exclusion zone and beyond. Experimental studies of redistribution of radioactive substances between smoke, ash, and cinders are of particular importance. In this work, a simple-to-manufacture and easy-to-use device was developed to assess the redistribution of strontium-137 during the burning of a forest, a liter in the Chernobyl exclusion zone. The estimated activities of cesium-137 were 8.7% in smoke, 42.7% in ash, and 48% with something percent in fire, in smoke. Fires are radioactively contaminated areas, release and redistribute radioactive substances. The radioactive aerosols formed as a result of combustion can spread into the atmosphere over large areas, causing contamination of soil, water, and vegetation, and posing a danger to human health. You can see how the fires are spread. And of course, this creates hazardous conditions for human health. This data from different publications as to the hazardous impact of forest fires show different figures which can have an impact. Thus, during laboratory burning of pine needles, the level of cesium-137 aerosol emissions was at the level of 1–2%. While in Marteson's article, they reported the biggest emissions for peat at the level of 39, and the smallest was peat bog litter at the level of 18. Field burn of wheat straw, pine, and aspen wood, the level of stable strontios and increase in emissions and higher temperatures was found at the level of 40–70%. Here you see the results of the works carried out in Missoula Fire Sciences Laboratory done in the burn chamber, and the result was 22%. This slide shows experimental setup of the combustion experiments using the cone colorimeter and an aerosol collection system. The purpose of this study is to develop a simple to manufacture and operate device for burning forest litter and sampling smoke, ash, and cinders to estimate the redistribution or residual from combustion of Celsius 137. This slide shows the layout of this device for sampling emissions from litter combustion. Fuel, mesh basket, ash pan for placing the sample, ash pan desk, bottom slot, housing, smoke exhauster, top slot, conical cover flange with a filter. Slots 4 and 7 allow to diminish the smoke supply into the device and to pump it out. This slide shows the ready device which was produced for assessment of the Celsius 137 emissions. This slide shows the results of our research.
Як бачимо, на фільтрі близько 8,7%.
8.7% indication on figure. Weight was almost 100 grams, under burn 1629.
Для оцінки перерозподілу 137
An easy to manufacture, easy to use device for burning forest litter was developed to assess the redistribution of Celsius 137 between smoke ash and cinders. The estimated activity of Celsius 137 resulting from the burning of forest litter in the Chernobyl exclusion zone was 8.7 in smoke, 42.7 in ash, and 48.6 in cinders, which is consistent with known estimates. In the future, we plan to connect an impact to the device to study the distribution of activity in the different smoke fractions. How much time do I have, actually?
Дякую за увагу.
Then thank you for attention.
For as reporters, thank you so much. So, and right now I would like to invite Andrei Yermilka with his report, Increase of Dependency of Ability of Critical Infrastructure, IoT Systems. Okay, Andrei?
Максим, в мене оголошення невеличке для всіх, як наших учасників міжнародних. Ви, можливо, мені допоможіть з перекладом тоді. Тому що в нас час вже добігає кінця, і, на жаль, наші синхронні перекладачі зараз змушені на останніх буквально 2-3 доповіді, так залишилося, попрощатися з нами з технічних причин. Вони дуже дякують всім за роботу, а ми їм всі дружно дякуємо за їх роботу, але, на жаль, ось так складається ситуація, що вони вже зараз ось ці там півгодинки останні не будуть з нами працювати. Я вас попрошу коротко перекласти англійською мовою тоді для наших іноземних учасників. В нас тут є з нами пан Норберт, так, і я думаю, що...
So unfortunately, from the technical reason, we are not able to provide any more online translation of our reports. We are sorry for that, and our last reports will be done without online translation, only in Ukrainian. So we are sorry for that. We see that online only Norbert from who is not speak Ukrainian is available. So, but we are sorry.
Але ми маємо презентації зроблені англійською мовою, тому це полегшить.
Anyway, all our presentation was done in English, so you're able to see what is about the report is.
Так, я дякую всім. Ви неймовірні. Продовжуємо роботу і
Thank you, everybody.
incredible.
So we continue our work. Yeah, we continue our work, and for the next report, Andrei Yermilka. So please take a floor and start your report. And don't forget about the timing, about the requirement of 10 minutes.
Мене чути?
Yes.
А видно презентацію?
Not yet.
Презентацію.
Поки що немає презентації.
Вибачте.
Натискаєте демонстрацію екрану в Zoom і вибираєте тоді на комп'ютері. Можливо, вам потрібна допомога, ми можемо показати вашу презентацію.
Зараз я маю на share screen.
Так, так.
Так. І чомусь я не...
Не хвилюйтеся, але я нагадую, поки наш пан Андрій готується, що наша трансляція в Ютубі триває, тому, колеги, працюємо. І вам ще залишилося F5, ага, або спочатку. Натискайте спочатку. Все добре.
Добрий день всім, мене звати Андрій Єрмілко, я співдоповідачем є Денис Даценко. Ви займалися проблемою розробки компонентів для систем промислового інтернету речей. І, власне, в контексті впровадження їх в системах критичної інфраструктури також. Хоча в назві IIoT, точніше, акцентовано увагу на залучення управління глобальної мережі, але суть концепту не змінюється, і для інфраструктурних wireless LAN-систем, зважаючи на факт наявності у маршрутизаторів апаратних компонентів Wi-Fi комунікації.
Варто зазначити, що при цьому при впровадженні таких систем зберігається потреба у забезпеченні класичного підходу щодо безпосереднього управління пристроями через візуально-контактний людино-машинний інтерфейс. Власне, тому в загальній тематиці досліджень цю тему помітне місце займає розробка саме програмних компонентів різного характеру з урахування цього комплексу вимог як технологічного, так і безпекового характеру. Метою нашого дослідження було розгляд моделей, методів і технологій підвищення гарантоздатності і адаптивності систем критичної інфраструктури, реалізації за даною концепцією. І основні задачі були пов'язані з розробкою необхідних для цього програмних компонентів і бібліотек. Передумовою дослідження є передумовою було наявні досягнення у сфері розробки систем комунікації, запам'ятовуючих і периферійних пристроїв для вбудованих і IoT-систем, і, зокрема, це ідеї щодо впровадження гібридних форм, реалізації територіальної пам'яті вбудованих компонентів. Стосовно впровадження системи IoT гібридної пам'яті, ми виходили з того, що розвиток напівпровідникової технології електрично перепрограмованої пам'яті забезпечив підвищення їх інформаційної ємкості до рівня, які задовольняють потреби тривалого збереження даних ультрамобільних персональних комп'ютерів. Однак пов'язані з розвитком цієї технології сподівання на усунення основного недоліку і саме фізичного зносу виявилися марними, більш того, із збільшенням інформаційної ємкості, флеш-пам'яті, стійкість до циклів стирання запису на рівні елементарної комірки зменшується. Тут в таблиці представлено дані, які показують залежність цього параметру ще й від типу NAND-комірки і проблему низької стійкості до фізичного зносу вдається послабити декілька разів за рахунок динамічного та статичного вирівнювання навантаження по всьому масиву пам'яті. Однак в класичному виконанні твердотільних накопичувачів прийнятного рівня надійності вдалося досягнути лише для пристроїв класу ультрамобільних персональних комп'ютерів. А кардинально іншим підходом щодо мінімізації фізичного зносу є використання гібридних архітектур, наприклад, поєднання SSD-флеш і виготовлених за сегнетоелектричною технологією мікросхемою пам'яті FRAM. Тут воно показано, скажімо, досить мініатюрний пристрій. Також в таблиці є досить помітна різниця ресурсу цих мікросхем такої пам'яті. І в така архітектура перша була запропонована українськими дослідниками під назвою Хамелеон, і в ній власне метадані флеш-пам'яті SSD зберігається в невеликій FRAM пам'яті, оскільки саме вони є об'єктом інтенсивного випадкового запису. Тоді як масивні дані, масові дані зберігаються у флеш-пам'яті. Крім мінімізації зносу SSD флеш, декларується, що архітектура Хамелеон покращує продуктивність ультрамобільних персональних комп'ютерів більше ніж 20%. Але, на жаль, гібридизація поєднання SSD-флеш, FRAM і саме таких двох цих пристроїв є неприйнятною для більшості вбудованих систем з огляду на відносно значну вартість SSD-накопичувачів і також на надлишковість їхньої інформаційної ємкості для систем промислового інтернету речей. Оптимальнішим виглядають спліт-системи на базі і MMC FRAM, скажімо, SD-карт FRAM або ж SPI Flash FRAM. Актуальність пов'язаних з цим досліджень полягає в встановленні форм реалізації програмних компонент для гібридних архітектур, функціонування вбудованих системах. І ми мали на меті отримати утиліти файлових систем, які б в комплексі з відповідними апаратами дисків сукупно забезпечували б цілісність збереження оперативних доступів за умови високої інформаційної динаміки у штатних і аварійних режимах функціонування систем промислового інтернету речей. Дистанційний доступ до енергонезалежної пам'яті IOT пристроїв з гібридною архітектурою з підсистеми SD-карт FRAM або ж SPI Flash FRAM пропонується здійснювати з HTTP протоколом, оскільки він дозволяє уніфікувати підходи доступу до гібридних накопичувачів та управління IOT-системою за її утилітарним призначенням. Взаємодія, скажімо, із сховищами пам'яті, при цьому дещо модифікована, представлена тут на слайді. Послідовність процесів при копіюванні файлів гібридну пам'ять також представлена на слайді. Були сформовані підходи щодо раціонального розв'язання задачі дистанційного завантаження файлів та форми їх прикладної реалізації. Щодо розробки компонентів інтерфейсу для таких систем, було розроблено вимоги до графічних бібліотек та методології розробки HMI розширень програмного забезпечення IOT-систем. Що можу сказати, що далі представлено, власне, структурні моделі щодо того, як це може бути реалізовано, і в цілому цей процес має підтримувати класичні підходи щодо розробки інтерфейсу, стадійність і можливість залучення різних фахівців. Тепер далі. Значить, впровадження даних рішень дозволило отримати бібліотеку певної структури, яка мінімізована відносно існуючих аналогів. Зокрема, у нас тільки 8 одиниць – це базовий набір віджитів, і їх можна опціонально розширювати, цей список, а список атрибутів не перевищує 10 найменувань. Також у порівнянні з бібліотеками...
Андрій, you have less than 1 minute left.
Так. Події, які обробляються. І таким чином висновки, які тут представлені, дозволять отримати належні реалізації IOT-систем для систем критичної інфраструктури. Дякую за увагу.
Okay, thank you, Andrei, for your report. Your research is very important for the nuclear decommissioning, and because we are looking for the autonomous robotic system that should perform some task in especially dangerous conditions. So thank you for your report again. And I would like to invite for the report Vadim Karanchuk with his report MNCNP model of formation the current of the background core of the direct charge detector.
Good evening.
Okay, please
hear me?
Yes, very well. Please proceed.
I would like to present my topic, MCNP model of current formation, the background wire. Values of reactor thermal power are determined by the in-core monitoring system. These values are used as input parameters to implement algorithm of various reactor systems, including safety systems. Among them there is protective and control systems. There are few methods for power determination. Among them by parameters of the first circuit, by parameters of the second circuit, by the signals of a neutron flux monitoring system, by signals of the self-powered neutron detectors. Based on the power values determined by different methods, the weighted average thermal power of reactor is calculated. There are a few ways to minimize the error of determination of average thermal power. This is first is to improve the accuracy of the power determination by separate method and correct the weight coefficients of each method. And the second to increase the number of methods for power determination. So the additional method for power determination by the signal of the background wire of a neutron detector may be recommended to for minimize the power, minimize the error of average thermal power. The signal of the background wire is proportional to the intensity of gamma radiation in reactor core, which in turn is proportional to the power value. That allows to use the background wire signal as additional way for power determination. Here is a scheme of neutron detectors which lies along the fuel assembly. Here are 7 neutron detectors. So here in emitter electrical current is formed. Besides, here is a wire, and in each current also is formed. So MCMP model of was built of a fuel model of a fuel assembly. Here is this model. Inside there is a central tube. Here is with 7 neutron detectors. Here is also a cable which has 2 wires. One background and another is signal from the emitter. So here is a model, here is a wire. Some neutrons go outside the wire, electrons go outside the wire, and some electrons go inside the wire. And the resulting number of electrons that go outside the wire is forming the electrical current. Here are the results of a simulation in MCNP and the experiment values of the current. For 7 neutron detectors, they show similar values, could correspond. So different parameters must be investigate. The influence of different parameters on the background current must be investigated. So the results are the next that were performed. The largest changes in the gamma radiation parameters are caused by the changes in the isotopic composition of nuclear fuel during its burn-up. The effect of the concentration of boric acid in the heat carrier of the first circuit is insignificant and practically don't affect the formation of the background wire current. Here is the arrow of the power determination by the background wire and by the neutron detector. As you can see, at the end of the fuel campaign, the error increased to the values up to 2%. The proportionality between the power and the current of the background wire of the neutron detector changed during fuel campaign, primarily due due to the changes in the parameters of gamma radiation in the core, when isotopic composition of fuel change due to the burn-off. So the results of the study are the next. That the method of the power determination by the signal of the background wire can be recommended as additional method for the weighted average thermal power determination, and implementation of this method, it will allow to increase the accuracy and reliability of the determination of the weighted average thermal power. Thank you. That's it. I don't hear.
Okay, it seems to me that nobody was here what I say. It's okay. Vadim, thank you for your report. It's very important, and our colleagues will connect with you. And let me invite for the next report Vladimir Rudko with his report, Scientific and Technical Support at the Stage of the Construction and Commissioning of the Centralized Storage Spent Fuel. Vladimir, please, the floor is yours.
Так, что это такое, да. Так, як нас тут на цей налаштувати?
First, please press a button, share screen. Green button.
Будь ласка, оберіть зелену кнопочку, де написано демонстрація екрану.
Я такой.
Або, можливо, ми можемо вам допомогти продемонструвати вашу презентацію.
Немає зеленої кнопочки. Ні, я не направляв презентацію, в принципі, так що...
Ви не направляли, так?
Так. Чому це таке?
О, да.
Мене не... Так, демонстрація.
Так, демонстрація екрану. Обирайте, будь ласка. Натискайте в зумі.
В зумі, так? Да?
В зумі.
Так. Бачу, де ж воно туме. Екран. Демонстрація.
Максим Володимирович, у мене така пропозиція. Можливо, наступному дати доповідачу слово, а поки пан Володимир на електронну адресу зможе нам надіслати. Ви зможете нам надіслати свою презентацію на електронну адресу конференції? І ми вам допоможемо з демонстрацією.
Дякую.
Давайте ми так домовимося. Дякую. Дуже чекаємо на вашу презентацію на нашій електронній адресі. Отже, хто наступний? Ви забули увімкнути звук, Максим Володимирович?
As usual. Yes, everybody is tired a little bit. Me too. So I would like to invite Artur Gashimov with his report about the construction of the small modular reactors in Ukraine's prospects and challenges. Artur, please, the floor is yours.
Ви слышите мене?
Так, що я хочу.
Дивіться, що вам треба зробити.
Ви можете бачити мою презентацію?
Yes, we could hear you. We could see your presentation. Perfect. Все.
Тоді я розпочинаю. Доброго дня, шановні учасники конференції. Хочу представити вашій увазі мою презентацію, яка називається будівництво малих модульних реакторів в Україні, перспективи та виклики. Мене звуть Артур Гашимов, я студент аспірантури Інституту проблем математичних машин та систем, а також співробітник ТОВ «Енергориск», що діє у галузі атомної енергетики. Доповідь розроблена під керівництвом Василія Бігуна. Основними цілями будівництва малих модульних реакторів в Україні можуть бути відновлення зруйнованої енергетичних потужностей внаслідок бойових дій та збройної агресії, підвищення енергетичної безпеки України, зниження використання викопного палива і загальне озеленення енергетики України і досягнення кліматичних цілей, що притаманно європейській спільноті. Два великих події, що дали поштовх розвитку програми будівництва малих модульних реакторів в Україні, відбулися 10 червня 2019 року. У штаб-квартирі Holtec International був підписаний в місті Кедмен, Нью-Джерсі, США. Було підписано угоду про партнерство між НЕК «Енергоатом», ДНТЦ ЄРБ та американською компанією Holtec International. Угода передбачає створення міжнародного консорціуму, метою якого є сприяння діяльності щодо впровадження в Україні малих модульних реакторів проєкту СМР-160 розробки Holtec International. 21 квітня 2023 року президент ДП «НЕК «Енергоатом» Петро Котін і президент і виконавчий директор Holtec International доктор Кріс Сінг уклали угоду про співробітництво у розгортанні малих модульних реакторів в Україні та будівництво до 20 малих модульних реакторів проєкту СМР-160 в Україні. Малі модульні реактори є одною з найдинамічно розвиваючихся технологій в атомній енергетиці. На 2023 рік, за даними МАГАТЕ, існує близько 70 проєктів малих модульних реакторів. Основні проєкти, які на даний момент найбільш розроблені, ви можете бачити на рисунку, який привів на даному слайді. Різні проєкти відрізняються за конструкційною схемою, компоновкою, технологією використовуємо палива, використовуємо теплоносієм та сповільнюючим. Перевагами, можливими перевагами малих модульних реакторів можна виділити. Це пасивна безпека, підвищення безпеки за рахунок широкого застосування пасивних систем. Не тільки систем безпеки, а й систем нормальної експлуатації, що зменшують навантаження на персонал. Зниження вартості будівництва та експлуатації малих модульних реакторів внаслідок використання модульної конструкції, що мінімізує необхідність виконання будівельно-монтажних робіт з монтажу обладнання безпосередньо на майданчику будівництва. Зниження експлуатаційних витрат за рахунок використання пасивних систем, мінімізації необхідного обладнання для керування та забезпечення безпеки реакторних установок. І зменшення ціни на етапі зняття з експлуатації за рахунок модульної конструкції і зниження трудовитрат на демонтаж, вивезення та захоронення реакторної установки. Проєкт СМР-160, який є перспективним до будівництва в Україні, представляє собою модульний інтегральний реактор електричною потужністю 160 МВт. На даному слайді ви можете бачити компоновку основного обладнання та схему будови реакторної установки. Реакторна установка має модульну інтегральну конструкцію, де в одному корпусі інтегровані парогенератор, компенсатор тиску. Так що ви можете побачити, що в даному проєкті реакторної установки широко застосовуються пасивні системи безпеки. Наприклад, в реакторній установці відсутній головний циркуляційний насос. Рух теплоносія відбувається за рахунок пасивних сил. В теперішній час розвивається багато проєктів міжнародного співробітництва з вивчення перспектив використання малих модульних реакторів. Даний проєкт роботи виконується в межах широкого міжнародного співробітництва з участю в цих проєктах українських організацій. Прикладами таких проєктів можуть бути європейські проєкти «Тандем» та «Елсмор». Проєкт «Елсмор» має на меті визначення вимог безпеки, ліцензійних умов, застосованих методик аналізу безпеки малих модульних реакторів з урахуванням специфіки конструкції та схеми використання технологічної, з урахуванням найбільш притаманних особливостей конструкції малих модульних реакторів. Міжнародний проєкт «Тандем» спрямований на визначення оптимальних схем експлуатації малих модульних реакторів, в тому числі в режимі роботи когенерації з промисловими установками. Наприклад, з установками для вироблення водню чи в час, коли спостерігається зниження навантаження в мережі, або для роботи з акумуляторами енергії різних конструкцій. Ліцензування нової реакторної установки нового типу в Україні – це тривалий процес. Основні кроки до початку будівництва показані на цьому слайді. Розробник проєкту повинен розробити проєкт, і цей етап розподіляється на два подетапи. Це розробка базового проєкту та розробка детального проєкту. Розробка базового проєкту включає визначення основних властивостей малого модульного реактору СМР-160, принципу роботи, компоновки обладнання і включає велику кількість научно-досліджувальних робіт. І розробка детального проєкту, вона включає в себе розробку обладнання, розроблення остаточного звіту з аналізу безпеки, розроблення інструкцій тощо. Зважаючи на зжаті сроки реалізації цієї програми до 2029 року, певна активність на етапі розробки проєкту може бути розпочата в Україні вже зараз. По-перше, це розробка техніко-економічного обґрунтування, звіт о впливі на оточуюче середовище, публічні слухання, інформація о намірах сусідніх країн, о намірах будівництва атомної електростанції чи нових ядерних установок. Ну і розробка і модернізація законодавства, зокрема Закон України про розміщення, проєктування та будівництво АЕС. І на завершальному етапі отримання ліцензії на будівництво. Дякую за увагу. На цьому мій доклад завершено.
Arthur, thank you so much for your report.
Не пропоную за рахунок браку часу.
Thank you so much. So I'm sorry I was missed one hour reporter, Dmitro Smolchenko. Dmitro, I'm sorry for that. So please take the floor. Start with your report.
Так, доброго дня. Вже, мабуть, вечором.
Так, правильно.
Yeah.
Так,
so I remind about 10 minutes.
Yep, okay.
Yeah, but if you will be quicker, it will be welcome.
Окей. Мене звати Смольченко Дмитро. Я представляю Інститут технічної теплофізики. Тема моєї доповіді – розробка моделі термогазодинамічного і власних його станів нового безпечного конфайнменту з урахуванням системи нагнітання та рециркуляції повітря. У роботі розглянута коротка інформація про новий безпечний конфайнмент, його систему вентиляції та її обладнання, надана інформація щодо розробленої моделі, її результатів та порівняння з експлуатаційними даними. НБК є складним технічним об'єктом, ресурс служби якого повинен складати не менш ніж 100 років. Відповідно, дані рамки служби пов'язані з вилученням матеріалів, які містять ядерне паливо та радіоактивні відходи із зруйнованого 4-го енергоблоку. Приблизно які частини будуть вилучені, можна побачити на верхньому слайді з 17 по 117 рік. Тож перше питання, яке необхідно вирішити, це як підтримати необхідний ресурс такої великої конструкції, як НБК, на довготривалому проміжку часі. НБК складається з двох масивних об'ємів – кільцевого простору близько 1 мільйона метрів кубічного та основного об'єму близько 1,5 мільйона метрів кубічних. Більш цікавим для даної роботи є саме розгляд станів кільцевого простору, тому що кільцевий простір виконаний з близько 7,5 тисяч труб діаметром від 0,4 до 1 метру, що становить близько 25 тисяч тонн сталі. Саме до цих елементів є регламентовані два критично важливі параметри, які необхідно підтримувати протягом усього періоду експлуатації. Один з параметрів – це підтримання вологості менш ніж 40% у об'ємі КП для уникнення корозійного впливу на металеві конструкції. Другий параметр – це підтримання температури в кільцевому просторі більше, ніж температури точки враси в основному об'ємі для уникнення конденсації на внутрішній оболонці. Для забезпечення даних критеріїв налаштована система вентиляції, яку ми бачимо на слайді, правий нижній рисунок. Система складається з нагнітання повітря у КП, рециркуляції в кільцевому просторі повітря та витяжки повітря з основного об'єму. Нагнітання у кільцевий простір складається з 4 осушувальних машин, які можна побачити зліва під малюнком НБК. Кожна така машина має максимальну продуктивність 25 тисяч метрів кубічних за годину. Зазвичай там працюють 2 такі машини на постійній основі, за необхідністю більше, до 4, або при аварійно-ремонтних ситуаціях. На схемі вентиляції система нагнітання – це вона червона під номером 1. Ще одна дуже важлива її функція – це підтримувати тиск у кільцевому просторі більшим, ніж у основному об'ємі, мінімум на 4 паскаля, для відсутності перетоку повітря з основного об'єму у кільцевий простір. Далі система вентиляції складається з контурів рециркуляції під номерами від 2 до 10. Це 8, 9, 5, 6, 7. Вони необхідні для рівномірного перемішування повітря у КП та їхня максимальна продуктивність 480 тисяч метрів кубічних за годину. Та і до системи вентиляції також є витяжка повітря з основного об'єму, яка розряджає тиск у основному об'ємі та через фільтри витягує повітря. То головним елементом даної системи для підтримання регламентованих критичних критеріїв у кільцевому просторі є осушувальна машина. Ми можемо бачити її більш детально на наступному слайді. Загальний її вигляд – це лівий верхній малюнок. Ця осушувальна машина має абсорбційний тип осушення. Абсорбером є матеріал силікагель. Принцип роботи складається з циркуляції 2 контурів. Контур осушення, це нижній контур, по якому повітря проходить та осушується, та контур реактивації, який предназначений для осушення саме роторного колеса. Повітря проходить на осушення через 80% її площі, а на реактивацію десь 20% цього роторного колеса. Воно крутиться і воно осушується. Максимальна теплова потужність такої установки складає 176 кВт, а на осушення повітря на реактивацію йде десь 127 кВт теплової потужності. І саме від роботи даної установки залежить підтримання критичних параметрів температури та вологості в кільцевому просторі. Щодо розробленої моделі. Розроблена 3D-CAD-модель, що включає в себе модель арки НБК і всіх об'єктів під аркою, термодинамічний та вологісний стан, яких формується за рахунок складної взаємодії аеродинамічних і теплонособійних процесів, що відбувається там. Розрахункова сітка моделі складається близько з 1 мільйона комірок, з яких 400 тисяч приходиться на об'єм кільцевого простору і 600 на основний об'єм. Щодо результатів моделювання. Дана розроблена модель верифікована за експлуатаційними даними при нестаціонарному розрахунку у період часу з 17 січня до 14 лютого, тобто місячна вибірка приблизно. Порівняння результатів моделювання можна побачити на даних графіках. Загалом порівнювалася температура у кільцевому просторі з експлуатаційними даними. Температура більш-менш відповідає даним з експлуатації, тому можна стверджувати, що модель більш-менш верифікована, та їй можна довіряти. Хоча по відносній вологості є деякі відмінності, але характерно вона плюс-мінус повторює. На даному слайді можемо побачити більш детальний розподіл полей температури та вологості у моделі. Ці дані представлені для одного з розгонкового моменту часу. Так, як можна бачити, також порівняні з експлуатаційними. Червоні експлуатаційні, чорні – це модельні значення. І дана таблиця також надає експлуатаційні та експериментальні значення, усі, які можуть бути надані та порівняні, які в нас є. Більш детально це досить розглядати не потрібно, майже воно все між собою сходиться, максимальна відмінність там складає до 5-3%. Такі результати є перевагою CFD-моделювання, як перевагою, так і єдиним способом визначити параметри повітря у кожній точці кільцевого простору, а також дає можливість прогнозувати стан об'єкта для будь-яких аварійних сценаріїв та випадків, що дає змогу без фізичного експерименту більш ефективно та безпечно оцінювати сценарії і керування об'єктом. Та висновки до даної роботи. Розглянута робота системи вентиляції та реального обладнання конфайменту, проведений аналіз експлуатаційних даних та верифікована модель. Також ця розроблена та верифікована модель здатна прогнозувати як звичайні, так і аварійні та запроєктні сценарії НБК, що може дозволити більш коректно та ефективно керувати об'єктом. На цьому в мене все. Дякую за увагу.
Dmitro, thank you for your report. We are following your research for a long time. I mean, the research of your institute, and we hope to see, to continue see your excellent results. Right now, I would like to invite for the report Vladimir Rudko. Vladimir, please take the floor. The floor is yours if you're able to start your report.
Пане Володимиро, ми отримали презентацію, ми її запускаємо. Ви з нами? Пан Володимир Рудко.
Probably there is another technical problem.
Хвилиночку, ми, здається, уже зв'язалися з паном Володимиром. Поки йде підготовча така хвилинка до презентації. Шановні колеги, плануємо завершення через...
Окей.
Добрий день.
Добрий день. Я вибачаю, що я створив такі незручності.
Це окей. Це добре.
Все
Будь
добре.
ласка.
Так, а як я пересуватися, значить, інші слайди?
Ви, будь ласка, кажіть наступний слайд, і ми будемо...
Добре, так. Добрий вечір. Значить, тема моєї доповіді – це науково-технічний супровід на етапі будівництва і введення в експлуатацію ЦВАП. Будь ласка, наступний слайд. Атомна енергетика сформувалася, як відомо, ще за часів колишнього Радянського Союзу і не передбачала довгострокове зберігання ВІАП на своїй території. ВІАП відправлялося на зберігання в Російську Федерацію, а із здобуттям незалежності України послуги і зберігання ставали з кожним роком все більш фінансово невигідними, а після російської агресії практично неможливими. Тому надзвичайно важливим стало рішення про будівництво в зоні відчуження централізованого сховища відпрацьованого ядерного палива. Призначено для зберігання протягом 100 років більш як від 12 тисяч відпрацьованих тепловидільних збірок реакторів ВВР-1000 і понад 4,5 тисячі ВТВЗ реакторів ВВР-440 для 3 українських станцій Рівненської, Хмельницької, Південноукраїнської. Як відомо, Запорізька атомна станція має своє власне сховище. Наступне, будь ласка. Значить, зберігання відпрацьованого ядерного палива ЦВЯП реалізовано за технологією сухого зберігання американської компанії Холтик, до складу якого входять такі основні елементи. Це багатоцільовий контейнер ПЦК, який складається з герметичного корпусу та паливного чехла і стильникової конструкції для завантаження відпрацьованого ядерного палива на енергоблоках атомних станцій. Наступний. Це транспортний контейнер. Це за допомогою цього контейнера, який High-Star, відбувається перевезення ВЯП із атомних станцій до ЦВЯП залізницею загального користування. І нарешті контейнер High-Store – це металобетонний контейнер для зберігання ВЯП уже на майданчику Чорнобильської станції. Значить, вибачте, ЦВЯП. Значить, контейнер складається з двох обичаєк, зовнішня і внутрішня, і цей простір між цими, значить, обичайками, це порядка 70 см, заповнюється бетоном, причому це заповнення відбувається на майданчику ЦВЯП. Наступний, будь ласка. Це показує загальний вигляд майданчика ЦВЯП станом на 19-й рік, тому що вже більш пізніші знімки вже не дозволяється показувати, тому що там вже змонтована система фізичного захисту. Значить, основні елементи тут по поводженню з працюванням ядерним паливом – це будівля приймання, до якої, значить, на колії підходять, а це майданчик вже зберігання контейнерів. Після того, як прибуває, значить, High-Star із ПЦК, в цій будівлі відбувається перевантаження вже контейнер для зберігання, і потім контейнер зберігання вже вивозиться на майданчик для зберігання. Значить, оскільки ЦВЯП належить до небезпечних об'єктів вищої категорії, то згідно чинних нормативних документів, його будівництво і введення в експлуатацію підлягають обов'язковому науково-технічному супроводу. Такий супровід здійснювався фахівцями ІПБС протягом 19 і 21 років. Основні завдання технічного супроводу, будь ласка, наступний слайд. Це розробка рецептури спеціального реакційно-захисного бетону із вітчизняних компонентів та виготовлення контейнерів High-Storm. Оцінка ефективності захисних властивостей контейнерів High-Storm вже із рахуванням підібраного реакційно-захисного бетону. Ґрунтування мережі спостереження свердловин радіогідравлічного моніторингу на майданчику ЦВЯП. Це визначення фонових рівнів радіаційних параметрів на майданчику ЦВЯП, моделювання радіаційної обстановки на майданчику зберігання по мірі його заповнення контейнерами. Також аналіз ефективності заходів щодо забезпечення радіаційної безпеки персоналу в процесі проведення технічних операцій з відпрацьованим ядерним паливом. Також одна із задач була це оцінка надійності конструкцій будівель і споруд, а також розробка регламенту радіаційного контролю над ЦВЯП. Наступний, будь ласка. Ну, ви бачите, тут перелік великий цих завдань, але за браком часу, звичайно, я розкрию тільки деякі аспекти. Значить, це, по-перше, це виготовлення контейнерів High-Storm. Значить, для виготовлення цих контейнерів, окрім рецептури бетону, було розроблено ще два документи. Це технічний регламент на виробництво бетону та заповнення обичай контейнерів, а також програма приймальних випробувань бетону. Перша партія із 4 контейнерів була, значить, виготовлена впродовж серпня 2021 року. Це наступний слайд. Наступний, да. Це те, що я сказав, це вже виготовлені. Спочатку було виготовлено 4 контейнери. Це перший пусковий комплекс. А тут показано, що значить, цей контейнеровоз, який вивозить вже контейнери на майданчик зберігання. Наступний, будь ласка. Для оцінки захисних властивостей запропонованого складу бетону засобами нейтронно-фізичного методу Монте-Карло коду Серпент була розроблена модель для виконання розрахунків переносу нейтрону та гамма-кванти у детально відтвореному об'ємі контейнера Highstorm, завантажено в. Наступний, будь ласка. Це показана розрахункова модель. Наступний. Значить, отримані такі дані щодо захисних властивостей контейнера Highstorm з використанням запропонованого складу бетона. Коефіцієнт послаблення нейтронного випромінювання складав не менше 5,19 на 10-4. Коефіцієнт же послаблення гамового випромінювання не менше 7,6 на 10-6. Накопичений флюенс нейтрону за 100 років не буде перевищувати 2,2 на 10-15 нейтрон сантиметр квадратний, що значно менше критичного флюенсу для бетону, який складає 10-19 нейтрон сантиметр квадратний. Результати розрахунку підтвердили достатній рівень захисних властивостей контейнера, що важливо для проведення регламентних робіт з їхнього технічного обслуговування на майданчику. Причому зауважу, що внесок нейтронового випромінювання в дозу не перевищує 5%. Також підтверджена довговічність бетону контейнеру проти всього періоду експлуатації 100 років. Будь ласка, наступний. Виконано, значить, обґрунтування мережі спостережних свердловин радіогідроекологічного моніторингу. Кількості 7 свердловин. Вони все показані. Ці свердловини – це таксфонові, а інші свердловини – це свердловини, які якраз вони направлені по потоку ґрунтових вод, підземних вод для фіксації, чи є забруднення, чи його немає. І наступний. Крім того, були, значить, визначені фонові рівні реакційних параметрів на майданчику до того, як туди буде доставлено відпрацьоване ядерне паливо. Тут важливо, значить, виділити те вклад в дозу від, власне, чорнобильського забруднення і додатково, значить, яке буде, значить, формуватися забруднення доза від процесів, значить, експлуатації сховища після того, як на майданчик буде, значить, доставлені вже контейнери з цим ядерним паливом. Значить, ну, були ще, значить, ну, це велика робота пов'язана ще з обстеженням технічного стану конструкцій будівлі споруд. Були виявлені, значить, деякі дефекти, надані рекомендації щодо виконання ремонтно-відновлених робіт, були виконані також повірочні розчоти, розрахунки з урахуванням тих дефектів, які, значить, були зафіксовані. І, значить, хочу сказати, що, ну, результати цієї роботи, вони, значить, сприяли тому, що от 25 квітня 2022 року, значить, Державна інспекція ядерного регулювання видала на енергоатом окремий дозвіл на введення в експлуатацію ЦВЯ. Ну, на жаль, значить, на сьогоднішній день експлуатація ця не відбувається, хоча, скажімо, на станціях вже персонал, значить, працював всі операції по, значить, поводженню із завантаженням контейнерів, але поки що немає дозволу на перевезення на майданчик. Ну, в цьому напрямку ведуться певні роботи, можливо, в цьому році і перші контейнери появляться на станції. Дякую за увагу. Ще раз вибачаю, що я створив такі незручності.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your report. It's very important for our participants of the conference know the current situation, and thank you for information how Institute of Safety Problems was performing this work and who volunteered this task. So for today we have on the last report from Mykola Wojtiev. Mykola, please take the floor, and we are waiting for your report, Dynamics of Development of Atomic Energy in Great Britain. So the floor is yours.
Дякую за можливість виступити коротко з цією доповіддю. Дуже вам дякую, шановні учасники, за надзвичайно вражений від високого рівня презентацій. Дуже подобається, а також від такої кількості почесних доповідачів. Дуже дякую ще раз організаторам. Я дуже коротко хотів би зупинитися, так нікого не перевтомлювати. Коротко зупинитися щодо британського атомного енергетичного сектору. Мене звати Микола Войтів, я керівник громадської організації управління нової генерації. Ось, і також була така нагода стати частиною команди проекту Sizewell-C. Це потужний проект будівництва атомної електростанції в Британії. Він планує бути розпочатим, будівництво планується бути розпочатим наступного року. Ось, я дуже коротко хочу зупинитися на тому, що стосується загальної сукупного об'єму електрогенерації в Британії зараз. Просто наведу декілька цифр для порівняння. Тобто на сьогоднішній день практично електрогенерація з вітровими турбінами і електрогенерація за посередництвом газу, вона приблизно вже зрівнялася. Тобто активно британці інвестують у вітрову генерацію, і це приблизно по 30%. Газ займає там трохи більше, 31-32%. Ось на третьому місці стоїть атомний сектор. Тобто на сьогодні в середньому 13% від усієї електрики генерується атомним сектором. Ось, і, власне, ці амбітні проекти, які зараз стоять перед британським урядом, в першу чергу це проект Sizewell-C, який планує будуватися з наступного року. Це потужність на приблизно 3200 МВт. Будуть використовуватися, тут же були згадані сучасні атомні енергоблоки класу EPR. Ось це приблизно 3200 МВт. Аналогічно проект Hinkley Point C, це вже він будується і очікується, що за декілька років він вже війде в експлуатацію. Потужність аналогічно буде 3200 МВт. Тобто в середньому це по 7%. Ну і запланований ще проект Bradwell B. Ось сумарно це десь виходить в середньому 20%. Планують в межах 10 років британський уряд, оскільки він є, по суті, акціонером в багатьох цих проєктах. У проєкті Sizewell-C він є акціонером на 50%, в інших проєктах менше. Присутні там також ще і китайці, звісно, де їх тільки немає. Ось. І сумарно це виходитиме так, що поставили собі дуже амбітну мету, британський уряд поставив амбітну мету вийти на 30%, на 33% в найближчих 10-12 років. Можливо, це їм вийде. Я думаю, що так, тому що коштів інвестується дуже багато у це. І з якою метою я все це хотів сказати? Власне, з тою метою, що насправді атомна генерація, як підтверджує британський досвід, оскільки він, якщо порівняти з європейською динамікою розвитку атомного сектору, він, по суті, зараз найбільш є динамічний. Ось, і я, як українець, зацікавлений у тому, щоб, власне, ці технологічні розробки, різні пропозиції, які навіть, зокрема, звучали сьогодні, щоб вони широко використовувалися в Європі, зокрема тут в Британії. Аналогічно, як і британський досвід, щоб всі якісь найкращі моменти цього досвіду, щоб була можливість їх використати в Україні. І я дуже би хотів бути частиною цього, щоб цьому сприяти. Так як я вже зазначив раніше, я є частиною цього проекту Sizewell-C в якості аналітика з енергетики. Ось, і я буду готовий, якщо буде така зацікавленість, зокрема когось із учасників, з доповідачів, з якимись пропозиціями звернутися і так далі, буду готовий спілкуватися. Тобто мій емейл є у організаторів, і я відкритий, буду відкритий на комунікацію. І ще раз дякуємо за цю можливість, що вже вдруге дали мені можливість виступити. Ось, і дякую за цю фінальну доповідь. Дякую вам.
Thank you so much for your report. Thank you for everything. So it's time to say some closing remark. Arina, please take the floor.
Take the floor. Шановні учасники конференції, 8-ї міжнародної конференції ІНУДЕКО, ми вам дуже вдячні за вашу плідну, системну, змістовну, таку дуже клопітку роботу на нашій конференції. 165 учасників і близько 60 доповідей орієнтовно і виступів прозвучало на нашій конференції впродовж 3 днів роботи. Я думаю, що це черговий наш рекорд, і тим паче в таких умовах, коли ми читаємо ці жахливі новини сьогодні в Україні, і це просто викликає гамму таких почуттів. В першу чергу я хочу подякувати науковцям за те, що в таких умовах ви продовжуєте працювати. У вас є нові ідеї, нові знахідки, нові дослідження, результати роботи вашої в таких умовах, коли практично на науку зараз, на жаль, не звертають увагу, тому що в країні війна і всі ресурси, і в тому числі фінансові, людські, всі йдуть на те, щоб все-таки перемогти. І неодмінно наша перемога попереду, і Україна переможе, і все буде Україна, однозначно. І щоб підсумувати, в мене кілька таких пропозицій від модераторської групи і від оргкомітету. Перше, ми сьогодні надіслали вам доступ до Google папки з презентаціями. Я сподіваюся, що всі отримали їх на цей доступ. По-перше, в телеграм-каналі конференції, а також на ваші електронні адреси. Далі, ми поступово сьогодні, і я думаю, до понеділка, ми розішлемо всім учасникам нашим іменні сертифікати. І у вас буде можливість в електронному форматі їх отримати. За бажанням можна буде вам самостійно їх роздрукувати і дати якусь інформацію на в своїх організаціях, в своїх інституціях про результати нашої роботи на конференції. Це нам важливо. Будь ласка, дайте інформацію на ресурсах ваших організацій, на ваших персональних сторінках про те, що пройшла конференція, які проблеми розглядалися, що ця конференція була в місті Славутичі, і за підтримки всіх наших партнерів. Нагадую, наші хештеги «Інудеко», а також «Інудеко 2023». Далі, що стосується, є така пропозиція продовжити роботу над резолюцією конференції. Правильно, Максим Володимирович?
Так.
Так, і ми закликаємо спільноту INUDECO продовжувати наше спілкування. По-перше, у чаті конференції, в телеграм-каналі конференції, і також ми розішлемо вам проєкт резолюції, проєкт нашої заяви. Зробимо це також доступним для спільного редагування, для спільної роботи. І ми будемо чекати ще впродовж наступного тижня, я думаю, вистачить цього часу, для того, щоб завершити роботу над резолюцією, яку ми спільно разом кожного року публікуємо. В принципі, це всі, мабуть, організаційні моменти, крім того, що наостанок хочу іще раз нагадати, що наша конференція проходила з благодійною метою. І в нас є сміливі такі надії, що ще за наступний тиждень ми збір не закриваємо. І в нас навіть є анонси від кількох, сміливо скажемо, благодійних фондів, які до нас приєднуються до нашої благодійності. І я думаю, що за тиждень ми зможемо придбати ті сходи для нашого реабілітаційного відділення і подарувати всі разом від учасників INUDECO, від учасників конференції ці сходи нашій Славутицькій лікарні. На сьогоднішній момент, впродовж конференції ми зібрали близько 25 тисяч гривень, і я нагадую, що завдяки фонду Clean Futures Fund цей внесок подвоюється. Тому залишайтеся з нами на зв'язку і слідкуйте. Я залишила всі посилання знову ж таки в чаті зараз в Zoom. Залишимо всі контактні інформації, все, що потрібно вам на всіх ресурсах і на ресурсі, в першу чергу на офіційному веб-сайті конференції INUDECO.pro буде вся інформація про результати нашого благодійного збору. Це дуже важливо, і ми вам щиро вдячні за кожний ваш внесок, за найменший ваш внесок і за ті найбільші внески, які були зроблені. Нам також тільки залишається подякувати нашим учасникам, організаціям, установам, приватним особам. В принципі, пропозиція залишається такою банальною – зробити спільне фото. Тому хто все ще з нами, пропоную вмикати ваше зображення. Хто ще не зробив цього, дякую, що ви з нами. І це дійсно марафон. Сьогодні дуже важкий день. І для вас ви хвилювалися щодо технічних моментів. До речі, спілкування, поки всі включають свої екрани. До речі, спілкування пропоную продовжувати. Дійсно гарна пропозиція, як завжди ми це робимо. Ми обмін робимо ваших електронних адрес, ми поширюємо цю інформацію для вас через електронні ваші адреси. І якщо в когось все-таки залишаються запитання, ви не встигли, посоромилися або були зайняті поставити запитання в чаті, ви можете їх надсилати на нашу адресу, на адресу конференції з запитанням до конкретного спікера. Так, технічна команда нас фотографує, тому це дуже добре. Поки я говорю, ви знаєте, що нас фотографують. Нас знімає прихована камера, так? Тому продовжую. Ви надсилаєте свої пропозиції, свої запитання на нашу електронну адресу і адресуєте ці запитання до того учасника, кому ви хотіли його поставити, і ми пересилаємо або знайомимо вас. Я бачу підняту руку у пана Олександра Мазурка. Ви хотіли щось сказати? Чи це мені здається? Здається, так? Ні? Дякую. Ну, можливо, хтось хоче просто пару слів сказати.
Василий Васильевич wants to say something, but I'm not able to unmute him.
Пан Василь Бігун, будь ласка, технічна підтримка, увімкніть нам, будь ласка, пану Бігуну мікрофончик. Дякую.
Ну, по-перше, велике дякую за конференцію. Я як співорганізація, начальник відділу співорганізатора, хочу подякувати всіх і хотів таке питання задати. А чи багато залишилось учасників аварії 86-го року, ліквідації аварії, і скільки їх присутні на нашій конференції?
Так, ну візьму на себе сміливість взяти. Так, пан Марк знає статистику, так? Сказати, що особисто я не готова говорити так статистичними
Я
даними.
знаю, що Марк Железняк учасник, але ж я
будь
теж хочу
ласка, пан
сказати, що я був начальником зміни цеха ТАІ 4-го енергоблоку і приймав безпосередню участь все літо у ліквідації цієї аварії. І хочу всім подякувати за те, що ви робите таку дуже-дуже корисну роботу. Щоб ми не бачили того, наші товариші, наші робітники ядерної галузі не бачили того, що бачили ми. Я бачу дохлих ворон. От на переход був між 3-м і 4-м блоком і одним приміщенням, по-моєму, називається він вент-приміщення. І там були вибиті стекла від вибуху, і ворони, пролітаючі, просто там сиділись і умирали від рівня, такі були рівні, високі рівні радіації. Тому я хочу побажати всім, щоб наша праця була більш плідною, щоб наші потомки і всі, хто працює в ядерній галузі, цього не бачили. Дякую.
Якщо можливо, я кілька слів ще хотів сказати, я як ліквідатор 86-го року. Сьогодні на конференції була дуже знакова доповідь. Не знаю, чи всі звернули увагу. Це була доповідь пані Наталі Гудзенко з Національного центру сімейної медицини. Про наслідки аварії на здоров'я людей. Тому що Чорнобиль – це велика праця, великий подвиг людей, які працювали, але це великий міф. А наше завдання як науковців – це не звертати увагу на емоції, на політичні течії, а дивитися на реальну ситуацію. І ще наприкінці 90-х я почав аналізувати, це не моя спеціальність, але розподіл захворюваності раком на території України. Ну, це було робити дуже просто. У нас є дуже класний реєстр ракових захворювань в Україні. Вони почали публікувати дані, які можна було класти на карту. І ми всі знаємо, всі присутні знають, що Чорнобиль – це найбільша загроза здоров'ю населення України за останні 40 років. Але наприкінці 90-х, коли я почав ці карти аналізувати, побачив таку картину, що дійсно в нас є на території України території, в яких захворювання на раки більше значно, майже 2 рази, ніж в інших територіях. Але якщо вважати, що правдою цей міф, що Чорнобиль є найбільшою загрозою здоров'я населення України в цілому, це тоді повинні бути ті регіони, в яких більша кількість раків, вони повинні корелювати з територіями, де більше дози, тобто Чернігівською, Київською, Житомирськими областями. А я побачив дуже странну картину, і странну, і не странну. В тому сенсі, що ні. 2 рази вища кількість раків була по південним областям. Це не означає, що радіація зменшує кількість раків. Це означає лише одне, що чорнобильський сигнал для населення збудованих територій, він був незначним. І інші фактори впливали. Чому на півдні більше раків? Ніхто толком не досліджував. Сонце, раки кожи, хімічні добрива, які більш активні, та інше. А я ще глянув на інші цифри. В 93-му році бюджет Мінчорнобиля, міністерство, коли існувало, і бюджет Мінздрава порівняв, то бюджет Мінздрава складав 14% від бюджету Мінчорнобиля. І ці дані, вони співпадали з даними оцінок. Сьогодні пані Гудзенко казала, що цифри, які були, зв'язок доз з захворюванням, вони не змінилися після Фукусими. Чорнобиль нічого не змінив. Так по цим цифрам виявлялося, що кількість раків, які виявлялися на забруднених територіях, в зонах забруднення населення, вони настільки мали, що його неможливо було побачити від епідемічних досліджень. А який з цього висновок? Я перше питався сказати на якійсь конференції українській, на початку в кінці 90-х, Наукова спільнота мене тоді чуть не лінчувала. І тільки мої крики, що я сам чорнобильський ліквідатор і сам же раком переболів, як мене спасли від лінчування. Але ситуація такова, що наша офіційна медицина цих результатів не оприлюднювала. Було б табу, яке продовжилось 30 років. Сьогодні вперше я почув доповідь, яка цю табу зламала. На жаль, цей доклад був представлений так, що ми бачили лише перший слайд, але інформація була значна. Що це означає? Я був запрошений 26-го на телеканал «Експрес», як чорноморський ліквідатор, сказати, який урок і який у мене зараз, після 37 років після аварії, як науковця, все це визиває. Урок такий. Українська наука не виконала своє завдання. Кожен з нас працював на своєму ділянці, ми сприяли вирішенню яких задач. Є у кожного свій послужний список. Але кардинальна задача – донести до суспільства, до політиків реальну ситуацію. А чому вона плоха? Тому що якщо люди помирають від інших причин, а більшість бюджету йде на чорнобильські, на людей, які живуть на збудованих територіях, це погано для загальної смертності в країні. І ми це завдання не виконали. І тому я, глянучи сьогодні, вперше я почув цей самий висновок в доповіді, яка прозвучала на цій конференції. Тому, товариші граждані науковці, ми всі пам'ятаємо про Чорнобиль. І треба розділяти ті ситуації, в яких це люди, які вона сказала в своїй доповіді, що перші роки після аварії у ліквідаторів визначалася більша кількість захворювань. А потім також, а все ще люди, всі ці зони, які отримали різні роди льгот і так далі, це все було не наші. Ліквідатори свої отримали в 86-му, 87-му, 88-му. Але країна 30 років визначала скажені гроші ні на що. І ми, як наука, всі разом, ми цього не зупинили. І це важливий урок. Війна закінчиться. Чорнобильська зона, як я вже казав, вже скільки років після аварії стоїть зона непохитна. Я вважаю, що після війни настане час рішень, які дозволять нам відкинути політичні міфи, які заважають проводити зважені оцінки і управляти країну, щоб ми, як науковці, допомагали країні, не зважаючи на політичні вимоги і на емоції, а на наукові знання. І в цьому сенсі для мене сьогоднішня конференція, яка вперше з боку Національного центру раціональної медицини цей висновок був сказаний, це дуже важливий вихід. Не лише ворони. Дякую.
Дякую дуже. Завжди пан Марк каже такі слушні, і водночас інколи контроверсійні такі думки, але приємно чути, що наша конференція має значення, має, так скажем, це майданчик для таких важливих заяв. Також мене зацікавила особисто, я також уважно слухала доповідь пані Наталії, і я хочу зазначити, що виникла от зараз в мене особисто, як в одного з таких основних організаторів конференції. Колеги, я можу запропонувати на наступному, наприклад, тижні зібратися тільки для дискусії. Ви знаєте, нам цього не вистачило. Тому що за браком часу у нас були такі щільні, всім хотіли дати слово, щоб всі ви виступили. Це для вас важливо, для ваших наукових досліджень, щоб вони були оприлюднені, щоб ви були почуті, тим паче, що в нас був переклад і так далі. Але от мені, як на мене, не вистачило от такого живого спілкування, коли ви спілкуєтеся. Але це дуже важко, я побачила це в середу, дуже важко змодерувати, коли жвава дискусія. Пан Марк мені не дасть збрехати, що відбувалося на нашій дискусії з теми екоциду. Це також дійсно важлива така жорстка тема, така важлива тема на часі, да? Але ми запросили молодих людей до дискусії, які просто були, так скажем, не здивовані, але вони засоромилися навіть висловлюватися поряд разом з вами, так, будучи в такій поважній аудиторії разом з вами, так. Тому виникає необхідність. Як вам така ідея? Можемо зустрітися, наприклад, на полях, таку посту INUDECO зробити, на полях зробити ще одну дискусію, просто зробити запрошувальний зум, і хто захоче, може обговорити результати доповідей, можливо, якісь запитання. Максим, як вам здається така ідея?
Я завжди буду підтримувати такі ідеї.
Так. Це прекрасно.
З моєго боку ви можете розрахувати на мене.
Так, це чудово. Це чудово. Тоді дивіться анонси наші, так? Ми подумаємо, як це грамотно, так, організувати зручно для вас, щоб це, дійсно, ви захотіли прийти, для вас це був зручний час для всіх, для наших іноземних партнерів, учасників, які є розбіжність у часі, так, у нас у всіх. Наприклад, зараз в Японії котра година?
Ой, десь біля полуночі.
Так,
Вже час ночі.
От, бачите, починається самий продуктивний період для нас, завжди творчих людей, так? Добре, шановні колеги, можливо, от я бачу серед нас пані Людмилу Любиву, яка була з нами всі 3 дні, це депутат Славутицької міської ради. Можливо, пані Людмила, ви хочете пару слів сказати учасникам конференції, буквально на завершення?
Мікрофон.
Технічна підтримка. Включіть, будь ласка, Людмила Любива звук.
Ага.
Дякую.
Є?
Так.
Є звук. Ви знаєте, я не енергетик, не фізик, але була присутня, не атомщик на вашій конференції, і глибоко вам дякую за те, що у нас в Україні і на нашій конференції виступили такі цікаві, глибокі особистості. Це дійсно був майданчик для цікавих ідей і обміну думками. Ми цю тему, взагалі, депутати і жителі міста, у нас в місті десь близько 4 тисяч, а навіть трошки більше учасників ліквідації аварії різних категорій, різних. Безумовно, тих людей, які пройшли 86-й рік, то їх і з кожним роком стає менше. Нещодавно ми збиралися у бібліотечно-інформаційному центрі на такий захід, як Чорнобиль біль пам'яті. І приїздив до нас гість такий, якого ви знаєте, Микола Олександрович Штейнберг, і подарував бібліотеці отаку книгу цікаву, вона зараз в бібліотеці, «Чорнобиль про минуле, теперішнє і майбутнє». Я її ще не прочитала, але цікаво. Я думаю, що якщо у вас буде нагода така прочитати, я думаю, також це цікаві матеріали. Бо я знаю, що він був з травня 86-го року головним інженером ЧАЕС, з травня вже після аварії. То я думаю, що думки якісь цікаві були. Є, вірніше, в цій книзі. Так що дякуємо. Чекаємо 9-ту конференцію і чекаємо ваших матеріалів, щоб ще глибше почитати і ознайомитися. Будьте здорові всі. До побачення.
Дякую, Людмила Миколаївна. Дуже дякую вам за ці слова. Отже, шановні колеги, бажаємо вам здоров'я. Бажаємо...
We wish all for you all the health. Arina, continue.
Так, бажаємо лише перемоги. В нас тепер одна мрія на всю країну
We
і
have
на
only
весь
one dream in Ukraine to have to win.
найскоріша, найшвидша перемога Україні в цій жахливій війні.
For the Ukraine to win in this terrible war.
От тримаємося, все буде Україна, і до зустрічі на полях конференції. Слідкуйте за всіма анонсами, можливо, ми ще на наступному.
See you all next time for the next conference. Please follow our annonces and our information message.
Можливо, ми на наступному тижні вже продовжимо нашу таку закриту дискусію.
Probably on the next week we will create some event on the shoulder of the conference for the discussion, for the informal discussion after the conference. And if we will be able to do this, we will inform you during our communication channels.
Дякую, дякую. До побачення.
See you. Goodbye. Thank you, everybody.